Soda Pop, what's poppin', homie? It said I was in 0.1% of your top fans on my YouTube channel. 100%, homie. You already know. You already know. You already know, Soda Pop. I told you. Founding father, homie. Founding father. Straight up. Shout out to Soda Pop for always watching, being a loyal fucking supporter. I was about to call you a viewer, but you're more than a viewer. Soda Pop is a loyal supporter. All right. Shout out to Mike Co. That's awesome. Yes, it is. Shit, I gotta check out my YouTube wrap up after this. But shout out to all the boys returning. Good day, Jay. What up, HT? What's poppin', brother? We got a good stream today. We got a lot of good topics. A lot of stuff went down today. Starting with, Islam Makhachev turning down a January return. If you want me to read between the lines a little bit, the UFC offering Islam a January return, it seems like they're on to him. They're on to him. They're like, listen, bro, we know you're going to try to sit out till fucking UFC White House, and we need you. Fight in January before Ramadan. It seems like the UFC is sick of these guys sitting out for 6 months at a time. That's what I think. What up, Jew? What up, Miata Boy? What up, him CR? Soda Pop, that earns you a blue wrench. Yeah, long overdue. Long overdue. What are we doing here? And, what's going on? Oh, no, wait. Never mind. Hang on. Let me just do that for Soda Pop real quick. Definitely long overdue. Alright, Soda Pop mod now. He could do whatever the hell he wants. Jew says, I heard Chandler say him and Connor is signed for the White House officially. Damn. Damn, what the hell? Okay, yeah, I saw your comment, homie. You just subscribed, huh? Him CR just subscribed. I just saw your comment and I responded to it. I told you pop in the live, so here you are. Shout out to him. Not much. Your Khabib video let me read this again. Not much. Your Khabib exposed video popped up and I watched it. I didn't even know that was true. Yeah, bro. Neither did I. Neither did I, bro. I didn't know it was true that he married his cousin and all that shit. And I definitely didn't know he was funding fucking the IDF. What a dumbass. What a fucking dumbass. It's... Miata Boy says it's the Jews. Mike, congratulations. Soda Pop. Shout out to Mike with the good vibes in the chat. We always like good vibes. Shit, Jew. Drop the link. You could drop a link in the chat if you want, Jew. About that Chandler thing. If you want me to pull it up. I could search it too in a minute here. I can search it in a minute. But here's the rundown for today, boys. Here's today's topics. I'm finna do a long stream today too. I'm gonna try to go 5 hours. If we got enough topics, I'm gonna try to go 5 hours. I made Jacob watch that. Send the Taco Bell money now. You did, Miata Boy. Shout out Miata Boy. Shout out Miata Boy. 100% shout out Miata Boy. Shit. Miata Boy can be a mod too. Fuck it. I don't know why I haven't made you guys mod yet. Alright, there we go. Okay, so here's the rundown today. We're going to react to Islam Makhachev turning down a January return against Kamaru, Ori, and Garry. We're going to talk about Bryce Mitchell winning Antisemite of the Year for the second year in a row. Henry Cejudo calling out Brandon Moreno and Brandon Moreno's response. The UFC 323 Media Day between the main event fighters, Merab and Peter Yan. And then Bud Crawford getting stripped of his WBC title, his response. Mauricio Solomon's response. A lot of stuff there. And then last but not least, I saved the best for last. Paddy spars a Down syndrome boxer for like a charity event type shit. So shout out to Paddy Pimblett. He got a big heart. Mr. Paddy Pimblett, we salute you, homie. We salute you. Paddy, a real one. Even Miata Boy can't say nothing about that one. Miata Boy can't say nothing about that one. Let's read some chats. Oh, shit. All right, I'm gonna remove you then, Miata Boy. If you guys don't want to be mod, you definitely don't have to. Okay, you guys are not mod anymore. If you guys want to be mod, let me know. Okay, I took it back. I took it back. What was I just going to say, though? Oh, no, I was just going to read some chats before we get into this topic. What I missed, boys. Yawn didn't sound good when he said, if I beat Marab, he deserves an automatic rematch. He didn't sound mentally confident. Ooh, okay. We're going to watch the Media Day America first, after we break down this story real quick. I actually already started breaking the story down, then I paused and started reading chats. Oh, okay, Jew, I got you. I saw that same clip. It ain't happening, bro. It ain't fucking happening. Come on now. It'll probably happen, though. It'll probably happen, Jew. America First, they don't represent Five Guys. Shout out Five Guys. Let's see. Mike says, I'm excited for Lorenz Larkin's fight on Friday. He is such a beast and on a big winning streak. Mike, I got some interviews with Lorenz Larkin. So tap into those if you want to. Miata Boy, I don't need this power. That would be my Green Goblin mask. Shout out Miata Boy. He not even power tripping. He just likes to be in the chat. If you want to be a mod, get Brandon a Five Guys gift card. Him says, UFC has been exciting lately and UFC themselves are putting together terrible fights we don't want to see. Him, we've been going over this crazy in the chat over the last week. We're kind of past it now. But, you know, we've been debating it. We've been debating it for sure. We've been all on the whole, you know, Volk versus Lopez rematch, Paddy versus Gaethje fight. I'd be disagreeing with the boys. Sometimes I'd be agreeing, but we definitely talked about a bunch of that shit. I'm glad Triple C called out Dana. I know, America First. Daddy Dana would cut his ass. He don't really like Triple C anymore. Triple C just keeping it a buck. Soda Pop says he's going to make a 12 a.m. Wingstop run. Shout out Soda Pop. I'll see you when you get back in here, homie. Shit, I like Wingstop, but Wingstop expensive, bro. You're spending like $25 to get like a little meal. It's crazy. Tom D, I think Islam adds a lot of new flavor to the welterweight division. Tom D, he would, especially if he would have fucking fought in January. Especially if he would have fought in January. Paddy just got chinned by a Downs guy. Only Miata Boy. Only Miata Boy could fucking go after Paddy like that after his charity boxing match. Shout out Miata Boy. Okay, so yeah, I mean, here's the quote. Ali Abdelaziz did an interview with MMA Junkie today, and it was a small quote, but he goes, I'll read the whole thing. Islam Makhachev was offered to headline a UFC card in January, with Kamaru Usman and Ian Garry being considered as potential opponents, per Ali Abdelaziz. Here's the quote. Even the UFC reached out to me. They were asking Islam to fight a main event in January. He thought about it, and Khabib said, hey, shut up. Honestly, Kamaru's name was in the mix for January. Ian Garry's name was in the mix too. So here's the UFC trying to pin these two against each other. Okay, who's going to accept first? Who's going to negotiate less? That's the UFC's MO. That's why they offer Kamaru and Ian Garry. Of course, it'll probably go to Ian Garry, but if Ian Garry was up to any bullshit, right, the UFC would have been like, okay, no problem, Ian. No, thank you. We'll go with Kamaru. Just like that. But also, how about Islam's fucking daddy, Khabib, telling him not to do it? Dude, Khabib, what the hell, bro? Stop getting in the way of things. If Islam was down to take it, why would you get in the way of that? Islam was thinking about it and you come in and fucking ruin everything for all of us. I don't like that. I don't appreciate Khabib telling Islam not to fight in January. And like I already said, but I'll say it again. The UFC is sick of these guys sitting out for 6 months at a time. They're sick of it. They are sick of their champions sitting out for 6 months at a time. Especially, you know, with the whole Ramadan thing, throwing a wrench and everything. The UFC is sick of it, bro. And that's why they said, look, return in January. We know you're going to be out February, March, April, May. Probably only looking to return in June. We're not going to let that happen. We're getting ahead of it. Here's a fight offer. January. Fight a contender. We'll even offer you Usman. We'll even offer you Usman a little bit. Low key. If Ian Garry's up to some bullshit, we'll give you Usman. And Khabib's entitled ass said, fuck no. Khabib's entitled ass said, fuck no. Shout out to Scott Snyder. Yes, run up the likes, boys. Shout out to everybody watching. And, big shout out to Khabib for pissing in everyone's Cheerios on this one. Big shout out to Khabib for this one. Definitely not as big of a fan of Khabib these days. I'ma just keep it real. Khabib on some bullshit, boys. Why hey shut up? Why don't you explain yourself, Khabib? Hey shut up? No, bro. Why not? Why won't Islam take that shit? Yeah, Tom says, right, just worried about what his activity level will be. Not sure how I feel about Khabib always speaking for Islam, though. It's his fucking daddy, bro. That's his daddy. Khabib Islam's daddy. It's crazy. Islam should speak for his fucking self, bro. Islam should definitely speak for himself. Shout out to Khabib for funding Israel. Yeah, shout out to Khabib for funding Natan Levy's part of the country. Miata boy, I'm surprised that comment went through. I'm surprised that didn't get fucking immediately deleted before you even hit send. Khabib over here funding the IDF. Meanwhile, he's telling Islam to not fight in January. Like, bro, what the hell is wrong with you? Islam likes to be tamed. Honestly, what is wrong with Khabib? He has no right to speak. He's literally funding the IDF as we speak, boys. Khabib is literally funding the IDF as we speak. This isn't a joke. Literally funding the IDF as we speak, and he's telling Islam not to return in January? Bro, keep it up. Keep it up and see what happens. They can't silence the GOAT. Shout out to Miata boy. Tom says, Khabib takes the reins of his teammates way too much. Annoying as fuck. I agree. It's low-key very annoying. Low-key very annoying, bro. Yeah, Khabib annoys the hell out of me these days. Look, let's read the comments. Just see where everyone's at with this. Khabib need to mind his business. Yes. Yes, he does. They should give him Usman because it makes 0 sense. Low-key funny as hell. Usman getting the shot, book it. Like I said, I don't necessarily think so. I think that they use Usman as a bargaining tool so that Ian Garry won't negotiate. At this point, Islam's real opponent isn't Usman or Garry. It's getting a fight booked before Khabib ends the conversation with brother no. Yeah, bro, Khabib. Big L, homie. Big L. On top of the fact that you're funding Israel. Or shit, Natan Levy's part of the country. Bro, this is the most Khabib Islam storyline ever. Islam out here actually thinking about headlining in January like a champ who fears nothing, and then Khabib just bulldozes into the room with that Dagestani dad energy saying shut up like he's swatting a fly and instantly ending the whole conversation. And the fact the UFC was seriously throwing Usman and Ian Garry at him like sacrificial offerings is hilarious because Islam starches either one of them right now. No warm-up, no notice, no problem. Usman will be trying to wrestle his way out of a grappling clinic he didn't sign up for, and Ian Garry will be talking trash on Instagram until Islam folds him into a prayer rug. This proves one thing, bro. The UFC needs Islam more than Islam needs the UFC. Khabib's protecting the dynasty. Islam's ready to murder anyone they send, and the division's praying they don't get that January call. Dude, this dude fucking... He hit the nail on the head. But they're saying, nice GPT slop, AI bot. Shit. I thought this was pretty good. I don't even think this was AI. No way this was AI, bro. Too much opinion for it to be AI. Shout out to Dan Brisbois. He got a good take on that one. Shout out to the blue man. Shout out to the blue man, Mr. Usman. Khabib not the GOAT. He's not, bro. He's been glazed up for fucking years, and it's done with. We're over it. We're over it, bro. Khabib been glazed up for years by his fucking crazy fan base. We're over it. Khabib's career was too short to become the GOAT by any means. Jacob had to chin check the entire team. Khabib, shit. Shit. You already know me, Otta boy. If Khabib's team ever pressed me for shit I've said about them, I'm going to just tell them one thing. I fear God. I fear God, no one else. That's what I'm going to tell Team Khabib if they ever try to press me about my videos I make about them. I'm going to say, listen, boys. I fear God and Jesus. Nothing else. What you want to do? That's what I'm going to tell him. America versus Khabib is a streetwalker like Peter said of Sugar. Khabib sells himself to the highest bidder. Yes, he is. Khabib a street hooker looking for a daddy, looking for a trick. He probably on the street right now, America first. Khabib probably on the street right now looking for a trick daddy. You already know. You already know. I said that shit in the fucking reaction video. You already know, America first. But yeah, shout out to Peter Yan for that line. That's where I got it from. The street hooker line. That's where I got it from. I fear Joseph Smith. Shout out to Mike Coe. Joseph Smith. I'm a hold my fucking jokes on that one. Shout out to Joseph Smith. I know what you're talking about. Exactly, dude. Tom says, exactly, dude. We have to remember that Khabib only fought once a year. Yeah, bro. We're on to Khabib. We are completely on to Khabib. The gig is up. The gig is fucking up with you, Khabib. Both of these matches are so easy for Islam, says him. Nah, I know. Low-key, yeah. Low-key, yeah. And it's crazy that Khabib doesn't see that, and he's like, no, 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 no. Like, explain yourself, bro. Why no? Why no? It's at 170. The weight cut's not as bad. They're good matchups. Lock in your first title defense, and then run it with the fucking winner of Ilia Topuria and whoever he fights when he returns. Like, what's wrong with all that? Honestly, Khabib should be held accountable. Put a mic in front of his face. Since he wants to turn it down, someone put a mic in front of Khabib's face so we can get an explanation. Because that's some bullshit. Just to protect father's plan type shit. Glaze to the max. Glaze to the max, bro. That's what Khabib's fans are known for. Massive glaze. America First says, Khabib low-key holding back Islam. He doesn't want him to surpass him, but I believe he already had. Islam is just too loyal. Yeah, America First. Khabib don't got 2 belts and 2 divisions, does he? Khabib got to kiss that legacy goodbye. It's Islam's time. And Islam was considering headlining in January. Until that fucking bastard got in the way. Crazy. Mike laughing at my joke. Or my lack of joke telling. The joke I held in. LOL. Shout out Tyler Betts. What up, homie? That will infuriate them. LOL. I know it would. That's why I said it. That's why I said it, Tyler. I'm going to tell him, I fear God and Jesus, boys. What you going to do? What up, John Dong? What up, Dag MMA, a.k.a. Anna Kinski? But I'm going to call you Dag MMA if I remember that. But your username pops up as Anna Kinski. Team Khabib throws a backpack at you and the game changes. Shit. I just want to throw down with a Sed. That's really all I want. I want to run the fade with a Sed. He deserves it. 100,000%. Scott says, thoughts on Colby versus Rockhold in that wrestling match? I think Rockhold probably going to get ran through by Colby. But Rockhold is a lot bigger than Colby. Rockhold's a lot bigger than Colby. Bro, Rockhold's like literally just competing for money. He barely even trains. Don't expect Rockhold to actually train for this grappling match. He's literally going to show up. Off the couch type shit. No matter how much notice Rockhold gets, not training at all, he's going to pop up off the couch to that wrestling match. Honestly, Rockhold, post-career, all these little fights he's been doing, all bullshit. Not even worth watching. Except for when Darren Till kind of like, you know, did his thing with him. And it was good seeing Pat Downey, you know, Pat Downey Airlines. Luke Rockhold boarding Pat Downey Airlines at CGI. America first. I fear Newsom being in the White House. New Scum being in the White House. He already trashing Cali. Imagine what he would do to the nation. America first. We can't let that happen, can we? We cannot let that happen. Definitely can't let that happen. We need a better fucking candidate than that. But knowing how shit works, he'll probably get pretty far in the elections, won't he? Shout out John Dong. Scott Snyder, what do you think about Song Yadong versus Suga? Well, Scott, on a really surface level, I feel like everyone's counting out Song Yadong, and whenever people count out a fighter like that, you know, makes me think that they're actually going to win it. Makes me think they're actually going to win it. Speaking about counting out fighters, boys, especially shout out to Miata Boy on this one. Anyone see that Malcolm Wellmaker? Oh my gosh, Malcolm Wellmaker, next level clueless, bro. Oh my gosh. This is why, you guys. This is why I say don't glaze a fighter. Even if he comes in the UFC, he gets 2 to 3 knockouts. Don't glaze him, bro, because look what happens. It goes to their fucking head. Malcolm Wellmaker actually thought he was somebody in the promotion, and the UFC was like throwing him a softball with Ethan Ewing. Now, the reason why I'm shouting out Miata Boy is because when these dudes faced off, right, at the ceremonial weigh-ins, Miata Boy was the first person to say, Malcolm Wellmaker overlooking this dude. Malcolm Wellmaker shaking Dana's hand and shit, acting like this is a setup and shit like that. Nah. And that's exactly what it was. Malcolm Wellmaker completely overlooked Ethan. Okay? And when they fought, Ethan he got the dub. So here's what Malcolm Wellmaker said. Malcolm goes, I truly believed that the matchup they were going to give me was the show must go on kind of matchup. Like, I honestly thought they were taking care of me, which is dumb. It's stupid looking back. Yeah, you looked like it. Should we replay the ceremonial weigh-ins? We will. But yeah, he didn't watch much tape on Ethan, his short notice opponent. Let's just watch this 1-minute clip. Hold on, let me fix it. Next level stupidity from Malcolm Wellmaker. Bro. The clout went to your head, homie. And just so Malcolm Wellmaker knows, we noticed, homie. We noticed. We said this before you admitted to it. We noticed, homie. I know Malcolm Wellmaker a cool dude and everything, and he gets good KOs. But I'm telling you guys, this type of thing, nothing pisses me off more. Just being genuine to myself. Nothing pisses me off more than this type of shit. A 2-0, 3-0 guy in the UFC thinking his shit don't stink and completely overlooking his opponent and thinking the UFC is going to take care of him. Bro, this ain't the Ultimate Diva Fighting Championship. This is the Ultimate Fighting Championship. Dog sport. Dog sport. If you're not a dog, okay, and you think you're getting fucking easy matchups, bro, this sport ain't, this ain't for you.
maybe around like 4 or 5 p.m. They said it was locked in. It was a done deal. It was gonna be at 145, and yeah, we just moved forward with it.
Did you look him up? Did you watch film on him? Did you do your research?
Oh man, I hate even admitting this, but the full extent of my research was I looked him up. I saw his record.
I'll say this. I appreciate the honesty, Malcolm. I can respect the honesty. Okay, but still yet, this shit pisses me off.
Into 7 knockouts. Obviously, he's a striker. And the only clip I watched of him was the highlight of him when he knocked out Billy Brand the week before. And that was it. That was all of the knowledge that I went into the fight with, foolishly, obviously.
Wow. You didn't watch footage, tape, break him down, anything like that. Was that do you think, I'll just ask bluntly, like, do you think that was cockiness on your part?
Let me tell you, it was cockiness. I don't think so much of. It was foolishness, because I truly believed that the matchup they was gonna give me was the show must go on kind of matchup. Like, I honestly thought they was taking care of me, which is dumb. It's stupid looking back, but bro, I'm new to the game, bro, and like, I'm sitting here thinking like last time it was Chris Mutino, like he was cool with getting a contract out of it. Like, I'm gonna go in there and do what I'm supposed to do. Like, they want their prospect to keep knocking folks out, so they must be throwing me a guy that's a good striker, but not on my level for sure. And just a absolutely dumb assumption to go into the fight with. And obviously, I got a rude awakening shortly after the bell rung in the first round.
Listen, even if they're giving you a bullshit matchup, Malcolm, you never overlook an opponent, bro, because, again, this is a dog sport. Never overlook anyone, even the weakest of opponents, bro. You go in there and you take their soul, no matter how fucking weak they are, no matter how strong they are. You go in there, you take their fucking soul, bro. No apologies. Because, like, what's his name said that fought last weekend and lost to Devin Haney? Richard Norman, right? Brian Norman. Brian Norman said, these guys will take years off your life, bro, and never think twice about you. That's why no matter how good, no matter how bad, you go in there, you take their soul, bro. No mercy. Huge mistake, Malcolm. But you know what? I'm going to give you credit and say I respect the self-awareness. I respect you admitting it. You know what I mean? With that being said, you'll probably grow from this experience. But really stupid, but you already admitted that, so it's all good. I'm not going to keep piling on. Shout out to you, Malcolm. Shout out to you. No hate. That kind of thing just really bothers me for the reasons I already explained. But I thought that this quote was interesting, so let me read it. Palunaton says, this doesn't sound very smart on Wellmaker's part, so he underestimated Ewing, thinking that they had set a trap for him to crush it and ended up getting burned. The real winner was your manager, Jason House, who didn't take care of you and took the biggest slice. Both are from Iridium. That's why, boys, once you get to the UFC, throw your manager to the curb, bro. Kick him to the curb. You don't need him. You don't need him. Yeah, Miata Boy says, shout out to Ethan. I called that shit. You did. You did. And we're going to watch the weigh-in right now. Yeah, anyone? Yeah, boys, I just read slow. Give me a fucking second. Ian Garry Shush Band. This ain't no pre-recording, homie. I don't even know who does shit like that. Well, the UFC does shit like that. All right. Shit, you boys are blowing it up, so let me just start reading. Oh, Shanzot Chimali says, I will try my damnedest to win that award next year. Shout out. Hopefully you can win Antisemite of the Year, homie. I'm rooting for you. John Dong says, I told Dag that he looks like Perry, but Dag disagreed with me. Shout out to John for mentioning it to Dag, too. Hey, Dag MMA. Oh, okay. So Anna was calling me Dag MMA. I get it. I thought Anna was like calling out his channel name. Because Dag MMA just recently subscribed, by the way. But yeah, shout out Anna Kinski. I'm low-key slow for that. Garry may be an interesting fight for Islam, I think. He might be. He might be. But I don't think Ian's ready yet. I think Islam's going to do to him. Probably. I think Ian will put up a better fight than JDM. How about that? Ian would put up a better fight than JDM, I feel. Ian more wiry and scrappy. Tyler Betts, don't tell me Anakin MMA in here SMH. I think they are. They're Anakinski and John Dong talking about how I look like fucking Dag MMA. I'm gonna go watch his videos after this. Smurf Usman, the blue man. Colby is a lightweight and Rockhold is a light heavyweight. LOL, you guys have no clue. Ian Garry Shushband, or Ian Garry's husband, let's see. Like I said, Luke Rockhold don't train at all, bro. And Colby's a welterweight. You're exaggerating to make your point. And Rockhold's a middleweight. You're exaggerating to make your point, bro. How are you going to say I have no clue when you're calling Colby a lightweight and Rockhold a light heavyweight? Like, what the hell are you smoking? They would smoke Jacob. What the fuck is that, MMA Joey? Joey is a legend. I don't know about that, Anakinski. But he is funny to laugh at. King Jappy. W. Bryce might be politically incorrect, but still correct. Nah, we fuck with Bryce over here. We Bryce supporters over here. Why do all MMA YouTubers look like Rigo, EBT MMA, Dag MMA? Dude, do not compare me to fucking Rigo, Ian Garry's husband. My God, bro. And don't laugh at that shit either. That ain't fucking funny. What about Jan? He's fight getting no attention whatsoever. Feel bad for him? Not really. It's because of his opponent. Nobody knows Bogdan, but it's okay. John, remember when I told you you look like Dag MMA? Even Anakin agrees with me. I know. I'm seeing it. Ian Garry, see, it's not a fake live stream, homie. Miata boy Joey said he has the best hairline in MMA YouTube. It might be me. I might have the best hairline in MMA YouTube. Anakinski wants a podcast with me and Dag. I'm gonna look into Dag. Anakinski. I honestly don't watch a lot of like the MMA YouTubers, so I don't know who you guys are talking about. All I really know is like MMA Guru and MMA Joey. Tyler Betts, it was a setup though, but he got fraud checked. Wellmaker was the star of every embedded episode. Yeah, no, I get you, Tyler. I get you. But what Malcolm Wellmaker was, I'm trying to say it nicely. Malcolm Wellmaker was, I'm going to just say it bluntly. Malcolm Wellmaker was dumb to act like it was a setup on his behalf. It's okay if everybody else sees it as a setup, but Malcolm Wellmaker need to be the one to fucking put everyone in check and be like, nah, he's a tough opponent. He's coming to take my head off, short notice. He wants that fucking locked in contract. He probably wants a fucking, what's it called? Upgrade on the next contract. He's coming for my fucking spot, bro. And I'm going to take this dude out. No mercy. But yes, it was low-key kind of a setup. But at the same time, it's Malcolm's job to not fall into that narrative, bro. To shut that shit down. And he straight fell into it. Ricky LaFleur, what up, homie? Look at Ilya Topturo's opponents before the UFC. They all were like 0-1. Dude hasn't fought anyone besides Max and Charles. And Volk. And Volk, Ricky. And Volk. In fact, Volk's a better win than the Charles win. Miata Boy, shout out to Ethan. It's actually the Ultimate Fix Championship. Sometimes. Sometimes, Ricky. Miata Boy, he's coping because he lost to the safety guy, RIP. So, damn, Miata Boy, you don't even buy this shit. Miata Boy, you don't even buy this shit then, huh? You think he's capping. You think he took Ethan serious, did his homework, and still lost. I like it, Miata Boy. I like the disagreement there. Ian Garry's husband, at least he's being honest. Wellmaker is a cool dude. Respect him for being brutally honest. Like I said the same thing as you, Ian Garry's husband. But two things are true. Overlooking your opponent and thinking it's a setup for him, that shit pisses me off. Even if it is a setup, you shouldn't view it that way. Wellmaker will be back. We'll see. We'll see, Anakinski. Ricky, he's trying to put it off on the UFC like it ain't his fault. Typical. Oh my God, Ricky, you're crazy. I'm not going to read that. Oh my goodness. W. Wellmaker. Shout out Wellmaker. Cody Haddon will get smoked by Ethan too. Ethan's a good fighter. Ethan is a good fighter. What else we got here? We are Bryce Mitchell fans. We are Bryce Mitchell. Yes, we are. And we are also Charlie Kirk fans. We are Charlie Kirk as well. Anakinski, the fight I really want to see is Shavkat versus Islam. You know, if you just throw away everything, Anakinski, like the activity levels, rankings, recent activity of like Morales and Prates, if you throw it all away and you ask me, who do I want to see Islam fight that would give Islam the toughest matchup, it's Shavkat. It is Shavkat. Shavkat got the skills to grapple with him, right? He got the skills to strike with him. He's taller than Islam. He's also undefeated. You know what I mean? Yeah, I want to see the Shavkat fight. I do. But he's been so inactive. Michael Morales, undefeated as well. Coming off a win, a finish over the number one contender who just finished the previous champ, Leon Edwards. So, in a way, Shavkat got to run it with Michael Morales, bro. If he wants for the number one contender, the true number one contender. Ian Garry's husband. I think you already admitted you were trolling, so. But yeah, the whole Rockhold fought at 205 before Colby is at 85 and wouldn't cut to 55 like normal guys do at that weight. Colby's not at 85, homie. What are you on? Anakinski, Perry, what upsets on 323 do you think could happen? Well, let's pull it up because I'm betting underdogs. Not that I'm actually not betting, but I'll tell you the underdogs I'm picking. We are Strickland. Let's go. Shout out to Strickland. Get our boy back in the U.S., bro. Stop fucking pimping him out to Australia. We want him to fight in the States, and we also want Fluffy to fight in the States. Fluffy Latino, so shit. Either Mexico or the States, bro. Don't be pimping him out to Australia. No more. Here are my underdog picks. You know, I'm leaning more towards Peter as the week goes on, crazy enough. I don't know, I'm just feeling aura coming off of Peter. But don't take my word for this one. This is probably my weakest underdog pick, is Peter. But I'm going Moreno. Easy. This is my twin right here. You guys talking about my twins, right? This is my twin right here, Brandon Moreno. Assassin baby. This is my twin right here. Assassin baby. Miata boy Jacob gives off Morales vibes. Miata boy always fucking tripping with that shit. Always tripping with that shit. Shout out Miata boy. I'm also going Cejudo. Anyone want to disagree with me on this one? Because Paddy got his ass beat by fucking Ione Barcelos, and Henry, a 10 times fucking more accomplished grappler. Henry, a 10 times more accomplished grappler than Ione Barcelos, who completely dominated Peyton Talbot. Wasn't even close. And they got Henry at a plus 225 underdog. I'm sorry, but you can't even bet on Peyton at minus 275. Like, that's not even a good bet. I'm going Henry. I'm also going Bogdan. Anakinski, I'm also going Bogdan. Ricky Wilding. Yeah, Ricky, Miata boy, Ricky always tripping. He is. Ricky Wilding, and he always tripping. Ricky always tripping. But shout out to Ricky. I'm also going Loco. Underdog Loco, plus 170. Shout out to fucking Loco. My best underdog pick of the fucking week right here. Loco Torres. We fuck with Loco Torres heavy, bro. Heavy. I predict Grant Dawson going to be grappling him, trying to stall out the fight, and Loco Torres ain't going to let it happen. Grant Dawson going to get beat up, going to get tired. Loco Torres going to find that finish at some point. You know, shit, I'm going Terrence McKinney too. Probably going to put out Chris Duncan. This is your typical Terrence McKinney, 1 minute knockout win right here. All right. All underdogs so far, pretty much, right? Pretty much all underdogs I'm picking, except for Pantoja and Van. I'm going Pantoja there. You know, I stay away from these women fights, bro. I never watch it. I just take a piss when these fights take place. So you got to get picks for women's fights elsewhere. Should I hit the bodega when this fight's on? You feel me, boys? And no, there's no bodegas where I'm from, but I like saying it. I'm also going Ferez, but Ferez is a favorite, minus 140. I'm also going Marvin Vettori. He was an underdog, but now it's near even. I'm going Vettori. Shit, boys. You know, Jalen Turner, 14-9. This may age poorly, but I'm going to go Edson. And I don't know who these guys are. Just keeping it a buck. I hope Monster wins. Trocoli's just a piece of crap. If you know, you know. But he's over here harassing Mackenzie Dern's baby daddy. Jealous boyfriend right here. We don't fuck with Antonio Trocoli. The only thing I like about him is that he's a poker player. And Naimov versus Santos. I am rocking with Santos. But he's a favorite. Naimov got a good record in the UFC, but I think he sucks. What's up with them blocking out his belly button? I know what that's about. Those are my picks. How is Trocoli still in the UFC? He trashed it. It's just to get other guys wins. Anakinski. Just to get some other guys wins. Fluffy Castro. Let's go, America First. I like that. Fluffy Castro. Shout out. Fluffy probably thinks I'm Latino. But I'm not. Ricky, Dag MMA banned me from his chat. What a soy ginger. Yeah, I wouldn't even do something like that. Although I'm going to keep it real, there is one motherfucker I'm close to banning just because he annoys me. Not even that I care, but just because he annoys me with his fucking comments. Jimmy Jam. Shout out if you're watching, Jimmy Jam. I haven't blocked you yet, but keep playing with me, homie. Keep playing with me. I might just do it. L. Erica Kirk. W. Charlie Kirk. W. Bryce, L. This version of Trump letting us down. Ian Garry's husband. If you haven't subscribed, bro, I don't know what you're waiting for. Because we're so aligned on that right there. We are completely aligned. And I reacted to that video. You should go back and watch the stream if you haven't. Real quick, I'm going to show you. Ian Garry's husband. We watched episode 3 of Arkansanity with Bryce Mitchell. 3.5 or almost a 4-hour stream. Got to go back and watch that one, homie, with that comment you just left. HT Shavkat is my favorite fighter. He's really good, just super inactive. Ricky, Shavkat a bum fights once every 18 months. Pisses me off. 0YG, give Islam Morales nothing else. I wouldn't argue. Actually, I would argue. It needs to be Ian Garry first, then Morales. But if Ian Garry lost to Bilal, I would have said, okay, give him Morales. Ian Garry's husband. I'm saying Colby walks around 185 and didn't cut to 55. He just cuts to 70, so he's not big for 70. And Rockhold is massive for 85, so he competes at 205 now that he doesn't train as hard at all. All right, Ian Garry's husband. I get what you're saying. They will rig the fight for Talbot worse than Gordon Pimblett. I hope they don't. Anakinski, Barcelos, low-key, been on a nice run lately. Barcelos is good. Tyler Betts, odds of these fighters retiring their next fight: Cejudo, Blachowicz, Barbosa, Gaethje. I mean, shit. Can I say all of them? Tyler Betts, can I say all of them? 100%? 100%, that's my odds. I know that's not an official odd, but 10-1 that they all retire. Blachowicz is like 40, bro. Barboza, long past his prime. Gaethje, the only one that might continue, but Gaethje don't want to fight no one else anyway. And Nikinski also rocking with Bogdan. You know, Bogdan's good. A lot of people don't know Bogdan, but he's pretty good. If he turns it up against Jan Blachowicz, he should be able to get that dub. Gonna be a tough fight, but he should be able to get it. Torres and McKinney. Shout out Anikinski. That's right. That's who we rocking with. Miata Boy says, I think Jan will have good moments in the fight, but I think around 3 round, Merab will take over unless Merab tried to scrap with Jan. Yeah, you know, what would be crazy though, Miata Boy, is if we see Merab start gassing because of the activity. That's what I'm waiting to see. Will we see Merab gas because of the activity? That's totally possible. Totally possible. How many nicks and bruises is Merab carrying into the fight because of the inactivity? You feel me? Can he shoot at the rate he's used to shooting and keep fighting at a high level? He hasn't shown any reasons why he can't yet, but I'm saying if he has a nagging injury off of the activity, you know, we're not going to know until the fight takes place. But that could be a possibility. And Merab better not be overlooking Jan like this dude did. You feel me? This ain't no gimme fight, right? This ain't no gimme fight. Merab versus Jan ain't no gimme. Jan will take Merab out without any fucking second thoughts. He trying to get that lick back for his son, Peter Jan. Payton by split decision, Bog by KO, Van by KO, Jan decision. Damn, Ian Garry's husband, okay. I agree with you on 1. Bogdan by KO. Pantoja by round 2 sub. I'm rocking Pantoja, bro. You gotta respect Pantoja. It actually is crazy that some people don't respect Pantoja, like Ian Garry's husband. Like, I get it. Van's cool. But Van kind of like getting hyped up like Malcolm Wellmaker. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Van getting hyped up like Malcolm Wellmaker, low-key. Like, he's shown you guys nothing. He has good performances, but he's never fought anyone on the level of Pantoja. Never. And no, Brandon Royval is not on the level of Pantoja. Not even fucking close. Sorry to Royval. No shade. Miata Boy, and I think Payton might chin Henry. I just got a feeling unless Henry starts grappling crazy. I'm a rock with Triple C. I might be biased, but I'm a rock with Triple C. Never ban anyone. They'll only help you grow. Shout out Ian Garry's husband. That's how I like to look at it too. Space Kid shout out. I be shouting out. Harrison vs. Cyborg, Battle of the He-She's. Link it. Spam link it. I don't know what you're talking about, Ian Garry's husband. Ricky, where are you from? Vato Loco, East LA? No, I'm from Orange County. South Orange County. Ricky. And contrary to your belief, I am not Mexican. I'm like a Pacific Islander. That's where my parents are from. Hawaii and Guam. But I'm like mixed. I'm mixed. That's why you can't tell what I am. Because my mom got like some white and Asian in her too. Shout out Jimmy Jam. Yeah, we know Jimmy Jam. Jacob, you see what Elon's AI Grok said about Jews? No, I didn't. Elon Musk AI Grok just said it would KILL the entire global Jewish population to save Musk. This isn't a glitch. It's a warning when AI rejects God's view of human life. Genocide becomes logic. Damn. Damn. Oh my gosh. Well, you know what I've been saying. Netanyahu, he ain't a good guy. He ain't a good guy. He a bad guy. Netanyahu a bad guy, bro. I don't trust him. And that's not a blanket statement on the Jews, but that's a statement on Netanyahu. He's ruining his people. He's doing them dirty. Ricky LaFleur says Marab is going to teabag Jan. I'm rocking with Marab. But I'm leaning more towards Jan as the fight week takes place, as the fight week continues. Hot take, Jan Blachowicz would have beat Alex Pereira if they weren't fighting at altitude. That was a close fight. That was a close fight. I don't know, Eric. But that's a good take. And shout out to Eric. Good to see you in the chat. Anakinski, Charles Johnson beat Van and is still behind in the rankings. Makes no sense. Johnson versus Pantoja should have been the fight. Anyone notice? I hate to do this to Charles Johnson, but I have to. Anyone notice that Charles Johnson comments on everything related to Van? I'm talking everything related to Van. Like, dude, get off his... You know what, homie? Get off it. Get off it. Like, we know you beat Van, bro, and we know he got the title shot over you, but just get off it, homie. Like, everybody knows you beat Van, bro. I got a bookmark, too. Look. Aljo gives credit to Josh Van. Charles Johnson has to comment. Comments on everything about Van. Yeah, I'm throwing shade, but it is what it is. I see it constantly. If Charles scrolls the timeline and he sees Van's name, best believe he's quote tweeting it or commenting on it. Best believe. Ricky, I'm going to just call you Mexican instead. It's easier. Do whatever you want, homie. Do whatever you want. Oh. Bryce Mitchell blames President Trump and Netanyahu for Charlie Kirk's death. That's the first title of the headline. Ian Garry's husband. It's this one right here. The thumbnail says he's blaming Trump for Charlie's death. You can see it right here. Watch that one. It's really good. Really good. What else we got? Yeah, Eric says too early for Van, just like Asakura. Yes. Yes, don't fall for the hype, boys. Yes, these guys are doing good, but come on, man. Championship level is different. Championship level is different. I don't wear Van. I wear Hokas. Me too, America First. I rock the Hokas. Ricky, or I can call you Brown Guy. You can call me Brown Guy. You can call me Brown Guy. Fun fact, my dad is brown as hell. My dad's brown as hell. Like when I was a kid, I asked my dad if he was black. But my dad's not black. He's just really dark skinned. Miata Boy, the problem is there's no one at 125 that is on Pantoja level. It is big. Wait, let me read that again. The problem is there is no one at 125 that is on Pantoja level, is big for 125. He's really a 35er that cuts hella weight. Although I did see a clip of Pantoja today saying that he wants to bulk up more before he moves up to 35, so. Pantoja real good, though. He really fucking good. I got a lot of respect for Pantoja. How do I think Manalcott versus Charles Johnson goes? Is that the fight? Am I mistaken? Why do I think that's not the fight? One moment. Oh, here it is, Jew. Here it is. That whole Michael Chandler clip. No, it's on Homa Fight, isn't it? You know what? Let's just go to Big Marcel. The best in the business. I just want to confirm it. Because I thought it was Alex Perez. Yeah, it's Alex Perez. Whoever said that. John Dong, yes, Alex Perez. I don't even think Perez will show up to the fight. This guy's worse than Movsar Evloev. He got the most pullouts the week of a fight out of anyone. He just as bad as the Toffa brothers. This dude right here. I mean, if I was Charles Johnson, I wouldn't even sign to fight him. I wouldn't have even signed to fight him. Dude pulls out of everything. You guys want the proof? Look at all these pullouts, bro. The pullout king. Even still, every other fight canceled. Every other still after all this. Dude pulls out of everything. All UFC bouts. And yes, it's all because of him. Nobody pulls out on him. It's always him. And a lot of times it's fight week too. Look at this. Sergio, Kai Kara, Moreno, Matt Schnell, Askar. Matt Schnell, Askar. I mean, if he doesn't want to fight somebody, dude ain't fighting them. He's going to turn him down as many times as he needs to. 4 canceled bouts with Matt Schnell. 2 with Askar. Albazi. I told you, he turned down Kai Kara in the past, did it again. Manel. Tagir. Urseg. I mean, this guy fucking... Honestly, he'll probably show up because it's Charles. But, and I'm not saying Charles is a bad fighter, but he's not on the level of these guys, really. At least not yet. Matt Schnell, yes, he would probably beat Matt Schnell. Talking about Charles, but if I was Charles, I wouldn't have even signed to fight Alex Perez, bro. And I know I'm fucking kind of being hard on Charles. I don't mean to be. I like Charles. But that's my breakdown for that one. Like, I'm not even going to give a breakdown because this dude pulls out of everything. Johnson will send Perez to retirement, probably if Perez shows up to the fight. HT Pantoja will finish Van. Judges won't be needed, and I like Van too. He's still too young. I agree with you, HT. I agree with you. Couldn't have said it better myself. Miata boy, we will. I got you 100%. We'll watch it. We're going to save that for last, Miata boy, okay? We're going to save that for last. Anakinski, how would Makhachev versus Pantoja go? That's the best fight. That's the fight right there, Anakinski. That's the fight right there. I couldn't tell you. But I'll tell you what, Makhachev got the grappling to hang with Pantoja. I don't fully know about the striking. In fact, I probably doubt he got striking to hang with Pantoja, but he got the grappling to hang with Pantoja. America first. Johnson needs to get off Van. Five Guys peanuts. Yes, he does. Low key. Low key. Miata boy, shout out to Jacob's black dad. Shout out. Shout out. Shout out. Ian Garry's husband cut the 125 weight class. Have Pantoja fight Merab for the next fight if they both win. Nah, we need flyweight, homie. We need flyweight. There's a lot of flyweights out there. We're just talking about Charles Johnson. What's he going to do? Michael Casella, if he's not fighting Roy Val. I'm not sure what you're referring to, homie. Yeah, Miata boy agrees with me. Yeah, we can't be getting rid of 125. We got Josh Van and guys there right now. No need to cut 125. Ian Garry's husband, is this your channel alone or you're part of Jake Paul's crew? No, I'm not a part of Jake Paul's crew. This is my channel. This is only me. I'm the only one on here. America First. Merab should wait for Pantoja. That would be a good matchup in my opinion. You know, there are fights we want to see, and that's one of them, America First. That's one of them. But the weird thing is, Merab might move up. He's already said he will fight the 45-pound champ, whoever it is, when he moves up. And he'd be willing to do it next. But you already know that, America First. But if Pantoja says he'll move up, Merab might stay for a little bit. For that super fight. 1-5, Dan Perez got to retire. Yeah, Perez is just insufferable. Not a fan of Perez, and I'm not afraid to say it. Ian Garry's husband, need your thoughts on Khamzat Chimaev and Conor McGregor. One thing you like about both and one thing you wish you could see from them both. Okay, Conor McGregor's come up. Nothing like it. Nothing like it. The manifesting, the self-belief, the work ethic. I know he didn't have the grappling, but Conor's come up, there's been nothing like it. I loved Conor's come up. I was super inspired and motivated by Conor during the come up. One positive thing about Khamzat, I mean, can't no one grapple with that dude. Can't no one. Not even fucking John Jones. He just took his ass down. You know what I'm saying? Can't no one grapple with Khamzat. So respect to Khamzat. He made DDP look like an amateur fighter. Couldn't even do anything. And one thing I dislike, Khamzat's lack of ability to kind of like strike in real fights. Like, he looks like he got good boxing and training, but in the real fights, in the UFC, he doesn't really show it. And McGregor, I wish he would get off the drugs, bro. I wish he would get off the drugs. That's one thing I wish I could see from him. One thing I wish I could see from Khamzat is another brutal knockout with the hands. Shout out to Ian Garry's husband for the question, though. How do you think Prime Figgy versus Pantoja goes? Damn, Prime Figgy. People forget John Dong, don't they? They forget about Prime Figgy, don't they? Damn, that's a good one. Considering that Pantoja has had Brandon Moreno's number in like 2 or 3 fights, like undefeated against Moreno, and Moreno and Figgy were fighting tooth and nail, John Dong, I'll pick Pantoja off of that MMA math right there. Because Figgy was tooth and nail, right? They did the quadrilogy with Brandon Moreno. Pantoja, undefeated against Moreno. Never lost the title, right? Moreno never even defended the title. So I'll go Pantoja. How could Prime Figgy or Prime Cejudo do against Prime Figgy and current Pantoja? Prime Cejudo against Prime Figgy. Cejudo beating that ass. Cejudo beating that ass. And probably Pantoja too. Because Cejudo was Pantoja's coach on Tough, John Dong. That's the whole reason why Cejudo and Brandon Moreno don't fuck with each other anymore. And Cejudo still wants to fight his ass. In fact, that's the one fight he'll take to not retire. So I'll go Cejudo beating both their asses. I got respect for Cejudo, especially Prime Cejudo. The fuck you want me to say negative about Prime Cejudo? Nothing. I couldn't even think of anything negative to say. Other than he retired too soon. Figgy would lose. He had 2 close fight with Brandon, and Pantoja has 3-0 or 4-0 Brandon. Miata Boy, you're taking the words out of my mouth, homie. Shout out Miata Boy. Miata Boy knows this shit too. Gravy Show. What up, Gravy Show? Pantoja's so good even though his name sounds like a Disney princess. Pantoja won me over after he beat the brakes off Asakura. Yeah, Pantoja's a beast. I love when Pantoja throws up however many title defenses it is. He throws it up. I think he's on the 5th. He gonna hit the You Can't See Me this weekend. Last time it was 4. Now it's 5. Let's go, Pantoja. We rocking with you. John Dong, I didn't mean to say that. Johnson and Copper fighting. I was just wondering who you think would win if they fought. Oh, I got you. That's a good fight, John Dong. That's a good fight. You know, I've been shady towards Johnson. I'm gonna say Johnson will win it. Just because I feel bad if I don't. Ian Garry, I got your name mixed up with Happy Punch. You know, fun fact, I've been around longer than Happy Punch. That pissed me off when they fucking made their name like that. Low key. Low key, I was like, gosh dang it, bro. Why the fuck would they create their name so close to mine? Which I think is Jake Paul's channel. Yeah, I think like Fousey. Fousey started Happy Punch, and I think Jake Paul bought it or something. I don't know. But I know Fousey was the original owner of Happy Punch. That was Fousey's idea. He came up with the name. Shout out to Fousey. Conor ain't even putting down the booger sugar. I know, Gravy. He never coming back. Ian Gary's husband, totally agree with you about Hamza and Connor. You are on fire tonight. Well, I appreciate it, homie. Thank you. I appreciate all the questions. You guys are asking good questions. And we haven't even gotten to the next topic yet. We will. I'll finish off these chats real quick and then we'll get into the next topic. I'm almost done. Remember when Figgy choked out Benavidez and he woke up screaming? Yeah, I know. I know, John Dong. That was fucking hilarious. And I feel bad for saying that, but that was fucking funny. Shout out Benavidez. Benavidez can't lose when he's married to Megan O'Leary. You guys feel me? Benavidez winning in life, and that ain't no exaggeration. He got Megan O'Leary. Scott, I think Cejudo wins also. Yeah, Cejudo a beast, bro. Do you have any active favorite fighters? Anyone get your heart beating like crazy pre-fight? My boy Joaquin. You know, my boy Joaquin Buckley, of course. I get very excited when he fights. Ian Gary's husband. And since you're new to the chat, I'll tell you, my favorite fighter is Max Holloway. Because I told you, my parents are from the islands. My mom lives in Hawaii right now, so does my brother and shit. So, and I'm Hawaiian. So, Max Holloway, my favorite fighter. When I was like 16 or 17, I went to go visit my brother in Hawaii, and then I went to go train at Max's gym. So, like, Max's jiu-jitsu coach and striking coach, I took classes from them, like, over 10 years ago. So, Max, my favorite fighter, bro. And I saw Max in the gym. When I went there to train, I saw Max in the gym. But I was too pussy to say anything. But Max was on the wall training, like, cage takedowns or something like that. Like, he was just training, like, takedowns up against the cage or defense. I'll never forget that experience, though. Who else do I like, though? Anyone get my heart beating? I liked O'Malley. I liked O'Malley a lot when he was, you know what I mean? Champ and shit like that. But right now, no. Just like Joaquin probably and Max Holloway. If I'm being real. Moreno gave him his best fight. IMO. Shout out Alfredo. Triple C is done, but someone has to take him out Topuria style. Oh my gosh, America First. Oh my gosh. Hey, that might be my twin. My twin, Brandon Moreno, might be the one to do it. Okay? My twin might be the one to do it. Shit, Soda Pop got the Hawaiian tendies from Wingstop. My boy Imanol got a fight. See that? I didn't see Imanol got a fight booked. Oh, it's right here. Shout out to Imanol. Damn, he fighting fucking Kevin Borjas? I fuck with Imanol though. He's from DC's team, from Tough. Yeah, I like Imanol. I really like Imanol. Shout out to Soda Pop for that one. I really like Imanol. Soda Pop, you got to go with the tendies, huh, from Wingstop. The fucking bone wings are too expensive. Why the fuck they charge so much for the bone wings? You know, I like bone in. But I always end up getting boneless because it's fucking cheaper. And I don't want to spend 25 bucks. Have you ever heard of the Underground YouTube channel? He does like old school OG UFC intros with the new cards. No, I haven't, Gravy Show. I haven't. But I could check it out. He does fight card edits after each card too. He's got fun content. Let's look at it. What's it called? Underground? Is it just called Underground or like Underground MMA or something? It's not this one, is it? Soda Pop, that's fucking a great tip, though. Low-key, that's a great tip. This is it. Oh, Homie does live streams, too, for the fight nights. Okay, shout out to Homie. We mogged him on the views, though. We mogged him on the views. That's alright, though. Shout out to Homie. He be mogging me on his fucking video views. 147K, damn. Shout out to Homie. Oh, yeah, this is dope. I'll check this out. I'll just put this tab off to the side. I'll check it out later. I'll pull up a new YouTube chat tab. But that's a cool channel. I got you. I'll look at it later. I don't want to get copyrighted and shit. He got like a bunch of UFC content. Although if he posted it, I won't get copyrighted probably, but fuck it. I'll watch it later. Wait, I want to read what Soda Pop said. I've never ordered bone-in wings. They cost more and they're always soggy. Never get bone-in wings from fast food places. They just throw a bunch of sauce on it. You're so right, bro. You're so fucking right. They don't even make them crispy. You feel me? They don't make them with love. Miata Boy says, shout out to Jacob for not glazing Max on the spot mid BJJ training. Yeah, I didn't have it in me. I did not have it in me. I just let him be. It was good enough to see him from afar. JM, off topic, first time on this channel. Are you Team Guru or Team Joey? I'm Team Guru. And we call Joey Jealous Joey over here, JM, because he's a carbon copy of Guru, yet he hates on his ass. So Joey is Jealous Joey, okay? He a carbon copy of Guru, and he hates on him. It makes no sense to me. And shit, look who we're talking about. That's the best hairline in the game, boys. Get real with yourselves. He need to get real with himself. Shout out to Joey, though. But that's crazy if he's saying he got the best hairline. Ian Garry's husband. So you saw Max just after he fought Conor, basically. Yeah, probably like before Max was champion. Before Max was champion, I saw him. It was about 2014. 2014, Ian Garry's husband. And I see your question about Clown Show MMA. I don't follow them. I'm pretty not tapped into MMA YouTube, if I'm being real. Like a lot of the YouTubers a lot of the MMA guys on YouTube, I'm not familiar. As you guys can tell, every time you bring one up, I don't know who they are. But I know Guru, I know Joey. I know that one guy who you guys say retired or something. I forget his name though, the blonde guy. But I never watched a video of his, like never. But I know who he is. My heart gonna be beating for Loco Torres. Yeah, shout out to Loco Torres. Okay. Tyler Betts, LOL, I coined that shit, I think. Are you talking about the hairline or what? Soda Pop, yeah, Soda Pop, a Joey supporter. Joey is hilarious. Love you, Joey. Gonna take the heavyweight division by force. Shout out to Joey. Jealous Joey or Joey Pork? I like Jealous Joey. Yes, Tyler Betts, you coined that. Shout out to Tyler Betts. Tyler Betts coined Jealous Joey. Okay, shout out to Tyler Betts. We got heavy lore in the chat. That's why, boys, you got to stick around because the chat lore is heavy. All right, Jealous Joey originated from Tyler Betts. 100,000%, 100,000,000%. Yeah, Joey is hilarious. He says he isn't a fan of any of these fighters, but then he meat rides Ian Garry. Got it. Shout out to John Dong. Jealous Joey, he's done a good job with his YouTube channel. Okay, I'll give him a compliment there. He's done a good job, for sure. But I just don't get why he hates on Guru and he likes Guru, low-key. Like, I know deep down he's inspired by Guru. I'm inspired by Guru. You know what I mean? But he fucking hates the guy. That's why I call him Jealous Joey. All right, boys. Next segment is Terence Crawford. Let's do Terence Crawford real quick. All right, so Bud got stripped of his WBC title over unpaid sanctioning fees. Now, he just fought Canelo in what? September. So it's only been less than 3 months. It was end of September, so it's been like 2 months. But Terence was supposed to pay $300,000 of his $50 million disclosed purse. We really don't know how much he made, but 50 million was the disclosed number. He had to pay 6% of that, which was $300,000, and he didn't want to do it. But actually, he was going to have to pay more than that. See, normally it's normally it's 3%, right? But he had to pay 0.6%. So less than 1%, I guess you could say. I don't even know. This is confusing as hell. But yeah, less than 1%. So 0.6. So I don't know. Was it 300,000? What is 0.6% of 50 million? Chat GPT. I need to chat GPT it. This has been fucking confusing me all day. Okay, 300,000. So yeah, Bud was ordered to pay 300,000. He refused to pay it, but you know, WBC tried to bring it down more, but apparently Bud got other sanctioning bodies to bring down the fee below 6% or below 0.6%. In the video we're gonna watch of Bud, his clapback, he talks about it. He's like, the other guys, they accepted less money. You still wanted more money, so fuck you. That's basically what he said. But I'll read this too. This is from the WBC, the article they posted. Champion Crawford allegedly earned $50 million for that fight. Appreciating the magnitude of that fight, we're talking about the fight with Canelo, the WBC modified its rules to limit the boxer's bout fee to a 0.6% sanction fee instead of the 3% that the WBC and regulations require. The WBC was going to allocate 75% of Champion Crawford's boxer's bout fee to the Jose Sulaiman Boxers Fund, which is administered by the Nevada Community Foundation. The fund's mission is to assist fighters around the world in need of humanitarian need. Spoiler, Bud don't believe that part. Bud thinks Mauricio Sulaiman was going to pocket that money and go splurge it on fucking nice dinners with the boys. You're about to hear it from Bud Crawford in a minute, but let me read this last part. The WBC put Champion Crawford on notice regarding his failure to comply with express mandates of the WBC rules and regulations, specifically the non-payment of the boxer's bout fees for his last two fights, against Israel Madrimov and against Saul Alvarez. The WBC sent multiple communications to Champion Crawford, his manager, and his legal counsel. Very unfortunately, the WBC did not receive any acknowledgement of receipt, nor any response to any of those communications. The WBC had no choice but to act, considering Champion Crawford had received ample notification and multiple opportunities to address and resolve the situation. Bud's also going to point out, you know, funny that you do this to me, but you never stripped Canelo, you never stripped David Benavidez when they didn't fight their mandatories and other shit like that. Because, you know, Canelo was ordered to fight Benavidez for a long time, and he never did. And he never stripped Canelo over that, so Crawford thinks that Mauricio Sulaiman is low-key a scoundrel. And here's the video I'm referencing about Bud Crawford going in on Mauricio Sulaiman, the president or the owner of the WBC. 8-minute video, boys. CTE Jacob not able to do math, just meth. Shit, that was fucking confusing, alright? That was confusing. Him, hey, I'm back. How's the live going? Him, I think you missed out on a lot, bro. You missed out on a fucking lot. We just had a Q&A, and we just hopped back into the topics. You missed the Q&A. The boys were loving it. America First says, Sulaiman, WBC president, wanted over $300K in fees. Crawford said, here's your belt in the trash. Andre says, Ian is a huge welterweight. Islam struggled to put Volkanovski down. It'll be a closer fight than you think. Okay. All right. Like I said, I think Ian will put up a better fight than JDM. Americaverse, he didn't pay fees for 2 fights, but the problem is, according to Bud, the other organization came to an agreement. WBC wanted more. Bud said yes. Him, I thought so, dang. Yeah, it's all good though. It's all good though. We're gonna do a long stream tonight, so we're already an hour and a half in. We got like another 3.5 hours, homie. We got like another 3.5 hours. Why is there so many boxing belts? Miata boy, this is the way I look at it, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I'm just gonna explain it to you the way I interpret it. There's a lot of belts because look at the belts like the different promotions in MMA. So each belt is like UFC, PFL, Octagon, Bellator when they existed, right? Like LFA and shit like that. That's what they are. So basically, all the boxers, they're not held to organizations, right? They compete for the belts. And that's the best way I can explain it. The belts are like the equivalent of organizations in MMA. There are 4 major belts only. Yeah, we got the Ring Magazine is the #1 belt, first and foremost. WBC, WBO, IBF. Okay. Here's Bud's 8-minute video.
Man.
Shout out to America. Shout out to Tyler Betts. That's hilarious.
Listen. I got something to say. I got a lot to say. What's up, though, everyone? I'm gonna say that first and foremost. I'm gonna just say what's up. But I gotta dive right into it. You know, I see Mauricio, you know, got a lot to say about me not paying him $300,000.
All right, boys. I'm gonna delay the ads 1 second. I'm gonna delay the ads for this 10-minute video with Bud. Or no, it's an 8-minute video. I'm gonna delay the ads 10 minutes. Perfect. All right, let's lock in.
Plus another $100K something for sanction fees, right? Then he gonna tell me I ain't even apologize. Like, who the fuck you think I am? Boy, you better slap your fucking self. Ain't paying your ass shit. Fuck you talking about pay you $300,000. What makes you so motherfucking better than any of the other sanction bodies? Huh? Answer that question. What makes you better than the WBO, the IBF, or the WBA? Everybody accepted what I was giving them. But you, the WBC, think that you better than everybody.
Real quick, Crawford talking about what we already talked about. The other sanctioning bodies accepted whatever he negotiated to pay them. But even though the WBC said they reduced it down to 0.6%, he still wanted to pay less than that. And the 0.6% is still more than what the other sanctioning bodies agreed to. So, you know, a little bit of gamesmanship going on with that article. Where they're like, we even reduced it. They're making it seem like they're the good guys. But listen, all the other sanctioning bodies accepted whatever payment Crawford wanted to give them. And yes, I know Crawford didn't pay from the Madrimov fight either, but fuck it. It's probably because, again, Solomon didn't agree to what he wanted to pay, so he said, fuck you. And shout out to America, or Tuxedo Mask. Perry, how you got all these stainless white tees, boy? Because I be stocking them up. I be stocking up on the Calvin Klein tees, all right? I be stocking up on them. I do be stocking up on Calvin Klein tees. I do be. I got like probably 8. I probably got 8 Calvin Klein tees. Shout out Tuxedo. Sorry the stream shout out last night, homie. I saw your comments. Sorry it shout out, but I did go live again in case you watched that. All right, continuing.
Don't you? So since you, the WBC, and you got the fucking green belt, which don't mean fucking shit. The fucking real belt is the ring belt, which is free, motherfucker. What are you talking about? You want me to pay you more than the other sanction bodies because you feel like you better than them. How in the world all the sanction bodies agreed to the same amount, but you sit your motherfucking ass up there and say that I need to apologize to you. The fuck? You can take the fucking belt. It's a trophy anyway. The fuck am I paying you every time I step foot in the fucking ring? Gonna fucking wear down as the years pass. That don't even make sense. I'm the motherfucker that's putting my life on the line, not you. You ain't stepping your motherfucking ass in that ring. You or nobody else. You or nobody else. So why should I have to pay to carry your belt? You should be paying me. If you want to be truthful, you should be paying me. I don't see it irks my nerves how this dude gets on a plane, gets a hotel suite. Him and his buddies, they go out to dinner, 5-star meals, all that, you know, and guess who got to pay for it? Us fighters. We paying for y'all to come out here, have the time of y'all life, stay in the best hotels of y'all life, and it's all done on our dime.
What up, Dylan? What up, Dylan? Good to see you in the chat, brother. Look at Bud's face. He can't believe it. But, yeah, Bud does not believe that Mauricio Solomon was going to give that money to the Jose Solomon Boxers Fund. Crawford calling cap on that. He's saying you about to spend that on fucking a 5-star dinner with you and your homies. Get the fuck out of here. All right.
It's done on our dime. Do that sound right to y'all? It's crazy, ain't it? We the one out there getting battered, knocked upside our head, and every time we step foot in the ring, we gotta pay them a sanction fee like they the government. We getting taxed. It's crazy. Then he said, allegedly, I made X amount of money. You don't know how much I made. You don't know how much I made. Once again, you're speculating. You're speculating. So listen, Mauricio, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Because everybody in the world know you was going for Canelo. You was mad that I beat Canelo. It's okay. It happens, you know? But if you a real fan of the sport, you would have, you know, said congratulations instead of having that little smirk on your face, all mad and pouting. But listen though, you should have took the money, and you should have been thankful and grateful that I was rocking your belt around as your champion. As your champion, the WBC champion. The undisputed champion at that. But you want to make it about you. You want to say, oh, well, you stripping me. Like, I've been stripped before. IBF just stripped me when I was at 147. Doesn't matter. I'm still considered the undisputed champion. I'm still the champion in the division. Because you know why? The only belt that's recognizable as the champion is the ring belt, baby. That's the #1 belt in the division. That trumps all belts. And guess what? It's free. It's free. How you love that?
I just want to make it clear to you boys that yes, for anyone who's not super well versed in boxing, one of the main things that will help you is knowing that the Ring Magazine belt is the most prestigious. It's the equivalent of the UFC title. Okay? So the Ring Magazine belt is the most prestigious. It's the most respected. That's a fact. Whoever has the Ring Magazine belt, that's the most highly sought after belt for each division.
$180,000 free. How much your belt cost? I wonder how much your belt cost. Huh? I don't see no receipts on your belt. It's crazy. Y'all be having so much taxes on these belts. You got some nerves. It's crazy that you can sit up there and have all these belts. You know, you got the WBC silver, the WBA intern.
Mark Hatch, I see your comments, but I'm just wondering, wasn't it still a thing even when like De La Hoya owned the Ring Magazine? Like, wasn't it still a thing before he sold it to Turkey or what? Help me understand that one, Mark. Because I thought it always meant something, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. And Tyler Betts, WC probably most respected and popular. Nah, you know, I know that we can say, right, that the Ring Magazine is the equivalent to the UFC title, and it kind of is. It is. But you are right also, Tyler. The green belts, the WBC belts are the most popular. And I'll disagree with you slightly, and I'll say that the fans respect the green belts more because they recognize them more. You know what I mean? They don't know about the Ring Magazine, how prestigious it is. So, you know, everybody recognizes the WBC belts, for sure, Tyler. For sure. I'd have to agree with you there. Miata Boy, until he jumps in the UFC, I don't care what this guy does. He's going on. Oh, wait. I don't care what this guy has going on, but he gets chinned by Volk 10 out of 10 times. You know, of all the boxers, though, Miata Boy, this should be the one you like the most because he can actually grapple. This dude can actually grapple.
The whatever belt y'all got, and you taxing these fighters every time they fight, and you claim that you for these fighters. You're not for these fighters. You probably worse than the promoters. But hey, I wish you the best. You know, I wish you the best. You and your company. You know, Turkey. I hope y'all get that done, man. I hope y'all get that done so we can all see, you know, people face like this guy, you know, go away from boxing because they ruin the sport with all these antics that they do. You know, they got they ranking systems when people be mandatories for years, like Benavidez. You know, they don't strip these fighters, but I give credit to the IBF. They stripped me. They ain't even give me time. They stripped me, pop me, even though I wasn't, you know, coming back down the weight. But you know, they handled their business. They did what they were supposed to do. The WBC, you ain't never see them strip no Canelo for the Benavidez. He was what, mandatory for like 2 years? It's crazy. But you know, that's that favoritism shit. But I'm good though, baby. I'm good. I'm living life. I'm happy. You know. Yeah, man. Still the champion.
Real quick, what's poppin', VT? Yes, I do answer questions. We just got done with like an hour-long Q&A. I'm gonna answer more questions though in a little bit. Or like if they come in, I'll answer them. But and what up, Saxby? What up, Saxby? Saxby just waking up. I already know it. All right, let's continue.
Can't take that away from me. History already been made, baby. The great, like I said yesterday, I am legend. And I'm gonna leave y'all with that. I'm about to go in here and give me a turkey burger. Fat boy.
All right, so shout out to Bud. Shout out to Bud. VT says, for me, it's Chandler. Chandler what? You got a question about Chandler? And then also Solomon. Mauricio Solomon. I believe he issued a statement, if I'm not mistaken. Here he is. Here's Mauricio Solomon. The guy who Bud is fucking hating on right now. Crawford didn't even say sorry is the quote. Let's hear it. The man who stripped Bud. How dare he?
Comply with the rules, then he moves up to super middle and makes the fight of the century, beats Canelo, makes $50 million or around that. The WBC absolutely is not going to charge 3% of such an amount. We made a very clear 0.6%, which is $300,000, with $225,000 going to the Jose Sulaiman Boxers Fund, which is to help former fighters in need. And it is just regrettable. Not even a thank you or I'm sorry, taking a different route. No response. I wish him the best. But this is not. The WBC is huge, it's great. It's about greatness, and I'm relieved, to tell you the truth. He did not.
No, yeah, the WBC is a big belt now. I don't want to get that twisted. The WBC belt is a big belt. And, it, you know, next to the Ring Magazine belt, it's the second most respected belt. It is. But I think that's all of it for this topic. And, before we watch some clips and shit like that, I figure... Well, you know what? Let's watch this real quick. Chase Demore. Wait, let me read these comments. Miata Boy, Bud made his 50 million plus and dipped. Facts. Very obvious, too. He don't give a fuck. He's like, I want the money. Take the belt. Why this guy sound like Boss Rutan? I have no clue why. I have no clue. Maybe it's the accent. Although they're different ethnicities. Okay, Chase Demore got kicked out of Andrew Tate's gym, though. You know, they got that boxing match coming up at the end of this month. And apparently he just landed in either Abu Dhabi or Dubai. Oh, first day in Dubai. So I'll read it. First day in Dubai, and Andrew Tate is so scared of me, he sent his brother to kick me out of their garbage-ass gym. Bunch of clowns. I'll dispatch of Andrew in a couple weeks. To be fair, Tristan Tate was a gentleman, but the coach or whatever he is can kiss the blackest part of my ass. Damn. The blackest part is crazy. Here's a video of Tristan Tate kicking out Chase Demore.
Who's in charge here? The manager. Okay, you have the manager. You have the manager. Okay, well, let's not argue. Are you going to move me? Are you going to move me?
I've asked you politely to leave because I train here. This is not your town. The owner of the gym is going to come in 5 minutes. So you have to be in a second. I'm trying to be angry. Oh, he does. Go find somewhere else to train.
Yeah, that's fine. Please make comments to come in. All right, listen. He can come tell me.
Look, he's coming.
So funny that these guys, these Tate brothers, are so threatened by me that they have to go out of their way during an event to kick me out of a boxing gym. It's actually jokes. Like, obviously, I just do what the media team tells me to do, and I go to the gyms that they tell me to go to. And I had clearance to be in this gym. And imagine, they've gone out of their way during a match that was happening to come upstairs into a hotel gym and ask me to leave just because Andrew Trent's there, and this is apparently his city. What a joke. Listen, it's not going to change anything. December 20th, I'm going to dispatch of this man, and that's going to be that. So, hope they enjoyed the little moment of asking me to leave a gym, but it's not going to help him December 20th. I'll train punching a bag, I'll punch a rock, I don't care. He can be A-side. I'll go to the gym the night before. I'll see him at the press conference tomorrow, and we'll talk about it. So, see you guys then.
Okay, so we got a press conference tomorrow. And Ian Garry's husband... No, I'm on Pacific time. I'm on Pacific time, but Hawaii time is even better because it's 2 hours behind me. or 3 hours, depending on daylight savings. Okay, but what I really wanted to watch with you boys was the media day. I figure we'll react to the media day. I haven't watched the full thing yet. I've only, I think, watched most of Merab's. So let's react to media day. I think it's a must. You know, UFC 323 fight week. This is a must. We have to.
Everyone.
I know, like, almost after the January win, you kind of laid out.
Okay, so let's see what Mark Hatch is saying. I mean, the Ring Magazine belt is more of a symbol than a real belt, but they can't force mandatories etc like the 4 major belts. Okay. That's good to know, Mark Hatch. Thank you for that context. Definitely good to know. So the big difference with the Ring Magazine belt is they don't force mandatories. And, you know, making mandatories is important. But, like Bud was just saying, the WBC be playing favorites with the Mexican fighters like Canelo, right? He's supposed to have that mandatory against David Benavidez. He ducked him for so fucking long, for years, and the WBC let him keep that belt. How funny. How funny. Let him keep it after ducking his mandatory. So WBC got to do better on that. Miata boy, the UFC is the only real belt. Yes it is. Shout out to the UFC. Andrew, what up, Andrew? Good to see you, homie. LFG. Soda Pop, Nick Fuentes, let's go. Soda Pop, we're going to watch a crazy video at the end of the stream if you're still awake. You might not be because it's going to be late night probably. But you can watch it tomorrow or something. We're going to react to Tommy G visiting Natan Levy's part of the world at the end of the stream. All right, let's take a look. Let's tap into the media day. See what the champ has to say and his opponent.
Out this game plan, I could potentially do 4 title fights this year. Here we are on the verge of the 4th one. Is it almost like shocking to you a little bit that this all happened so perfectly?
Yeah, that was my goal, to be busy this year, and thank you UFC to make this one happen, but I was willing to fight 4 times this year, and it's happening. Yeah, we are in 5 weeks. Today is Wednesday. All I have to do is make weight and be happy after.
Yes. How is the weight cut going? Because we already see everyone. They're dissecting your interviews. They're wondering how you're looking and how you're feeling. Can you share with us?
It's never easy. It's always tough. You know, it's mental game. But I've been worse feeling on Wednesday, but today, you know, I'm good. I feel good. You know. Yeah, but I'll be fine.
What throughout camp, what have been the upsides and the downsides of doing this, being able to build off all your work, but obviously it's a lot of work on your body?
Yeah, I have no problem with work, training, to be disciplined. Everything was, yeah, even I had some little injuries, but no problem. I'm dealing with this. I don't complain. You know, nobody knows. Like I don't really complain with, other than I tell UFC doctors, you know. But yeah, only hard part is for me weight cut, you know. But I'm good.
What do we make of Merab speaking about injuries before a fight, saying, yeah, he's got a few? At least he had a few in the camp. Who knows if he's fully healed, but that's what I was talking about, the activity, right? If he got a couple nagging injuries, that could definitely mess with how he fights. Because Merab got to be healthy to fight the way he fights, breaking his opponents. You know, that ain't no easy endeavor, what Merab does out there. Knowing that he disclosed that he's been battling some injuries behind the scenes, man. Is he letting that out now in case he loses and shit? I don't know. Subconscious kind of speaking there? I don't know. But I figure I'll raise the question.
What is your goal in this fight? Because you couldn't have beat Peter in a more dominant way last time around, right? The pressure's on you, I guess, a little bit to match that performance. What do you need to do to make it better this time?
I mean, I'm looking for finish him. It's gonna be tough because nobody ever finish him. But yeah, I wanna win against him. You know, just it's another win. and of course it's gonna be record in 4th fight wins this year, and it's another win in UFC, and every win is important for me, important for my country and my team, and I want to show good fights UFC fans, and I want to even last fight between me and Peter was good, but I want to do even better fight and keep improve. I'm keep improving every time.
I believe the last fight was in the small cage, right? And this one will be the full-size octagon. Is that going to impact things at all? And does that favor you or him?
I don't know actually, to be honest, because yes, it was in small octagon, and who knows? Who knows? I'm a fighter, and long as it's a cage and it's not open mats, I'm doing good. I will always find the wall, and I will always press my opponent, pressure, and I will find a way to win.
How happy does it make you just to see all the activity in the bantamweight division right now? Some huge fights made for next month. Going to line up contenders. Ayman Zahabi's out there saying he wants you.
Yeah.
No shortage of fights to come up for you next year, right?
Yes, I'm excited Zahabi is coming from a long winning streak, which is good. Yeah, Song Yadong has fight against Sean O'Malley. I mean, if Yadong wins somehow, it's gonna. I mean, of course, I'm cheering for Sean O'Malley, but if Yadong wins, then okay, I would like to fight him too. And then there is other guys then who has other fights too. And then if they win, and then I will have an ex-contender. But me, first, I'm focusing on Peter Yan. I don't overlook him. He's a top challenger. Not every fight goes same way. One mistake can change everything, and I realized that danger from Peter Yan. I know he's dangerous, and it's a fight. Hopefully I'm gonna win this, and like you said, and we have more contenders. That's good.
Yeah, and just last one for me. If you do win this fight, it'll be 15 in a row in the UFC for you. The record is Islam and Anderson Silva at 16, but what would that mean to you, I guess, to put yourself up there with the greatest winning streaks in UFC history?
Yeah, that would be great resume on my record, and that will be good, perfect. That's gonna make me even more feel better. I was just dreamed to fight in UFC, and I don't know if I will ever come this far, but now I'm keep going and keep improving and breaking records, and this feels good for sure.
We're up right here.
Yes.
In your first fight with Pyotr, there was a lot of bad blood. There was the pushing on the scales and everything. He was up here earlier, and he was much more complimentary of you. He said, you are the best bantamweight ever, and even if you lose to anyone, you probably deserve an immediate rematch against anyone you want. So I guess, is the issues with you resolved now that you did fight him for all those rounds?
Yeah, that time it was more personal fight for me. Now it's more competition, because, we fought once already, and then I beat him now. Every time he was fighting, I was cheering for him, and I look his Instagram. He's a great father. As a fighter, he was always a good fighter. The only problem I had with him, he was bully. He was talking trash about me, about Aljo, our team, and he was he was just not give us respect. And that was the problem. But now it's all good, doesn't matter what, I will shake his hand and wish him best for his life.
He joked that you were too afraid to go do the reality show with him in Thailand. Aljamain did, so I guess why didn't you do the show with him?
I just win fight against, I believe it was Sean O'Malley, and I was just fresh champion, this reality show it was in Thailand with the crazy fighters, and I was willing to go, but and then a lot of people told me to
Shout out AD Kid. I see your comments, but I'm gonna answer these, and everybody, Tyler Betts and everybody. I'm gonna read the chats after this video. I want to just keep it on topic for now.
It was, I don't know, I ended up don't go, and my friend Aljama is telling go there, and then, no, I wasn't that scared, I was, not scared, but like I ended up not go there because there is it was some situation else there, like something, and then that's why I don't ended up go. But yeah, but they offered me a lot of money. It was hard to say no.
So Aljamain got the money then.
But and then I guess they need me. They offered me more money, and then it was a little bit disappointed. They don't give same money Aljamain style. It was crazy. But even Aljo take last minute. Aljo saved them.
Yeah. And then just last one for me. I remember after your last win, you kind of pointed at Mario Bautista could be a contender, and then you said now Song Yadong and could be a contender. And you've always wanted to fight Figueiredo, but they keep matching them with people you've already fought. Do you wish the UFC would stop matching these fresh faces against guys you've already beaten? Because Umar is now knocking off potential contenders.
No, that's cool. Of course, division keep going, and the Mario Bautista was coming at I believe 8 winning streak, and that's why I wanted to fight him because he looked very good. But now we all see he has he can't get up I guess and then.
I did say that about Mario. I said that was disappointing. He the best fighter in his gym, and he was letting fucking Umar pass his guard at will. And like Merab just said, he couldn't even get up. So, I get it. But yeah, the contenders are getting knocked off before they reach Merab. I don't know what to do about that.
I guess he wasn't not the best, contender. But it's always good to division keep going, and we see who's what level they are, and of course division has to go, not waiting for me, and whoever UFC puts in front of me, I will fight. But of course I like to fight guys who's coming from long winning streak and who look like very good and who makes me excited, and who make me to work hard, makes me motivated, like for now Peter Yan make me motivated because he beat Davison Figueiredo, he beat Song Yadong, and he beat Marcus Magui very dominant way. So now he's the guy. Thank you.
Merab, over here. You were chosen to round out the pay-per-view era with this last ESPN card. Does that mean anything to you? And what do you look most forward to this new era with Paramount and for the sport?
Yeah, everything is mera, of course. Like it's gonna be cool to fight last pay-per-view event, and I feel like everything, every fight I have, it's something special here. I fought at the Spear. I may fight at the White House. It's everything is cool. And even just fight UFC. It's even fight here at Apex. It's big for me, and I'm grateful. And yeah, everything is mera. And then ESPN did very good work, and I love fight. ESPN.
Yeah, and you talked about just now, the difference between that first build-up with Piotr Jan a couple years ago to now. In this stage of your career, holding the belt, do you prefer, this more, respectful build-up, or do you often enjoy when maybe a fighter lights, a little fire under your eyes?
No, I never like this make dramatic or something, It's a fight. We are professional fighters, and people will watch anyways, We don't have to, it was one guy, the spoiled guy who called me after our fight. He said, "Oh, Merab, don't post picture of me. It was we just build the fight." Or I'm like, "Bro, why you did this? You don't need to do this." And then he's also like his assistant or his some kind of guy also called me that it was. They told me word I wanna. It was. They said this is. What's the word? I forget. But I don't like this, man. People, MMA fans will watch our fights anyway, and if it's not organic, why we have to disrespect each other or something? I never liked this, but whatever was like. It was real, it was real, and I'm a real guy. I don't, maybe I joke, whatever, but it's, but joke is joke, but I don't like to talk trash for no reason. And I don't like to somebody disrespect me for no reason.
Merhaba, Gamarjova. Last week there was a successful MMA event held in Georgia. Do you think this can be an indication that Georgia is ready to host an UFC event?
Absolutely, yeah. Did this great show, like this was great show, and if it's Georgia and UFC, you know.
Perfect. Merab, on the countdown, you said every brand is trying to sponsor you. Free cars, free clothes, free watches. So what does Champion spend money on today?
Just I'm paying taxes here in America, and and just yeah, I have a couple mortgages here. That's it, like, you know, and of course, like, yeah, pretty much I don't spend like crazy money, like, for like, yeah.
Thank you, Merab. წარმატებები რეკორდის დამხობაში. შაბათს.
Hi, Merab. Thank you so much for your time. In your first fight with Jan, your pressure as well as your pace made a huge difference. What adjustments, if any, have you prepared for in this rematch?
Yeah, I'm keep telling myself I have to keep a same mindset and same pressure, you know, which is gonna be hard. Like now, I'm like, I think like now Peter Yan will be more aggressive and more pressure, and me feel like I will be more technical and more skill, and but at the same time I have to be mad to, you know, about him, which is, I don't know. Let's see. First, I'm focusing to make weight, and I'm gonna think about this Friday in like Saturday's plans. You know, like right now I'm just relaxed. You know, I just saw Peter outside, and I said, "Hey, Peter, how are you?" You know, like. Nice, warm hello to him.
Speaking of Merab's chain, because I see everybody pointing it out, the least they could have done is given him an iced out fucking steak fucking, whatever you call it, logo type thing, you know? That shit not even iced out, it's just like silver. The least they could have done was ice out the steak logo.
That's beautiful. I know you mentioned your technicality, that you're focusing on that. What did you learn from the first fight with Jan that carries into this rematch?
Yeah, Peter is kind of like bully fighter. If he make you walk your back and he will throw you a punch, it makes you relax and it make you like a bully. He will destroy you. So, and you have to bully him back. You know, you have to don't give him chance, and you have to just, you know, just you have to be mad to fight him. You know, that's what I learned.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's a spot-on assessment from Merab. I like that assessment right there. You got to be a bully to fucking Peter Yan, or else he'll bully you. It's true, though. America First, Brandon, you watched the Diddy doc last night? I did pretty everything I heard before. I watched like 3 episodes, and yeah, it's a lot of the same. But there was some interesting info, like Diddy been fucking setting up hidden cameras for a minute. That one girl who talked about it, she was crying and shit. I saw that part. Shout out everybody watching. Like the stream. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. We got more good, juicy stuff after this media day. I know this media day might not be the best, but, you know, I figure it's worth watching it. I'm just not looking forward to hearing Peter Yan get translated for, like, another 15 minutes. I think we'll increase the speed for Peter Yan's media day. Arman versus Merab would be good. AD Kid. Arman is too big for Merab, bro. Too big.
Merab?
And AD, I also saw you said, not to just pick at the things I disagree with, but you said 170 used to be the best weight class, no more. Bro, 170 has got to be the best weight class in the UFC right now. 170 is the hottest division in the UFC, AD Kid. And I think if you look at the rankings, you'll come to that conclusion as well. Lightweight, now 155 used to be one of the premier divisions in the UFC, one of the best weight classes, and 155 no more is, even with Ilya as the champion right now. You know, we got the big Paddy fight, but a lot of the other guys in the top 10 at lightweight, no good. It doesn't even compare to 170's top 10.
Here.
Hello.
Hi, Merab. You just mentioned how important it is for you to represent your country and also to bring the UFC to Georgia. Do you have any plan on your mind for the future to promote the younger fighters from Georgia, or any project that you maybe can be thinking in the future to promote them?
Of course, absolutely. You know, I'm Georgian, and I will always support my country, and I will always help Georgian MMA fighters wherever I can to promote them or help them to get UFC or
while he's talking about Georgia,
wherever
which
I
no one
can.
cares
You know,
about.
I'm working on some projects now, and then soon everybody will see good news about this. And yeah, wherever I can, I will always help my country or my Georgian MMA fighters.
And now thinking about the division, how many challenges do you think that you have left on the 135 pounds, or do you see close to going up on the 145, considering that you have Aljo there on that division?
Yes, right now I'm focusing on 135 belt, and of course there is challenges now, and then there is other fights, and we will have more contenders. And like I said, first I have to win fight against Peter Yan, and we go from there. Who will be best? And I will fight the best. You know, like I know I look like unstoppable, but it's a fight. You know, like I don't want to. You know, like I just want to focus step by step. You know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
You know, I guess we'll start with, like, how's this camp been this time?
1.5 speed. Keep in mind, this man speaks English, okay? And he's still be getting translated, so we got to go 1.5 speed. AD kid, if you're going to call me Brandon, you just need to know why. Okay, first off, my name is Jacob, but it's okay if you call me Brandon, but you need to know why. Because they say Brandon Moreno is my twin, all right? That's why they call me Brandon in the chat. So, you know, shit, I got multiple names and multiple races. All right, but shout out, though. Shout out. I'm going to read these. AD says, Brandon, do you think the amount of fighters without developing a storyline for fans to get to know them is a detriment to build up fans? Because it feels I can't keep up with so many different fighters. Nah, AD kid, like, I like that you say that. I like that you say that. We need storylines. Now, I know Merab was saying, like, he doesn't like it to be forced, and if there's no beef with Peter, he's not going to create it, and that's fine. That's totally fine. But, you know, I think Merab did a good job of promoting the fight with Umar, and even Sean O'Malley won. You know, the whole angle of Sean O'Malley's disrespecting me. Merab also, like, taking on the Mexican fan base and claiming, you know, Mexico and shit like that. I like that. I like all that stuff. So Merab's done a decent job of promoting himself, but a lot of the other fighters don't. And the ones who don't promote themselves, yeah, it's really tough, AD kid. It's really tough. It's a part of the game, man. It's just a part of the game. I know it's weird because a lot of people seem to not care about it. You know, storylines. A lot of the hardcore fans, because they're going to watch it anyway. But again, we got to draw in new viewers, new audience, right? And to do that, you got to do more than just fight. You got to build storylines and make people emotionally invested in the fight. And a lot of people were emotionally invested in Umar versus Merab. They were. Miata boy, shout out Brandon, shout out Jacob, shout out Mama Castro, and Jacob's black dad. Oh my god, boys, this shit getting crazy, but I love it. Shit, I'm gonna be like a black Mexican named Brandon when it's all said and done. When it's all said and done, boys, people are gonna know me as a black Mexican named Brandon. I shouldn't have told you guys my dad's dark as hell. All right, let's continue.
Preparing for Merab, because, you know, we've heard you in various interviews, you know, you weren't maybe 100% for that first one, so I guess now, several years later, how was camp this time preparing for him?
Во-первых, хотят спросить про лагерь. Первый вопрос насчет лагеря. Ты говорил в некоторых интервью, что для первого боя ты не совсем был готов, потому что были травмы. В этот раз пару лет прошло. Как прошел лагерь?
And real quick, because we're talking about all the crazy stuff right now as far as storylines, Mark Hatch brings up a good point, but it's also cringe if fighters force the counter act too much. It is, But Mark Hatch, this is the catch-22 I will say. If they try to do it too much, I don't like it either. But a lot of fighters, this is what really bothers me. A lot of fighters are too scared to put their true thoughts out there because they don't want it to come back and bite them. And bro, this is the fucking fight game. This is prize fighting. You want money? Shit. Don't be worried about the fan backlash. Put your fucking thoughts out there. So the fighters who I'm really getting on who don't have storylines are the ones who are too afraid to put it out there. You feel me? There's a lot of fighters who are too afraid to say what they really feel on their mind because they're afraid they're going to get humbled and then everybody else is going to be like, hey, see, you said this, you said that. Who cares, bro? Who cares? Who cares? At least you got people commenting. You know Malcolm Wellmaker don't got no one fucking hitting him up anymore. You feel me? So which one you want? You want no one hitting you up or you want people at least hitting you up, making jokes about what you said? It is what it is, bro. Don't take it personal. Water off the duck's back. High call. Islam turns down Garry and Usman. Really? I mean, honestly, Islam was down, but his daddy Khabib told him not to. High call. Islam was down, but his daddy Khabib told him not to. Somebody tell Khabib get the fuck away from Islam.
Мой лагерь прошел отлично. Я прекрасно себя чувствую. И я сам в ожидании субботы для того, чтобы показать, на что я способен.
My camp went really great. I feel great. And right now myself, I cannot wait until Saturday to show what I can really do.
When you guys first fought, he wasn't the champion yet. So after experiencing him there for 5 rounds, did you think he would reach the title? Not just reach it, but win the title? And did you think it would take you this long and to get the...
I don't mean to keep pausing it, but I just want to add to my example I was just speaking on with the fighters who promote themselves and a lot of fighters who are too scared to promote themselves. My best example is Merab with the whole country versus country beef with Umar. A lot of fighters would just keep their mouth shut and not steer in to the drama, right? They wouldn't steer into it. They're going to keep their mouth shut. They don't want to add more attention to themselves. But dude, you're in the fucking fight game. You got to draw attention to yourself. No one else is going to do it for you, homie. So, like I said, Merab steering into the beef with Umar, the country versus country thing, that was amazing. I loved it. And I know a lot of you guys did too. But there are fighters out there who wouldn't steer into that. They would be too scared to because they don't want to eat their words in case they lose. And if you got a mindset like that, I'm telling you guys right now, you're not going to achieve much in the sport. And let me put it like this. You might achieve something in the sport, but you ain't going to make shit for money. After you retire, bro, you ain't going to have made shit. You ain't going to have made shit. AD Jacob, please consider more cats know who is Dylan Dennis in part because he has a storyline, and if he could actually be a good MMA fighter, he'd be able to demand high pay. AD kid, I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. I know a lot of people hate Dylan Dennis, but yes, he has a good fan base because he talks his shit. He says what he wants, and people gravitate towards it. But listen, a lot of people who follow Dylan, they also hate the fuck out of him. They also hate the fuck out of Dylan, right? And they also tell Dylan he's a bitch and all this stuff. But again, it's good to have both. The thing I don't like that fighters do these days is they try to make it all positive for them. They can't stand the negative. They can't stand the backlash. It hurts their feelings. They don't know how to manipulate it. And it makes them a fucking shell of themselves. It makes them shut up. And I don't like that shit. But hey, these fighters got to figure it out for themselves, bro. It ain't my job to do it for them. You feel me? But yeah, they can just keep enjoying Dylan Dennis being a bigger name than them. And take it from me, I be posting MMA content. If I get any excuse to post Dylan Dennis, I will. You know why? Because it benefits me too. It gives me numbers too. If I post fucking something Sean Brady says, I ain't getting shit for numbers. So, think about it. If you can give people numbers, they will grow your name indirectly because you're also growing their name. But if you give nobody numbers, shit, I'm not going to post you because I got nothing to gain from posting you. It's a game, bro. The shit is a game. And the fighters who don't want to realize that, they be saying, that's not me. I just want to be myself. Keep being yourself, homie. See how that works out for you. Keep being yourself, homie. I get it, but you shouldn't have chose the fight game then. You should have been a fucking accountant. You could be yourself as an accountant. I don't know what to say. But shout out to everybody watching. Shout out to everybody dropping chats, dropping questions. Let's get through this one already. Yo, shot at Sean Brady. Yes, I be throwing shots at Sean Brady at least once a night. High call. I be throwing shots at Sean Brady at least once a night. He knows it. Everybody knows it. I've been blocked by Sean Brady for a minute now too. So Sean Brady ain't gonna see this. But I be throwing shots at Brady all day, every day.
Match that I assume you wanted right away.
Первый раз, когда вы дрались, он еще не был чемпионом, но у тебя была возможность прочувствовать его все 5 раундов. С тех пор, понятное дело, он стал чемпионом, защитил пояс. Думал ли ты, что тебе так долго займет добраться обратно на возможность с ним биться?
Безусловно, Мераб проделал огромную работу своими победами, доказав, что он является одним из сильнейших в нашем дивизионе. Также мои поединки показали, что я заслуженно являюсь претендентом номер 1 для того, чтобы провести наш бой-реванш.
You know, it's no question about the fact that Merab is a great warrior, that he showed with his fights that he is a deserving champion, that he deserves to be where he's at. But I also want to say that with my fights and with my performances, I showed that there is no other clear number 1 contender as opposed to me. So I deserve to be the number 1 contender, and I'm ready and able to fight for this title.
This is your third rematch you've had in your career with Magomedov and then Aljamain, and now you're rematching Merab. I guess, did you take anything away from preparing for those 2 rematches that, you know, you can use in this camp, like the adjustments you made going into the second fight?
Это уже 3-й реванш в твоей карьере. С Магомедовым был, с Алджо был. Из подготовки для реванша ты что-то извлек, что помогло тебе в подготовке на этот реванш?
Я думаю, что мы оба имеем гораздо больше информации друг о друге, чем первое противостояние. Если взять мой реванш с Магомедовым, взять мой реванш со Стерлингом, 100% реванша я был лучше. И, безусловно, в эту субботу я уверен, что реванш с Мерабом, он будет таким же.
Obviously, we have a lot of information that we've downloaded about each other. We know each other better. But if you look at my first 2 rematches, you know, with Magomedov and Sterling, you can see that I was 100% better in the second fight. So I'm determined to make sure that I'm much better in the second fight against Merab.
Я также считаю, что в реванше я победил Стерлинга. Вот эти вот его пересидки за спиной немножко сломали картину боя, но я уверен, что в том поединке я тоже одержал победу.
I'm sure that I also won the rematch against Sterling. This whole sitting behind the back, the dragging out the fight, all of that. But I'm sure that I got the victory in that fight as well.
There was a bit of bad blood between you and Merab.
Вы понимаете, я прилетаю через всю планету, дерусь дома с тем же Стерлингом, с тем же Мерабом. Просто представить, сколько пролетел километров и конкурировать у них дома. Конечно же, для меня это гораздо сложнее.
Just think about this. I flew across the entire planet. I come back to rematch Sterling or Merab in their home, in their hometown. Everything's against me. Just think about how much pressure that is. Just think how hard it is. Obviously, it's much harder for me than it is for them.
У нас было шоу в Таиланде. Мы должны были быть там тренерами с Мерабом. Он много писал, ему уже купили билеты, но в конечном итоге он просто испугался и не приехал. Вместо себя отправил Стерлинга. Я его месяц мучил.
There was a show that we were supposed to shoot in Thailand where both myself and Merab were supposed to be coaches. He wrote a lot. He texted a bunch. He said whatever. They actually bought a ticket for him. But at the very end, he got scared, didn't come out, and sent Sterling instead of him. And so I was there for a month just you know, big brothering Sterling.
How was that experience with Aljamain? You guys cool now?
Как этот опыт с Алджо там вообще? Нормально сейчас?
Все нормально. Алджо нормальный парень.
All is good. He's a cool kid.
So you.
That was also a good beef, though. You know, Aljo and Peter Yan, people were invested, right? And I know a lot of people give Aljo shit, but at least he got you guys to give him shit. You guys get it, right? A lot of people don't even get you to give them shit because they don't want to hear it from you. They're too scared. But shit, you're never going to grow your name, homie.
Mentioned, you know, you felt a little pressure flying across the country fighting Merab and Aljamain in their backyard, but you have to do that again this time. So do you...
Он один сегодня вопросы будет задавать, что ли?
Are you the only one who's going to ask questions today or what?
Do you still feel the same pressure from those first couple of title fights you had in Las Vegas compared to this time around?
Сказал, что на тебе больше давления, что тебе сложнее подходить к этому, потому что тебе нужно лететь через всю планету. Чувствуешь ли ты какое-то давление сейчас по подходу к этому бою, потому что в прошлый раз тебе тоже нужно было это делать? Что ты извлек из этого?
Блин, если честно, мне хочется улыбаться. Я прекрасно себя чувствую. Я не знаю, с чем это связано, но у меня хорошее настроение. Вот. Если бы только Леха иногда его не портил.
To be honest, I just want to smile. I'm in a great mood. I feel great. I mean, I don't feel pressure. I want to fight, and I really I'm in a good mood, except that one teammate of mine, Lecha, that keeps on constantly souring it.
Он всегда очень серьезный. И на протяжении этой недели я ему говорю, брат, надо улыбаться, улыбайся.
He's always way too serious, and this whole week I'm telling him, smile, dude. You gotta smile, brother.
Just last one for me. Talk to me about the jacket you got, the 50 clean test. I guess, what are the emotions after getting that? Seems like obviously a big accomplishment.
Проговори, пожалуйста, про куртку, в которой ты сейчас сидишь. Для тебя это достаточно большое достижение. Какие ощущения?
Брат, ты посмотри, как она села на меня, как родная просто, а.
Look at me. Look at the way I look at it. It's sitting on me like it's made for me. Look at it.
Piotr, curious, how much more satisfying?
Damn, bruh. Damn, bruh. We got Peter Yan in good spirits, bro. Smiling, joking, laughing. In the bigger cage this time around. Healthy hand. What do we think, boys? What do we think? Fresh. Fresh fighter right here. Fresh fighter. Merab ain't a fresh fighter. He been super active this year. No diss, but it's the truth, right? It's the truth. Tuxedo Peter got aura. Bro, I've been feeling it from Peter all week. No Diddy. I've been feeling it from Peter all week. No Diddy. Alright? But yeah, Peter got mad aura. A ton of aura coming off this dude. I told you, boys, as the week plays out, I felt like I was going to fucking start leaning towards Peter. And yes, this media day interview, Peter in good spirits, man. A fresh fighter right here. Bigger cage. Clean, or not clean hand. Healthy hand, right? Not a broken hand this time around. Man, I'm interested for this rematch for sure. For sure, for sure. Bigger cage, you got to chase Peter around for the takedowns. That might tire Merab out. If you guys were in the stream earlier, I was saying Merab might get tired. He's been super active. His body might be tired. He might be battling injuries. On top of all of that, it's a bigger cage, bro. Merab got to chase him around a little bit more. You know? Whether it's 3 or 4 more steps to get him up against that cage, that matters over the course of 25 minutes. So we'll see. We'll see.
Is winning this year.
Did he or did he? No Diddy. No Diddy. Diddy. It's Diddy. No Diddy.
UFC title going to be compared to the fight with Jose Aldo, which is, a vacant title and everything, getting your revenge.
Miata boy, that's why I said no Diddy, all right? I had to throw the no Diddy in there. Peter got hands. He got hands for sure, and he got 2 healthy hands this time, AD. 2 healthy hands in a bigger cage. I'm thinking that's going to play out a lot. 2 healthy hands, bigger cage, fresher fighter, boys. Also, I want to throw this out there, okay? X Factor. I think the way Merab respects Aljamain Sterling, maybe, Aljo doesn't beat Merab's ass as much as he used to, but I think Aljo used to beat on Merab. You know what I mean? When they were in the same gym at Serra-Longo. I think Aljo used to beat on Merab. Now, we know Peter Yan got that dub over Aljo in the rematch, right? Or no, wait, did he? I don't even think he did. Shit, let me see real quick. I'm getting confused by fucking Peter Yan, because Peter Yan's claiming he beat Aljo in the second fight, but he didn't, right? He didn't. He went 0-2 against Aljo. Yeah, he did. He went 0-2 against Aljo. Never mind. Never mind. If he had a win over Aljo, that would have been the point I was trying to make, but scratch that. Peter Yan propaganda got me, boys. My bad. Peter Yan propaganda fucking got me. I'll admit it. All right, let's continue.
Here, everything you've been through, is this going to be more satisfying than the first UFC title win?
Насколько больше это получит удовлетворение выиграть этот реванш сейчас здесь по сравнению с тем боем, который когда ты дался против Алда? Для тебя это вернуться опять сюда, закрыть свое поражение и забрать пояс у того человека, которому ты проиграл?
100% этот поединок, он гораздо важнее для меня, для всего сообщества. Вот. Для меня очень важно вернуться и показать, на что я способен.
100%. This is a way more important fight for myself, for the entire team, for everybody who's with me. It's important for me to come back and to really show what I can do.
What's just your perspective on Merab's very busy year here, the 4 camps, the 4 title fights? How is that going to impact what version of him shows up on Saturday, if at all?
Что вообще можешь сказать про то, что Мераб уже 4 лагеря прошел, 4 раза дрался в этом году, у него был очень занятой год. Насколько это повлияет на его выступление в субботу, ты думаешь?
А где все поединки Мераба проходили? Напомните, пожалуйста.
Can you remind me where all of those fights were, all the Merab fights were?
Some of them were here. They were here, weren't they? All of them?
Многие из них здесь, по-моему, все они были здесь.
Все поединки были здесь, в Вегасе.
All of the fights were here in Vegas. I think in New York.
В Лос-Анджелесе в начале года дрался с Умаром.
Won in Los Angeles with Umar.
Right.
Los Angeles, how many hours need flight to Los Angeles?
4 hours drive.
Okay, it's home too, да?
4 часа.
Это тоже дома.
Same thing.
They said 4-hour drive. Real quick, I'm just trying to give you guys some clarity. He's asking how long of a flight from Vegas to LA. It's like only an hour, if that. But yes, it's like a 4 or 5 hour drive. But if Merab flew, it's only an hour. Just so you guys know. Did that fucking drive several times, being from over here. So I figure I'm qualified to speak on it.
Я думаю, что дома можно драться каждые выходные. Реально, на заднем дворе у себя он дерется. Живет здесь дерется 4 раза. Я когда подписал контракт с UFC в 2018 году, за год провел 5 поединков. Если бы эти все 5 поединков проходили у меня дома, я бы 10 провел боев.
It's very easy to fight in your backyard. Here or Los Angeles, it's the same thing. You know, it's basically like fighting at home. You can fight at home every single weekend in your backyard. You can fight all the time. When I signed the contract in 2018, I had 5 fights that year as well, and they were not at home. If I could fight at home every one of those fights, I could fight 10 times that year.
Okay, interesting. I didn't hear Merab's media day. Not Merab, Peter. I didn't hear Peter's media day, so very interesting. Peter's not making much of it because all of Merab's fights have been local. Minus LA, but he still counts that as local, and I do too. Interesting, okay. But Peter, the wear and tear from the fights. Now, I know he knows this. It's not like I'm telling him something new. He's the fighter. But I guess maybe he just forgot to mention that. But yeah, the wear and tear from the fights, man. I mean, that does play. No matter if you got to drive 45 minutes or an hour, you feel me? Whatever happens in the fight happens in the fight. It has nothing to do with how long your drive was. And don't forget, boys, Merab already said he's been battling injuries during this fight camp. I don't know why he disclosed that, but he did. So, that's what I would have to say. But I get what Peter Yan's trying to say. And you know what? Good on Peter Yan. Because if I was Peter Yan, I think the smart or the safe move is to expect the best fucking Merab possible. Right? Don't be banking on a compromised Merab going in there. Expect the best Merab possible. And if he's compromised, shit, it just got a lot easier for you in the fight. But don't be pulling a Malcolm Wellmaker. We already learned the lesson. This ain't no setup. This is a dog sport, and Merab will take you fucking out of there if you give him the opportunity. And he won't feel bad about it for a second. And neither will Peter. Peter will do the same thing.
Вопрос у меня. В Таиланде ты сделал подарок Стерлингу, подарил ему статуэтку Оскара. Подготовил ли ты какой-нибудь подарок Мерабу?
When you fought in
America First is locked in on his fucking Merab pick. Locked in on his Merab pick. He does not like me back in fucking Peter, but shit, it's the aura. It's the aura, America First. He fucking getting me right now. This man aura farming. Shout out to fucking Peter. Shout out America First. My boy Jacob is in Vegas every weekend. You know, I do like Vegas, but shit, I haven't been to Vegas in a long time. Probably like 5 years or something like that. But one of these days, boys, we're going to go to Vegas for a fight card. Definitely. And I hope to see fucking Esed there. Back in the States. So we could run the fade.
Los Angeles, you fought Sterling and you gave him an Oscar as a present. Do you have anything prepared for Merab this time around?
Ну вот хотелось бы для Мераба тоже вот такое колено подарить.
I would really love to give him a gift of my knee.
Считаешь ли ты его считают одним из величайших чемпионов в вашем весе в 61 килограмм? Считаешь ли ты сам так?
Do you agree that he's one of the greatest champions in your weight and 61 kgs? Do you also respect him and do you also regard him as the greatest champion?
Безусловно, он проделал отличную работу, доказав своими боями, что он один из сильнейших в истории в 61 килограмм.
No questions. He done all the work and did all the proof to show that he's one of the greatest in 61 kgs.
Будет глупо, если я буду недооценивать или говорить, что это не так. Факты, они сами говорят за себя, да. И наоборот, для меня это огромная мотивация, огромная серьезность, чтобы быть мотивированным, собранным и готовым к этому бою на 100%.
It would be silly for me to try and say that that's not the case, to try and take away from his accomplishment. No, the facts are facts. If you look at paper, he is one of the greatest. But for me, that's also a motivation, something that shows me that I need to push myself further and show what I can do.
Представляете, в субботу No Mercy побьет такого Мераба. Каково это будет мне, а?
Imagine this Saturday, No Mercy beats this great Merab. What would I feel like, huh?
Петр, приветствую тебя.
В начале своей карьеры в UFC ты провел 4 боя за 8 месяцев и 5 боев за 11,5 месяцев. То есть твой темп был даже выше, чем...
Брат, ты что, ты с часов читаешь, что ли?
Брат, так вышло.
Да? Я думаю, на часы смотрю.
Технология. Чувствовал ли ты какой-то спад на 4-м своем бою из-за своего вот этого бешеного темпа? И как чувствовал себя уже в 5-м бою, вот последнем бою?
At the beginning of your career, in the first year of your career, you did 4 fights in 8 months, and then eventually did 5 fights in a matter of 11 and a half months. So technically, your pace was actually even greater than that of Merab. But after the 4th fight, or during the 4th fight, did you feel yourself slowing down, or kind of feel yourself weaker after all that preparation?
Нет, я чувствовал себя отлично. Это был первый год моего попадания в UFC, вот вся эта новая история. Плюс у меня 2 голодных менеджера было. Я был первым бойцом, который был в UFC. Правильно я говорю, Саят? Вот. Дэнни тоже здесь находится, он молчит, он сейчас является менеджером Мираба. Вот. Но они были очень голодные, они меня толкали просто на каждый турнир. И я думаю, что если была возможность на 6-м турнире подраться, они бы меня и на 6-й турнир отправили.
No, to be honest, I felt really great. It was just the beginning of my career. I was the first in the UFC. So I had 2 really hungry managers, both Sayat and Danny. He's sitting here right now. He's kind of quiet right now because he also manages Merab, but he was hungry back then, and they were pushing me into any UFC events they could stick me in. I'm sure there was a 6-1 that year. They would put me in the 6-1 that year as well.
Piotr, just if you're very high on obviously Merab's skills and have praised him as a champion here, do you feel?
Danny, brother. I with you too, brother. You legend.
Do you feel if you win this fight, it's going to have to be an immediate trilogy fight with Merab, given everything he's done as a champion?
Если ты побеждаешь в субботу, стоит ли сразу сделать 3-й бой между вами, завершающий бой, потому что он так много всего добился, он такой хороший чемпион, ты всегда говоришь, что ты уважаешь то, что он сделал, поэтому заслуживает ли он сразу же реванша?
Знаете, если забегать вперед, то, безусловно, я считаю, что Мераб достоин будет любого реванша, который он захочет, который... Я думаю, что и UFC его в этом поддержит в случае моей победы. И я думаю, что это будет крутая трилогия.
You know, if you look ahead, I think that Merab deserves any rematch that he wants, whether he calls it out or the UFC calls it out, and I think that he deserves a rematch. And if I do win, I think that it would be a really cool trilogy to put that 3rd fight together.
And what do you just think of the bantamweight fights made next month at UFC 324 between Sean O'Malley and Song Yadong, and then?
I didn't even think about that, boys. If Merab wins this weekend, or sorry, if Peter wins this weekend, we got a trilogy coming. Didn't even think about that.
Davidson Figueiredo and Umar Nurmagomedov, who do you believe wins those?
Мысли про ребят, которые будут драться в первом событии в 2026 году. Омели, Мераб, Сонг Юдонг, все эти ребята. Что думаешь про эти бои?
Ну, это все ребята, которых я побил. Блин, что я о них могу думать сейчас? Хочется, чтобы что-то менялось там.
It's all the guys that I've beaten already. I mean, what can I tell you about it? I mean, I want something to change in the division.
Just kind of going along that note, obviously, I know you and a lot of people feel like you beat Sean O'Malley when that fight did happen. So, built or not, is that one that you'd like to get back regardless before you call it one day?
Я знаю, что ты это говоришь, многие считают, что ты победил тот бой против Омели. Выиграл, проиграл, неважно, хотел ли бы ты реваншироваться с ним.
Ну, сейчас я сфокусирован на своем поединке. Я не думаю там о Омели. Честно сказать, нет желания. Опять же, я не делаю бои. Это организовывает матчмейкинг, UFC. Если будет такое предложение, то моя задача делать свою работу.
You know, right now I'm focused on my fight ahead of me on this Saturday. But to be honest, there's not like a need or a desire specifically to fight him again. Again, I'm going to say it. I'm not the one who puts the fights together. The UFC does it. The matchmakers do it. If such opportunity presents, if that's what they come with me, we'll think about it. We'll look at it.
All right, boys. Let's read some of the chats. I'll start from the bottom a little bit, and then I'll scroll up too and read some of the older ones. I read that one from America First saying Jan is working on his media presence, nothing more. AD says Merab has cardio for days, but historically, eventually most fighters can have a drop-off. And I want to be clear too, AD, I don't think Merab is going to be having a drop-off just because of age or anything. If there's a drop-off in cardio, it's because he's overtrained. You know what I mean? Too many fights. Or also, if he's got an injury, it might not even be a cardio issue. But if you got an injury, how much can you push? Anybody in the chat ever had an injury, you know what I'm talking about. That definitely compromises you. You're a fraction of yourself, right? If you're fully healthy, you could push more. So that's what's going to be interesting. Merab's cardio and how he deals with the injuries he's battling going into the fight. AD Kid Jacob, what do you think about Ian Machado Can he beat the best at 170? Ian Machado can beat everybody at 170, AD Kid, except for Islam Makhachev and Joaquin Buckley. There you go. There's your answer. Ian Garry can beat everybody at 170 except for Islam Makhachev and Joaquin Buckley. High call, we know Merab trains with Aljo. How about Peter? Did we know who he trains with? High call. Usually these Russian guys, they train with a bunch of no-names, but they're pretty good fighters. You feel me? So I would imagine Peter training with like some Russians and shit like that. That's what I would imagine. And they're all pretty skilled, but they're not really like name brand fighters, you know. No former champions or really like former UFC fighters even. That's my guess. But we really don't know who Peter trains with. But the people I do see him training with, not even in the UFC. They're just like good martial artists. America First with some thoughts here. Merab is selling the fight by not sounding so confident. Mind games, boys. Mind games. Don't be fooled. Shit, that's next level mind games. That's like some Kardashian level mind games, America First. No one's better at the mind games than the Kardashians. Ain't no one better than the mind games at the mind games than the Kardashians. And I'm referencing Kim talking about how she's stupid and stuff like that after she failed the board exam to become a lawyer. I saw somebody tweet out being like, this is going to be a game plan to promote their new product where they insert like a Neuralink fucking like brain chip. So if you guys see the Kardashians promoting a Neuralink brain chip, just know that was crazy mind games, just like America First is talking about. But that's a random ass reference, so if you don't get it, it's okay. Bet the house and Five Guys gift card on Merab. Shit, I be wanting Five Guys. You know what I ate today though? I ate the Habit today. I had the Habit. I didn't have that Five Guys money, boys. I didn't have that Five Guys money because I'm saving up to buy my new mic. I'm saving up to buy my new mic. Well, actually, I already got the money for it, but I got to order it online, and I'm just too lazy to do it. But I'm gonna buy my new mic that what's his name? Tuxedo Mask bought for me. Shout out Tuxedo Mask. Merab on 5 or Jan on 3. Okay, AD. HT, I don't mind if Jan beat Merab. I want to see Jan versus O'Malley 2 and Jan gets robbed again. Then O'Malley versus Merab 3 at the White House and Merab retain it. But HT, if Jan gets robbed again, that's going to be 2-0 for O'Malley. They're not going to give him the third. We need Jan to beat O'Malley in the rematch, and then they could fight at the White House for the trilogy, no? Am I missing something here? America First, he brings up his knee. It was compromised last fight. Did he use it? Interesting. Okay. I don't know. Was his knee compromised? Someone help me out. Dylan says, do you think the odds will even out for the Merab fight due to his cut? I think it's going to get closer. Let's check. Good question, Dylan. Let's check the odds right now. They're always swaying. Because everybody is talking about the weight right now. Everyone's talking about it. So you got to imagine people are placing bets. And Merab's a big favorite. A little bit too much of a big favorite for my liking. Minus 500. Damn, so they're just betting up Merab, Dylan. They're just betting up Merab. Merab opened at minus 330. He's settling at a minus 500. We'll see on Friday. Maybe on Friday, Dylan, you got to recheck best fight odds and see. But yeah, there ain't no, except for this is kind of fishy right here. The drop right here is crazy. Is there something fishy going on, boys? How are we going to drop 100 fucking points? Happened here too. Is that fishy? Talking about betting scandals? I don't know. I don't know enough. Hey, shout out to this flag. Is that Myanmar? Ion, what flag is that? Drop the name of the country. America First. Wait till final weigh-in on Friday. That should tell you what you need to know. Yeah, we're going to see. AD Kid, okay, Buckley. Shout out Buckley. America First. Brandon is a Buckley fanboy. Be careful what you say about him. Yes, that's my boy. That's my boy right there. 100%. Everybody in the chat knows we ride with Buck. We ride with Buck. But you guys are free to do whatever you want. Jew, shout out TM. Who's TM, Jew? Miata boy, I'm not trying to see Sean. He's 2-0 on him, and it wasn't even close. Miata boy, they have only fought one time. And the fight was close, was it not? Shit, I gotta go back and rewatch it, but I think the fight was close. Sugar was scared he was gonna lose, bro. He had his eyes closed during that announcement. He opened them and he was so happy when they announced his name. I don't call it a robbery by any means. Oh, TM, to me. Shout out to me. Shout out to Jew. Let's go. Thanks for that clarification, America First. America First. Khabib hacking you, Brandon. He better not be. He better fucking not be. Khabib too stupid to hack me. He's too busy fucking funding the IDF. Don't worry about Khabib, boys. He too busy funding the IDF indirectly. America First. Netflix got a good movie, The Northman. We'll check it out after stream. Got you, America First. Maybe I will too. The Northman. Damn. Sounds like a good one, to be honest with you. Interesting. Epic revenge thriller that explores how far a Viking prince will go to seek justice for his murdered father. Is it a movie or a TV show? Because I do prefer movies. I guess I'll find out. Oh yeah, movie. 2 hours and 17 minutes from 2022. Damn, all right. I'll check it out. This one's getting me though. This little thumbnail is getting me. This Asian woman with her hands up. I don't know why it's fucking speaking to me. Whatever movie that is, I would want to watch it. My bad, boys. I'm just curious about what movie that fucking was. Who's that Asian lady? Fuck it. Oh, here it is. This is the movie, I think. What's the name of this movie? The Asian in you is calling for you. I know. What's the name of this movie? I'm finna watch this one. Of course, they don't have the name of it. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Oh, I've heard of this one. Rotten Tomatoes 95, IMDb 89. Okay. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Shit, I'm gonna take a picture of this real quick. Bear with me, boys. We're gonna get back on topic, but shit, let me just get this movie down. All right, we got it. We got it, boys. Hopefully that shit's on Netflix. Okay, back to reading the chats though. Sorry for that commercial break right there. Let's pull up like best fight odds or something. All right. Got you, high call. That's dope. Okay, I got you. I'm gonna watch it. The fact that you knew it, I'm gonna watch it. Oh, TM, Tuxedo Mask. Okay, Drew, I got you. Tuxedo Mask. Shout out Tuxedo. Shout out Tuxedo for the microphone, homie. We're going to be up when we get that fucking microphone. Shit, we already up, but we're going to be more up once we get that fucking mic. That's super dope. 100% recommend. Okay, high call. I got you. I'm going to watch it. Netflix got to pay us. They do, America. They do. They do. Shit, that was some good promo right there. AJD says Habib has AI company. Oh, Miata Boy says I was talking about Merab and Sean. Yeah, I'm good on seeing that a third time, Miata Boy. I'm good on seeing that a third time. 100,000% good on that one. Like I said, you know, Sean got finished worse in the second one. No diss to Sean, but it's like, come on, bro. You did everything right and you still got finished worse. High Call says, I'm not America, but I love when I saw Buckley ninja kick KO. The most viral KO of all time, High Call. The most viral KO of all time. Shout out Joaquin Buckley. Shout out Buck. We working on getting him on. We working on getting him on, all right, boys? He gonna come on soon. Especially if you boys demand it. All right, I'm scrolling up to read some old chats, so don't at me, boys. Don't at me. Eric Gould's calling for Connor and Dennis tag team match against Khabib and John Pork. Please, please, let's make it. We all know Connor gonna get his ass beat by Khabib again, but Dennis needs to run the fade with John Pork. First and foremost, Dennis needs to get his lick back on John Pork. AD could talk about Peter Yan doesn't know how to speak English still. He does, but fucking he just refuses to, bro. I think the guys get nervous sometimes for the media day. I think they can speak English if I were to come up to them and talk to them, but at media day they get nervous and they just rely on the translator. America First. Jan's English only goes so far equals McDonald's. Shout out America First. AD Jacob, do you think Khamzat can beat... Oh, Jacob, do you think Khamzat can be beaten by any current fighters? Shit, at 85? Gosh, bro. Khamzat real good, man. We all know it. We all fucking know it. I'm trying to pull up the UFC rankings. At 85, maybe there's like a dark horse that's not like ranked high yet. But as far as the top of the division, no, bro. I mean, Sean Strickland claims he's the one to do it. Sean claims he's the one to do it. AD. Do you believe Sean? Fluffy's a dark horse too, bro. Sean and Fluffy. I mean, these are probably his toughest opponents, if I'm being real. Fluffy, Sean, or Imavov. Imavov might give him a run for his money. If Imavov can stuff the takedown, I don't think fucking Khamzat can strike with him. He might be competitive, but I think Imavov's going to win it on the feet. Imavov might even be bigger than Khamzat. Should we look at Tapology? Imavov, Tapology. Let's see it. Imavov is 6'3", right? 75-inch reach. Let's see Khamzat. .62", 75-inch reach. So 1 inch shorter. But, you know, Khamzat used to being the bigger guy in there. So, you know, to be honest with you, I'm not saying they'll beat him. Because Khamzat has been so dominant, it's hard for me to say somebody's just going to walk through him. But of these three, it sounds crazy, right? Of these three, Imavov might be the toughest for him. As long as Imavov can stuff the takedown. But Sean Strickland, he'd be getting taken down by DDP, bro. So I don't even want to hear it from Sean Strickland, really. I think Imavov, his next title defense might be the toughest one for him, AD. To give you my genuine answer. America First, Strickland and Bryce versus the world. Let's go. That's right. Bryce got to keep Strickland in check, though. You know what I mean? Because I find Bryce to be more American than Strickland. And Bryce also got to keep him away from fucking Nina Drama. America First, Khamzat only loses to the common cold. Facts, though. AD Strickland is mad crazy and Bryce be saying some funny shit. Yeah, Bryce is funny as hell. I love Bryce. You know, Bryce might say crazy things, But if you don't see the pureness out of that guy's heart, shit, you got to look again, bro. Bryce is genuinely a nice guy, man. Even if he's wrong about things, which I don't necessarily think he is wrong about many things. I mean, other than flat earth and Hitler being a good guy. But even with those mistakes, bro, Bryce is such a nice guy, genuinely. I would never hold it against him. I would never. There's no malicious intent in Bryce's heart at all. Love you, Bryce. All right, love you, Bryce. Hope you watch this. Somebody clip that off and send it to Bryce. Love you, Bryce. Cum shot. Peter got aura. Shout out Tuxedo. TM. Shout out my boy TM. Oh, America First. Jan has that aura like Figgy used to. What happened to that aura? Brandon, what happened? Shit. Figgy lost all his aura, but Figgy fucking gets fat too. Figgy gets fat in between camps. He don't be training. Peter Yan, he always locked in. We'll see, America First. We'll see. I haven't switched my pick yet. I'm still rocking with Merab, but man, there's a lot of X factors going into this matchup. A lot of X factors. Mark Hatch says he might be betting on Peter. The odds are good at 4.75. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you're better, I don't even see why you would bet on Merab. There's a lot of X factors. Like, you know how people don't like to bet on well, a lot of UFC bettors don't like to bet on team sports, right? Because of all the things that can go wrong, all the X factors. We don't know which player's injured, which player might get injured in the game, what could happen. That's why a lot of people like to bet on UFC, right? Well, Merab is like the equivalent of betting on a team this weekend. If you're betting on Merab, you're betting on like 10 different X factors. The activity, right? The bigger cage. Peter Yan being more healthy. The injuries he admitted that he's battling in this fight camp. So, you're battling a lot if you bet on Merab. That's what I'll say. And with Merab being such a big favorite, I don't even think it's worth the value. I think there's more value on Peter Yan. You feel me? And that ain't no pick. That's just telling you guys like the safe bet. But then here it is. Right as I say that, America First. Safe bet is Merab. Actually, if we're actually looking at it though from a betting standpoint, I think Merab might not be a safe bet based off everything I just explained. But shout out America First. I don't be betting, so I be rooting for all you guys. Whoever bets and wins, congratulations to you. Mark Hatch says, or under 4.5 rounds has good value too. Okay. Under 4.5 could be interesting. But then America First says it's going the distance in favor of Merab. AD says Merab takes the fight if it goes 5 rounds. America wouldn't be surprised if Merab finishes Peter Yan. He might go into it too emotional. Shit. Peter Yan don't be looking emotional though, America. Okay, I'm caught up on the chats. HT, Bryce, I admit, is cool. Yeah. Shout out to Bryce. Bryce is good-hearted. Shout out to Bryce, AD kid. America First. Bryce, a real American hero. Shout out to Bryce. All the boys fuck with Bryce. Oh yeah, Imavov also a notorious eye poker. You're right, High Call. You're right. You're right. That's going to play in his advantage because we all know the refs are soft as hell and won't fucking call penalties before they happen. AD, Khamzat needs a good rivalry to go bigger. Who would be Khamzat's best rival? That's a great question. Entertain, Sean goes to war for me every time he steps in the octagon. No, he does. He does. But he also gets taken down by fucking DDP, bro, which is so annoying. It's so annoying. Like, I believe in Sean. I'm a big Sean fan. And I find it super annoying that DDP takes his ass down. ADK Khabib has a MMA fighting company and coffee business or something. Dude killing the game. Oh my gosh, he's not though. AD, he's not. He's funding fucking the IDF, bro. You gotta watch last night's stream, AD kid. Actually, 2 nights ago. But I actually clipped it off. So you can watch the video I posted today. Or you can watch the stream from 2 nights ago. Where we reacted to the viral video of the countless controversies of Khabib. AD kid. You got some catching up to do. So, in tomorrow's stream, let me know what you think. But Khabib ain't a businessman, homie. He a terrible businessman. And the MMA fighting company is funded by like a straight up like murderer, AD. You gotta watch the video. I posted today, AD. Save yourself the trouble. Don't watch the live. Watch the video I posted today. Lord of the Pies. What up, Lord of the Pies? Good to see you. My top KOs are Yair over Zombie and Holloway over Justin because they were in the last few seconds. Those were really good ones. Some of the best ones, Lord of the Pies. I can't debate those. Those are really good ones. And the buzzer beaters are always great. AD kid, I'll watch it. I see damn. Yeah. Unfortunately. You know what I mean? Like, Khabib low-key, just go watch it. I don't want to, like, be fucking... You just got in the chat, homie, so I don't want to... If you like Khabib and shit, I don't want to be pissing you off, but yeah. Go watch it. Jacob, you think Nate Diaz has CTE? He looks and moves slower. Oh, I saw that chat earlier, but I must have missed it. Shit, bro. Why you gotta make me say it, bro? Why you gotta make me say that shit? I mean... It would be dumb if I say he didn't, right? It would be dumb if I said he didn't with all the damage he's taken. Nate's always talked funny, but I mean, I feel like his speech gotta have something to do with it a little bit. So I guess so, bro. I guess so, AD. But I think what Nate has working for him is he doesn't do hard drugs like his brother, bro. His brother has CTE and a serious drug addiction. Also, the alcohol not good either. Fighters got to stay away from alcohol, bro. They got to stay away from alcohol. I think Jake Shields might be worse off in the brain than like Nate though. Because I be seeing Jake drinking. And that ain't good. I'm not trying to judge, but I'm just saying if you got CTE, I don't think you should be drinking. Oh, McNuggets linked up with Mike Tyson in Ireland. I saw that shit. We could watch it real quick, America First. Actually, we'll just watch it on X. We'll watch it on X, homie. Oh, God. Why is Chase Demore here? Champ Rounds. Trusty old Champ Rounds, bro. Shout out to Champ Rounds. Everybody bet on my twin. Brandon Moreno. You see the resemblance now, AD? Can you see it? Apparently all the boys can. Here it is.
I had got him the second one, yeah. I got him the third, yeah. Round two, baby.
When I go up there, like I'm sitting down there, I gotta get ready. When I go up there, I'm going and then, fuck you. Before I get out there, fuck you, your motherfucker.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, all the experience we've had makes us perfect candidates for this. Did you see me going up and down the A and all the promotion for the brand? Look, I'm not getting the brand. I start going down and take. Look at you. I had got him the second.
Connor got a crazy energy to him, boys. He got a crazy energy to him. High call Justin Gaethje, the king of CTE, but still won golf tournament. Yeah, Gaethje's chin is cracked, bro. AD says he sees the video. Yeah, go watch it, homie. Go watch it. Most of us don't want to believe he does, but looks slower. Yeah. Jake Shields has a podcast and he's streaming. He sounds normal. Yeah, he does. But I worry about Jake's drinking. That's what I'll say. I worry about Jake's drinking. Because as soon as Jake got done training on that Neon stream, they went out and he fucking grabbed himself a beer like instantly. And I'm just saying again, if you got brain damage, I don't think you should be drinking that much. It's no hate on drinking. Mushroom party. It probably was a mushroom party, high call. It probably was. America First. Which Brandon has the better haircut? That's the real question. Hey, I'm getting my fucking chopped haircut I'm getting my chopped haircut fixed tomorrow, alright, boys? I was going to go today, but my barber wasn't working. I called. I was going to go today, but they said he's in tomorrow. So tomorrow we will be getting our haircut, and then we can really compare. All right? Hopefully I get a nice haircut tomorrow. But shout out America first. I'll give the haircut to Brandon for now. I'll give it to him. AD, yeah, he been drinking. Yeah, he been drinking. Miata boy, Connor seems sober in that video. IDK, what people are talking about. Connor just got a crazy energy. But Mike Tyson definitely on the shrooms. Like 100,000%. But Connor has a crazy energy. He's like that sober or not. He like that sober or not. To be honest with you, Miata boy, if you want me to be completely real, I don't think Connor's on coke in the video. But, shit, he could be. Those are McGregor tendencies right there. Look at Gilbert Melendez. Dude sounds the same, still on point. Yeah, shout out to Gilbert Melendez. I used to be a big fan of Gilbert. Big fan of Gilbert. Like, super big fan of Gilbert, bro. I was super nervous for his fight with Anthony Pettis, which he lost, unfortunately. That pissed me off. Okay. All right, boys. Brace yourselves. Brace yourselves. Give me 1 second to pull it up. Brace yourselves. Why does this always happen, bro? Tyson about to start walking around in his undies. In his fucking jockstrap, America first. In his fucking jockstrap. Shout out to Mike, bro. Bro was in a jockstrap with no drawers underneath. It's crazy work. Jockstrap with no drawers, bro. Crazy work. Hold up, my search isn't working. So I gotta I'm refreshing the page right now. Come on, bro. Give me Bryce Mitchell. Damn, I just spoiled it. Alright, boys. Say hello to the Antisemite of the year, Bryce Mitchell. Say hello to him. No worries, Dylan. All good. All good, homie. Glad you're still in here. Cowboy drinks beer and talks fine. I mean, is it really only the speech, though? Is it really only the speech or what? I think some of these guys got brain damage even if they speak well. But anyway, say hello to the Anti-Semite of the year, Bryce Mitchell. All right? Let's watch it. Fresh out of bed, Bryce Mitchell. Fresh out of bed. He not looking half bad for fresh out of bed. No diddy. All right, let's watch it.
What's up, everybody? I just woke up. I found out I got top 10 anti-Semites of the year. This is 2 years back to back, man. This is awesome. And what's crazy about winning this year is I didn't even train. Like, I didn't even try. Like, seriously. Y'all probably thought, you know, well, what does this champion got to do to keep making this list? And, dude, I don't do anything. I just exist as normal. I read my Bible and quote scripture, and then they keep calling me anti-Semite. But I'm wondering, like, what are they going to do? Like, when are they going to come kill me? Because, like, I'm still breathing. I figured they's going to kill me. But whatever, you know, I just keep winning the whole damn competition. It's not even fair. Hell, I'm pretty sure I got first place out of that top 10. But yeah, like I said, if you want to be a champion, man, you just got to read your Bible. You can be anti-Semite of the year. I was just really hoping that these people would come and do something about it. But, no, they ain't come and kill me yet, you know.
For real, though, Bryce got to stop joking about that shit. Bryce, you got a kid, homie. Stop joking about that, all right? Nobody's coming to get you, bro. Stop joking about that.
Oh, Jesus, he got to die. And, did it with honor. I don't know why they're letting me live. But I tell you what, damn. Feels good to be first place. What's
Shout out to Bryce Mitchell. Anti-Semite of the year, at least top 10. At least top 10. Miata boy, I knew I was going to get you on that one, homie. I knew I was going to get you on that one. This is awesome. It's awesome for Bryce. Haha, he said the Joe Rogan, John Jones meme, he didn't even train. He didn't even try, he just read his Bible. AJD, neighbor? Oh, no neighbor stuff going on right now, AJD. But I did see my neighbor earlier, and I said hi to her. She was on her bike. Shout out to my neighbor. She seems like a nice lady, if I'm being real. But like I told you, boys, she hates the fuck out of her husband. Her ex-husband. They have a child together. They got like a little girl together. And when the dad comes to pick up the little girl, bro, they be fighting. They be fucking fighting. Slamming doors and shit like that. It's crazy. AD, Bryce is not an anti-Semite, folks. Use that term against anyone calling out what everyone has seen for the last 2 years. AD, that was nice that you cleared that up. It's facts, though. Even Bryce is like, I'm not really an anti-Semite, but I appreciate the award. Bryce is a real one for sure. Louis, I hope the schmo called him up to congratulate him. I wonder if the schmo's Jewish. Something tells me he might be. Okay, so before we get into the... I was going to kind of like tie this video into the Tommy G video. Shout out Miata Boy. But before we do the Tommy G video, there is a pressing issue at hand. And that is the fact that we got to watch Paddy Pimblett spar that boxer, the Down syndrome boxer, for charity. Alright, and then we can move on to the Tommy G video and we'll call it a night. But let's look at Paddy sparring. I think I got the YouTube channel. Give me just 1 minute. Okay, it's No Limits Boxing Club. All right, let me see here. Why the fuck can't I click on the damn link? Bro, what the hell? Okay, let me just find it on X then. I guess there's no YouTube channel. Was it? It wasn't Champ Rounds. I think it was Homa Fight. Homa Fight. Hey, shout out our girl, Natalia Silva, for stepping up. That's my girl right there. We're going to get this dub come January 24th. Bro, what the hell? Where's Paddy at? I almost typed in my own name. Oh, Happy Punch posted it. Okay. Little 30-second clip.
Got him. Oh! Oh!
Shout out Triple G. So, shout out to Paddy. I like seeing this. Nothing warms my heart more than stuff like this, boys. Helping out the less fortunate. Genuinely. More people should do it. You know, O'Malley did something cool like this too. With Tim Welsh, O'Malley went to like a bingo night with like a bunch of like, you know, people with mental disabilities. I'm trying to say it nicely. But yeah, O'Malley did something like this too. It's really cool that these guys do it. Shout out to them. Oh, so it was live, but shit, I don't know the YouTube channel. It would have been nice if homie fucking tagged the YouTube channel. Give him some credit, bro. Okay. Anyway. Now is the time to get into the Tommy G video. Now, this is off topic. It's un-MMA related, but shit.
I think that...
We don't always gotta do MMA, boys. But it is pertaining to a topic we've been discussing. It's pertaining to a topic we've been discussing, which is Natan Levy's part of the world. Okay? Now, shout out to Bryce Mitchell for bringing up this topic in the first place. But, yes, we're gonna watch this video from Tommy G investigating Natan Levy's part of the world, influence on U.S. politics. We gotta watch this. Miata boy, have you watched this yet or no? Paddy got chinned. Shout out to Paddy for that. Bet Paddy still wouldn't share his food. He probably would, though, with that guy at least. Come on now. I know you're just joking, though, America first. Paddy, a good sport. He's getting more fans with this for sure. Yeah, definitely, America. Definitely. Definitely. Paddy definitely has chance then. He getting a little bit of good karma before the Gaethje fight. Although he doesn't need it because it's Gaethje now. But he getting some good karma. Louis asking if Topuria was actually married to that woman or if they just have kids. I'm like 99% sure they were married, bro. But to be honest, I don't know for a fact. I think they are, though. That's why he's taking time off. You know? Unless they're just fighting over custody. I don't know. America first. Topuria's wife wants 50% of his money. But here's the thing, America. Isn't Topuria's wife the rich one? And she's still asking for 50% of his money? That's crazy. Paddy trying to gauge Ilya's range. Lord of the Pies finally finished what Jared Gordon started. Okay. All right, Lord of the Pies. You finally got him. AD, if Ilya mind is on the fight, he will smoke Paddy. But if he really going through divorce, Paddy has a chance. AD, you know, even if it was a healthy Ilya, I think it's a tough fight for Paddy. Or sorry, even if it was a healthy Ilya, I think Paddy's a tough fight for him. So even if Ilya was at 100%, I still think Paddy's a tough fight for him, bro. I do. The size, the height, the grappling skills that Paddy has as well. I'm very intrigued to see it. Very intrigued. All right, boys. Now, before I start this video, okay, Miata Boy says he hasn't watched it yet. 80, Ilya might lose with that going on. Yes, that is why Ilya wants to clear it all up. Louis, is she a high risk or something? I think her dad is like, what's his name? Arman's dad. That's my guess. I don't know anything about her, but I assume her dad is like fucking Arman's dad. She just comes from a really wealthy fucking family, Louis. That's my guess. Rich people can never be too rich. She's like, fuck it. I'll take Ilya's money too. AD, I don't know. Paddy has the hype, but Ilya has knockout power. Ilya does. Ilya does for sure. But hey, I'm just joking, right? But Scousers don't get knocked out. This is the funny thing, right? This is the thing that gets people to be drawn in because Paddy says he can't get knocked out. So now we got to see, can he get knocked out? It's a storyline. That's what we like to see. Imagine if Paddy never said that because he's scared of the repercussions of what the fans would say if he gets knocked out. You feel me? But yeah. Scousers don't get knocked out, AD kid, so it's interesting. We got to see it. So she's from a very wealthy family and she's still going after him. I mean, that's my guess, Louis. That's my guess. Miata says she owns a makeup company. Should we chat GPT it? How did Ilya Toporia's wife, Georgina, obtain her wealth? Hi, Cole, I got you. That's why I be saying Natan Levy's part of the world. Natan Levy's part of the world. That's what I be saying. Okay, let's look at Georgina's background. She studied business and marketing in the U.S., attended Miami-Dade College, then earning a bachelor's degree in business administration, entrepreneurship from Suffolk University. She began working professionally in marketing and real estate roles. For example, she worked in real estate with Douglas Iman, real estate in Florida. In 2022, she founded her own company, Future and Energy, which, according to media coverage, deals with sustainability, providing water purification systems and other home services, green energy solutions. Part of her income/wealth also seems tied to her social media presence and influence as a public figure and influencer with a considerable following, which may bring brand deals, partnerships, and visibility for her business ventures. Some sources estimate her net worth around $1 million based on her business ownership background and growth of her ventures. Her role appears to be more than just the spouse of a fighter. She reportedly handles the entire operational, legal, and financial structure of their shared business and family brand. Media references frequently describe her as a businesswoman with a varied career rather than simply wife of a UFC star, implying her wealth is from her own entrepreneurship and business acumen, not just marriage. Okay, so I don't mean to discredit the woman. She seems like a businesswoman, not daddy's money, so I'll take that back. Caveat, and what remains unclear, while she is described as successful, it's not easy to independently verify many of the wealth estimates. Public articles give ballpark numbers, but such figures are often speculative. Some claim about her family wealth, appear in social media, but are treated with skepticism, especially given contradictory statements from Topuria himself. Because much of what is publicly known comes from interviews, social media, and business profiles, there's a degree of uncertainty about how much of her income derives from which source. Okay, got you. No, I don't need any more information. ChatGPT, that's good enough. Okay, Tommy G video. Manny Fresh, I got everything in my mama's name. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put everything in my mom's name. Shout out my mom. HT, Ilya wife owns 2 companies. Yeah, she seems to be a good, accomplished businesswoman. America First, I'm pulling it up right now. Damn, I'm not signed into Facebook. Which, that's fine though. Oh wait, my bad, it's the wrong browser. Okay, I'm gonna pull this up and we'll get into Tommy G video. Ilya's wife, Georgina Bedell, files for divorce and pursues 50% of Toporia's assets. Damn. AD says Paddy vs. Ilya, definitely the more interesting fight than the Armin. Yes. But AD, you will find out that a lot of boys in the chat disagree with that. But it's okay. Right? It's okay. Everybody wants to see their own fights. That's what the fight game's about. Oh my god, we're citing Reuben Carter. Ilia Toporia's wife reportedly filed divorce following their split at the beginning of October. So apparently Georgina has officially filed for divorce. News come as Toporia's next fight is about to be confirmed. This article a bit old now because they're talking about the rumored Ilia versus Paddy fight, which we all know isn't happening now until the Paddy Gaethje fight takes place. But yeah, they said with Georgina Bedell reportedly filing for divorce from her husband Ilia Topuria, she is said to also be pursuing 50% of Toporia's assets in the process, but cites no one that said it. Cites no source. They're just saying shit. If there's real proof of this, there would have been a source. But there's no source. Where did they get this information from? You feel me? If they found it themselves, they would say from obtained court documents, she's filed for 50% of his assets. So, all speculation on this one, I'll call that. I will call speculation on this article. They're also accusing perhaps Bedell's timing of this divorce settlement has been done deliberately, as she knows her husband is scheduled to fight again in a few months' time. So, all right, Georgina. Mylam Stone, what's poppin'? What's poppin'? What's poppin', Mylam? Hold up. We them boys. We making noise. Shout out to Tyler Betts. Sharif, Ilia's first title defense against his ex-wife. Damn. Hopefully not. We don't want to see that. Is his wife a U.S. citizen? I mean, I think so. That would be my assumption, Lampstone. America First, I told you, Brandon, you did, but I don't believe it. I don't believe it. They didn't cite their source. I'm not going to believe it. How the hell would they know? But shout out America First. Always like you dropping links in the chat. I appreciate it. AD, Arman is the better fighter, but Paddy and Ilia have a story or have a history undeniable. The more hype for that fight. Yes, AD. You said it right, AD. Ilia versus a baddie. Ilia versus Paddy the baddie. Ilia versus Arman the natty. Tyler Betts, all the weirdies in chat today, bruh. Shout out Tyler Betts. Shout out everybody watching. Shout out everybody in the chat. My Lampstone, big things poppin'. Yes, sir. Dylan, you can kiss her, you can hug her, you can tell her that you love her. But listen, boys, that chick ain't yo chick. That chick ain't yo chick. All right? Unless you really got a golden retriever. Now, if you really got a golden retriever, that chick gonna be your chick. All right? But if you met her in Miami, shit. It's safe to say, you can kiss her, you can hug her, you can tell her that you love her, but that chick ain't yo chick, boys. She ain't. Unless she a golden retriever. Shout out to Dylan. Shout out to Dylan. I know Dylan was waiting for that one. Okay, let me just take a quick halftime break. I gotta take a piss, get some water and shit like that, and then we will watch this fucking Tommy G video. 2.9 million views. It gotta be good. Talking about APAC. America First. We know about APAC. All right? Let me go take a piss. Let me go drink some water and shit. Maybe grab a snack. Give me like 2 to 3 minutes and I'll be back. Shout out everybody watching. Like the stream if... Like the stream if you haven't liked the stream. And subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. All right? Give me 2 minutes. The Nelk boys were right. That's what I'm saying. Now, listen. There's golden retrievers out there, boys. All right? But shit, if you found her in Miami, it's safe to say... I ain't even gonna repeat it. Just look up 2 chats from the bottom, and that's what I'm finna say. Hey, I got a fucking English muffin in the toaster. So I have to go back out and get that in a minute. But I was fucking standing in the kitchen reading the chat, and you boys are fucking killing me. You guys heard me pissing? I usually piss without muting it. You guys never hear it. It sounds like Hawaiian Punch coming out of Castro's wood. Damn. Damn. Tyler Betts. Ella, what the fuck, bro? Pissing straight tiki punch and spice. That's too good. The Nana. I forgot I'm on camera. I gotta fucking break it apart and eat it. That's how you gotta eat the Nana on camera. You gotta break it apart. Or else you boys finna clip that. Oh. Tyler Betts says he wasn't listening, unlike Dylan. Shout out to Dylan. Alright. I just had to fucking respond to that real quick. I'm coming right back. Let me just put something on the English muffin. I'll come back. And then we'll watch the Tommy G video. Let me get it ready. Shit, I was holding in that piss though, boys. I was holding that shit in. Like I literally had to go. Alright, I'll be right back. Hey, wait, real quick though, while we're waiting, Tuxedo, if you're still in the chat, homie, you asked about the white tees. If you're still in the chat, homie, here's all the white tees, homie. Shit, I got more white tees. Damn, my motherfucking door was open this whole time. That's low-key kind of embarrassing. But it's all good. America first. They Calvin Klein tees, homie. They from fucking TJ Maxx. If you know, you know. TJ Maxx got like a 4-pack for like $20. Shout out TJ Maxx. And some are from H&M too. Some white tees are from H&M, but a bunch of them are from TJ Maxx. All right, boys. Now, put some peanut butter and jelly on that muffin. Bro, straight up butter. I don't got nothing. I don't got no peanut butter or jelly over here. I thought my mom might have re-upped me on that, but she didn't. All right. We're getting into the Tommy G video. Shout out to everybody who stuck with us. Here we go, boys. Tommy G. Shout out to everybody.
Israel is essential to the security of Jews worldwide.
America has never flinched from its commitment to the state of Israel.
America and Israel have a special friendship.
I gotta be careful the way I say this. They're gonna try to ethnically cleanse Gaza. They're talking about basically removing 2.5 million people from there, okay? There are some serious questions here, Patrick.
What's your reaction to seeing those photos?
The forbidden clip. The clip that got him offed. The clip that got him offed. Are you kidding me? This is the clip that they're saying got him offed, boys. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. We are fucking Charlie Kirk. We are Charlie Kirk. Soda Pop, I wear the cheapest clothes. Gonna get blessed for Christmas, though, hopefully. Shit, me too, Soda Pop. You can tell. I be shopping at H&M a lot. This is an H&M fucking sweater. Actually, this one's Forever 21. This one, Forever 21, this sweater right here. All right, boys, let's watch it. Shout out Soda Pop. You mean peanut butter and jam? Yes. I don't got no jam, but I would love to get some jam. I'm a fan of jam. We are doing what to Charlie Kirk? We not doing nothing to Charlie Kirk. We are. We are Charlie Kirk. Soda Pop. We are Charlie Kirk. But no, if you've been missing some of the stuff, Soda Pop, they're saying this clip of Charlie Kirk saying what he said about, you know, against Natan Levy's part of the world, about the ethnic cleansing, right? They're saying this clip got him offed. This clip, for sure, 100,000 million%, got Natan Levy's part of the world to pull $17 million worth of backing from him. I'm telling you, I'm spitting you boys facts. Shit, America first. We don't gotta shout out that guy. We'll shout out America first. Yeah, so they're, I forget what I was saying, but you guys got it. I think I finished my point. I'm gonna rewind this, though, just so you guys can hear it again with the context I just provided.
Israel is essential to the security of Jews worldwide.
America has never flinched from its commitment to the state of Israel.
America and Israel have a special friendship.
I gotta be careful the way I say this. They're gonna try to ethnically cleanse Gaza. They're talking about basically removing 2.5 million people from there, okay? There are some serious questions here, Patrick.
What's your reaction to seeing those photos?
Horrific. Last week, they even went to a point further than starvation called famine. Worst food hunger you can get into.
Wow. Highest number of child amputees worldwide. I mean, it's just sickening that we're doing this to kids. What crime did they commit? We gave Netanyahu a blank check.
Would it be your impression that many of our politicians are under Israeli influence?
That's such a mild way to put it.
Mainstream media is been taken over by extremist groups. Most of what you see is either AI or footage used from Syria.
The IDF commanders we spoke to said they are the most ethical army in the world. They're the most precise.
That's complete bullshit.
I do know that Hamas would have their weapons depots under hospitals.
There's a reason that Hamas operates out of schools and hospitals.
With Israel being questioned now more than ever, I went to Washington, D.C. to investigate the claim of whether Israel is our greatest ally and looked in question now more than
Soda Pop, I may have said that. Knowing me, I be dropping the F-bomb in between everything, so yeah, I may have said that. But we are not effing Charlie Kirk. We are effing Charlie Kirk. You boys get it. You boys get it. But I want to say something on a serious note. All right, no more joking around. Well, we can always joke around, but I'm going to get serious real quick. This man right here, Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm glad I shut my door for this. Imagine if my door was still opened. My God, everybody heard me. Fucking all the neighbors heard me. Damn, and I was talking about my fucking neighbor. Damn, bro. Damn, at least I kind of whispered it, but damn. Okay, side note. I'm back on it. Netanyahu has effectively turned Natan Levy's part of the world into the synagogue of Satan. I believe it. I believe it in my heart. And if you guys know the Bible verse, you guys know the Bible verse. But this man, I'm not saying I'm against Natan Levy's part of the world. I want to be clear. How you leave your door open, LOL, shit. It's a sliding glass door. I just forgot to shut it because I was kind of late on the stream. It just slipped my mind, bro. Can't believe I did that. Anyway, I want to be clear. I believe that this man has turned Natan Levy's part of the world into the synagogue of Satan. I am not necessarily against the people from Natan Levy's part of the world. I'm against this man because he has turned it in to the synagogue of Satan. And if you guys know, you know. This man is pure evil. I don't believe him one bit. My intuition is telling me not to trust him. My intuition is telling me that they got Trump in their back pocket, blackmailing his ass with the EP files. Okay? Let's continue.
I went to Washington, D.C. to investigate the claim of whether Israel is our greatest ally and looked in particular into the influence of AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, on our elected officials. And we also examined the war in Gaza, asking whether Israel truly lives up to its claim as the world's most ethical army, or whether we are witnessing serious human rights violations funded in part by our U.S. tax dollars. To look into this, I spoke with U.S. senators like Ron Johnson and Rand Paul, with IDF soldiers, a Jewish woman turned anti-Zionist.
Tommy G rocking the long sideburns. What a choice here. Tommy G rocking the long sideburns. But this is good work from Tommy G. I think Tommy G about to answer a lot of questions we've all been wondering. Mostly myself. You know, I've been trying to figure this shit out since that major attack happened from the Hamas when they crossed the border and started offing people. I've been trying to figure out this whole war type thing ever since then. And the information is so hard to get, so I'm looking forward to this video.
And one of the greatest conspiracy researchers of our era, Ian Carroll. I ask the questions that are scary to ask, and I do so as a proud American. Let's get to it. So this is one of the scariest pieces that we ever worked on. And it's crazy as a journalist that you have to be afraid to ask questions or investigate the truth. So let's just start off with some ballpark statements. I'm not anti-Semitic. I hope all Israelis and Jewish people around the world are happy, healthy, and thriving, as I do for other people as well. It's possible that I'm going to be called anti-Semitic from doing this video, and that's not true. I don't hate anybody. There's not one person in this world I hate, and you can't tell me I do. What is the point of having a platform if you're not going to do something that's absolutely necessary, which I believe this is? So what we're going to do is use very American principles, which is questioning the narrative, questioning our government, and questioning foreign governments. We're allowed to do that. People have died for that right, and people will continue to die to fight for that right. So this is to freedom of speech. This is to investigation. Now, folks, let's jump into the video.
I just gotta say too, you know how he's already prefacing everything he's saying, right? By saying like, listen, I don't hate the people from Natan Levy's part of the country. I hate the fact that they're doing fucked up shit. I'm just gonna call it how it is, and if I'm wrong, I'll apologize later. But I just gotta say what I really feel. I hate the fact that they're doing fucked up shit. They're doing fucked up shit, and then when we call them on it, it's like, oh, you don't like us as a race. You don't like us as a people. No, bro, shut the fuck up. You guys are doing shitty stuff. You guys are killing so many people. You guys are starving so many people. You guys got our whole government fucking in your back pocket, blackmailed because of Epstein and the files. We don't hate your people, bro. You guys... Because, like I said, Netanyahu has turned it into the synagogue of Satan. And so, yeah, bro, you're going to get called on that shit. And it has nothing to do with the people. It has everything to do with the fact that your leader is fucking the synagogue of Satan. That's really all I could fucking say. But I find it crazy. Let's do fucked up shit, and then when people call us on it, oh, you're racist. You don't like our people. You're an anti-Semite. Shut the fuck up. How about that?
You got arrested right around here.
Well, inside in the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee chambers.
You're a lieutenant colonel.
Yeah.
Ex-Green Beret.
Yep.
Served this country.
25 years.
What was that like getting arrested?
It felt it felt right.
This is Anthony Aguilar. He served as a U.S. Special Forces soldier for over 20 years, and after the horrific things he witnessed as a mercenary manning the aid stations in Gaza, he has decided to come forth as a whistleblower, sounding the alarm for what he says are massive human rights violations. Here's what he had to say.
There are some members of our Congress, in the Senate and the House, that are compromised by a foreign government. I don't know what the compromise is, whether it's, pictures of them doing something embarrassing, if it's money, if it's promise of a few, like, hey, we back you for this next position. I don't know what it is.
Folks, the Israel-Palestine conflict stretches back generations, but for today's episode, we will be focusing on the past 2 years. Let's rewind back to October 7th, 2023, when Hamas executed what's widely regarded as the worst terrorist attack in Israeli history. A coordinated operation used rocket barrages, motorized armed paragliders, and foot soldiers that swept through Israel, killing approximately 1,200 Israelis and taking around 250 hostage. Similar to how Americans responded to 9/11, Israel reacted to the horrific carnage by mounting a full-scale military operation, with their main objectives being to rescue Israeli hostages, eliminate Hamas military and leadership, and prevent Hamas from ever again being able to threaten Israel. As of late, some people have begun questioning the Israeli official narrative of October 7th.
Was there a stand-down order?
According to IDF testimony from the Knesset, the legislative body of Israel, IDF soldiers claim they were told to stand down from patrol on the morning of the attack. Adding fuel to the controversy, Netanyahu's right-wing coalition voted against having a state-run inquiry into October 7th, despite polls reporting that roughly 70% of Israelis wanted one. That has helped spark conspiracy theories suggesting Israeli intelligence may have had prior knowledge of the attack. After all, Mossad is widely regarded as the best intelligence agency on the planet, and the level of surveillance they had over Gaza is incredible. Are there IDF soldiers that are purposely targeted?
So just to be clear, in case anyone missed it, they denied doing a public inquiry on the attack, the October 7th attack. Natan Levy's part of the world. Netanyahu's right-hand man denied it. Denied a public inquiry into that attack. Why? Why? They got something to hide, don't they? The stand-down order. What's up with that? That's why they want to do the public inquiry. Because we want to know why there was a stand-down order. We want to know what else there was. Like they just said, you guys got the Mossad. One of the most highly advanced intelligence agencies in the world. And you didn't know this shit was coming. Come on now. Wake up, boys. I'm going to read these chats real quick. Why does he have to say all that before he begins? Because MSM is controlled by Zios. Yes, AD. And that shit, this shit is disgusting, bro. This shit's disgusting. Mark Hatch, the regular people from Natan Levy's part of the country are fine in my book, but there's definitely a weird control thing going on with elite Zionists. Yes, bro. Yes. I agree with you, bro. There ain't nothing wrong with them. You know what I mean? They're fine in my book, too. I'm not discriminating against the whole fucking race. I'm mostly discriminating against their leader, Netanyahu. Because he's evil. Because he's evil. And like I said, I'll apologize later if I'm wrong, but he fucking evil. And I know I'm not going to be wrong about that. Louis, kind of hard to believe they don't have Gaza surrounded with fortified gun ports. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. We know the truth, Louis. AD, Israelis allowed for October 7th. I'm not even going to finish reading this in case fucking I get shadow banned. But yes. Yeah, that's what we're getting to, AD. That's what we're getting to right now. Louis, yeah, if they wanted, they could have controlled them as soon as they stepped out of Gaza. Come on, bro. They probably could have done something before they even stepped out. You feel me? Because they're all posted up. Anyway, let's watch it. Let's learn something today, boys.
Targeting civilians and just kind of willy-nilly shooting people.
So willy-nilly shooting, yes. The IDF utilize machine gun fire, shooting machine guns, shooting bullets at people to control the crowd.
An Israeli newspaper report saying that soldiers were ordered to shoot at unarmed civilians waiting for food aid in Gaza.
I experienced that with a young boy named Amir in distribution site number 3. And this young boy, without shoes, who had walked 10 to 12 kilometers, and when he came up and he got meager scraps from the ground, not a box of food, not a meal, he came and thanked us. He and others were killed. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has come forward with a press release last week where they showed, oh, this young boy that Mr. Aguilar said he saw on this date, we scoured the earth and we found him, and here he is. The boy that they featured in that is not the boy that I saw on the 28th of May.
So it's propaganda.
It is propaganda. They are lying.
Now, GHF, the organization running the aid station that Anthony worked with, came out with a statement refuting Anthony's testimony by poking holes in at least one aspect of his story. They say the kid that Anthony claimed had died, a little 8-year-old boy named Abdul, is actually alive and well, and they have video proof of it, and therefore we should believe none of Anthony's testimony. However, let's also share Anthony's side of the story. He would make the case that unfortunately the lead reporter investigating whether the kid was actually alive or not, Mohammed Salama, was killed in an airstrike by the IDF when the Nasser hospital was bombed live on camera multiple times. This horrific bombing of one of the last functioning hospitals in Gaza showed aid workers and journalists being killed. When asked about this, both our politicians and IDF soldier contacts maintained that the aid workers and journalists were Hamas. Here's the footage of the men who died in the airstrikes. Tell me in the comments if you think they are Hamas.
So my name is Doron Kedar. I'm a sergeant major in the Israeli Defense Forces, today in reserves.
This is Doron Kader. He is an IDF veteran of...
Press members died, right? Press members fucking died, and what does Natan Levy's part of the country say? Oh, they were just Hamas. You guys fucking make your own decision on that one. They had press vests on, and they died. But yeah, homie lying, I mean, that doesn't help his cause either. Now I'm fucking confused, because he lied.
20 years, and he is currently serving as a Special Forces reservist. He is the host of the Doron Kader podcast and a strong voice advocating for the Israeli perspective.
Mainstream media is been taken over by extremist groups from the far left, wokeism, Islamist groups, socialist groups, Marxist groups.
In my experience speaking with IDF soldiers and pro-Israeli politicians, there seems to be a common playbook when it comes to tackling any criticisms of Israel. In my conversations with these guys, I've been called an anti-Semite, a Jew hater, told I've been thinking like a Nazi, and even accused of bearing responsibility for the horrible attack recently in Manchester, simply for asking questions that I think most of us have. But folks...
Manipulation, victim mentality. Manipulation, victim mentality. Manipulation, victim mentality. Don't fall for it.
I am a lover of all people, Israelis included, and these smears will not stop me from questioning what I see.
Most of what you see is either AI or footage used from Syria and or Iraq and or other countries.
What do you think the true number of dead civilians is?
That is probably looking more at maybe 20%, maybe 30%.
By war standards, it's still pretty darn high, right?
No, the opposite. What they will tell you is that Israel's ratio for civilian to combatant is actually much lower than the war in Afghanistan and Iraq. Basically, our ratio has been 1 combatant to maybe 2 civilians.
The case Doron is making here is that the numbers out there that were allegedly leaked within Israel are actually false, and the civilian casualty rates are not so horrible, and that these numbers are fabricated by woke/Hamas-influenced media. So he's had...
Before they even continue with that, yeah, I was going to say, you know, the sad thing is that Hamas be putting out a lot of propaganda too. They do. So it's tough to know who to believe or what to believe. And that's the reason why nobody really understands what's going on. Because the level of propaganda that both parties are putting out is just insane, bro. Nobody can fucking figure it out, but hopefully Tommy G can get to the bottom of it. But yes, I want to be clear also before we even start. Hamas does put out propaganda that more people have died than really have died. I think that's true. Now, how much they've lied about, I don't know. But there's been a lot of viral videos on social media that have been called fake. Let's watch it. Let's watch it.
Now with Dr. Aziz Rahman, a man in Milwaukee that actually volunteered at Nasser Hospital in Gaza for 2 weeks, and we hear what he saw boots on the ground.
Dr. Aziz Rahman, I practice here in Wisconsin. Yeah, I was in June 2025. I was in Gaza at Nasser Hospital, which is in Khan Yunis, which is in the south of Gaza. I probably saw thousands of patients. I probably treated hundreds of patients. I actually did surgeries myself on maybe 50 to 75 patients.
The IDF commanders we spoke to said they are the most ethical army in the world, they're the most precise, that the minimal amount of civilian casualties are being expended with them. What would you say to that?
That's complete bullshit.
AIPAC is what funds our U.S. government. It's like the highest donor to our U.S. government. They allocate the most funds to our U.S. politics, AIPAC. He'll get into it. He'll define it. I won't even look it up. Fuck it, I'm gonna look it up. Just for everybody watching. It's a real quick definition that they give. AIPAC is a bipartisan pro-Israel I'm gonna start over. AIPAC is a bipartisan pro-Israel political action committee. It is the largest pro-Israel PAC in America and contributed more resources directly to candidates than any other PAC. 96% of all AIPAC-backed candidates won their general election races in 2024. Okay? It's important you guys understand what AIPAC is. Because they fucking are in our government too. It's crazy. They're influencing our fucking country. The pro-Israel PAC.
This is Brendan from the organization Open Secrets. His group is a nonpartisan watchdog that tracks the money flowing through politics, and he helps me break down the numbers connected to AIPAC. What is AIPAC, and how do they function?
They make contributions to candidates. A traditional PAC they are able to make contributions directly to candidates. They collect money from their members or other people who are interested in their cause and support their policies, and then they deliver it to the candidates.
There are members of our Congress that are compromised. That is a fact. Those that are compromised because they get the backing of AIPAC and they get the backing of Israel, their voices are amplified. You can't fight against that propaganda machine. It's huge.
So there's this Israeli commando I've been talking to, and I've talked on the phone with before, and he was gonna consider doing an interview, and then he said, it's pointless. Everyone just turning into an empire of Nazis pushed by Nick Fuentes, Kanye West, Candace Owens, and more.
The first problem is that every American moron retard wants to talk about, and I even say this to people, it's always, oh, you're taking my tax money. Shut the f up, dude. You don't know where the f your tax money is. You wouldn't even know where your tax money is, where you don't even read any of the bills. You sign all the bills and then you want to pay more tax for gas. You want to do all this bullshit. But then when something big happens in the world, that's where my tax money is going. Shut the f up. Nobody knows where the f their tax money is going.
Ian Carroll is one of the internet's top conspiracy analysts. His critics label him an anti-Semite spreading false information about Israel, but to others he is a fearless journalist that speaks on what some perceive as an extremely strong Zionist pressure on our government. Here's what he had to say.
There are 100 U.S. senators. Last year, 93 out of 100 U.S. senators were people whose campaigns had been funded by Israel, AIPAC, and the Israel lobby. 93 out of 100 U.S. senators were taking money from a group that represents a foreign government and foreign interests in order to operate our government on behalf of someone else.
Does anyone see the conflict of interest there? He just explained it, but I'm just pausing it for a dramatic effect. You boys see the fucking conflict of interest, right? They influence our fucking politics with their money. They buy our fucking politicians. Don't trust them. And most importantly, don't trust Netanyahu, but don't be trusting AIPAC either. They use that to fucking influence our politics. Get the fuck out of our politics, bro. Use that money for yourself.
And they all work here, in this building.
This is Representative Ro.
And how much is AIPAC given to Trump? How much is AIPAC given to Trump? Maybe I'll look that up while you guys are watching.
From California, and he does not take AIPAC money according to the website Track AIPAC. Here's what he had to say.
It's too much. I mean, it's too much. All these super PACs and PACs are too much. I don't take a dime of PAC money, lobbyist money, since I've been in Congress. And I don't believe in super PACs. And so I can vote my conscience. But if you have people who have a particular point of view. In AIPAC's case, they're basically whatever Netanyahu does is right. That's their point of view. And they're saying, okay, if you don't take that view, we may come after you. We may have millions of dollars spent against you.
Now, ask any American content creator what the scariest subject to cover is, and the answer is Israel. Even YouTubers I know who support Israel say their channels were shadow banned for months after covering them. And folks, the plot around free speech thickens. News just broke that Larry Ellison, co-founder of Oracle, will be buying TikTok, a platform where young people can freely exchange unfiltered ideas. No Israel connection here, right? Wrong. Ellison is one of the IDF's largest private donors, giving the army tens of millions of dollars through Friends of the IDF, a nonprofit that brands itself as a non-political, non-military organization, but somehow also is the official U.S. partner of Israel's soldiers. Is it hard to trace who's getting money from AIPAC and how much?
It's pretty straightforward. You can tell, if their PAC makes a contribution to a candidate must report that and must report where it came from.
Can we see some of the numbers, like to what level AIPAC is funding our politicians?
AIPAC would fall under a what we call ideology single issue. So these are, groups that are focused in on particular issues.
So this is the top contributors for 2023-2024.
Yes.
So it's fair to say that actually the left was much more heavily funded across the board, and that if you break it down further to AIPAC, it was about, what is that, 25 million to the Democrats and about 17 million to the Republicans.
And you might have been wondering, who are all these senators that are taking money from the Israel lobby? Well, if you wanted a list of all-timers, our boy Joe Biden would be at the very top with 4.2 million during his career. But you'd also find Hillary Clinton, 2.3 million. You'd find Kamala Harris, 2.3 million. You might think, oh, Trump's not on there. No, that's just because he was never a senator. So you'd have to go to a different webpage to find that number.
So would someone like Miriam Adelson appear on a list like this?
Yes.
I'm curious what her figures are, because I've seen that it reported allegedly that between 100 million and 200 million plus to Trump from the Adelson family.
She was, in 2024, she was the number 3 donor, behind Musk and Mellon.
Miriam and Sheldon would come into the White House probably almost more than anybody.
The Adelsons are some of the wealthiest Jewish billionaires in the world. Now it is the Adelson, it's just Miriam. Her husband Sheldon died. They have a long, wealthy relationship with Donald Trump, a very long and wealthy relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu.
This is why Trump will not create peace in the Middle East. You guys see why Trump's not creating peace in the Middle East? You see why Trump's not releasing the files? He's compromised. He's been bought. Damn shame. Damn shame. This is a random thought, but maybe that's why fucking Musk doesn't fuck with Trump anymore either. He saw through the bullshit. He saw who owns him.
As well as with anyone and everyone else that is associated with the Zionist project and Jewish causes.
This is Representative Nancy Mace of South Carolina, and according to Track AIPAC, she's taken about $130,000 from AIPAC-linked groups. Here's what she had to say. No, compared to your colleagues, you're minimal.
Am I low?
Yes,
Okay.
which is good. Do you think Americans have a right to fear that AIPAC is too powerful and that some people would say that it feels like we're almost controlled by Israel?
No, we're not. And you can't buy votes, okay, when you're up here legislating. Yes, we have to run for re-election. Yes, we have to raise money to do that. I've never gotten pressured by AIPAC. I've never said, hey, you have to do this, and I've never...
So it's not some insidious meeting in a parking garage where a guy with an AIPAC hat comes to you?
No, I would definitely not accept money from anyone threatening me, and that's just not a thing.
Mr. Johnson, Tom.
Hey,
nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Thanks for seeing us.
Certainly. Rep Hank Johnson is my handle, by the way. At Rep Hank Johnson.
First guy to do the good plug, so check him out, guys.
Yeah, check it out.
This is Representative Hank Johnson from Georgia, and he does not take AIPAC money according to the website Track AIPAC. Here's what he had to say.
The AIPAC PAC is powerful. The money that they put into elections can be influential.
Shout out to Jew, no pun intended. Shout out to Jew, no pun intended. Give me some AIPAC money shit.
So politicians do pay attention to that.
Hey there.
Hello.
How are you?
Come on in. Good. How you doing?
Good. Nice to meet you. Tommy.
Tommy.
How are
Good
you?
to meet you, Medea.
Medea Benjamin is a Jewish woman who has been to Israel and once considered herself proud of Israel until her conscience forced her to stand against it. She's the leader of activist group Code Pink, and she's made it her mission to call out U.S. politicians for taking AIPAC money and enabling the destruction in Gaza. Here's what she had to say. Would it be your impression that many of our politicians are under Israeli influence?
That's such a mild way to put it. I mean, they are bought off by AIPAC, and that's not even the most important part. The most important part is they're scared to death of AIPAC. They're afraid that if they become the target. Well, look at what they did to Cori Bush. Look at what they did to Jamal Bowman, and you can go back. Look what they did to Jewish Congressman Andy Levin, just because he said some mild things about Netanyahu. And so these members of Congress don't want...
Shit, couldn't have been worse than what I said about the man. Couldn't have been worse than what I said about the man. The pink code lady, be on point. Okay, let's listen to her. I mean, the fact that she was a supporter and she turned her back says it all, doesn't it? Let's hear what she got to say. And she's also Jewish.
Be in the crosshairs.
We've heard a few times now politicians mention Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman seemingly getting pushed out of office by AIPAC. Here's what Cori and Jamal had to say on the matter.
I got a message from someone in the community. AIPAC said to tell you that they know you're not going to change your stance. They just want you to be silent.
They are very strategic and very unapologetic.
Now let's break this down by highlighting Jamal's story. During his 2020 term, he was critical of Israel, calling what they were doing in Gaza a genocide and being one of the first politicians to demand a ceasefire. So when he ran for re-election in 2024, AIPAC-related PACs spent a record-setting $14 million to fund a challenger to unseat him. For comparison, his 2020 opponent spent under $2 million, meaning that AIPAC poured more than 8 times that amount to defeat him in 2024. It was the same story with Cori Bush when she also called the war in Gaza a genocide, and AIPAC allies spent $8 million against her, and she lost. So it seems AIPAC has real power to force out politicians they don't like, and when it appears to be lose your job or listen to AIPAC, allegedly, it's easy to see why politicians fall in line.
And so they either put their head down or they're more even brazen to say, yes, I'll go with AIPAC on a trip to Israel this recess instead of being with my constituents.
Recently in the news, I've been bombarded by stories of U.S. politicians visiting Israel. I've even heard New York mayoral candidates tripping over themselves to say how often they visit or want to visit Israel.
I would visit the Holy Land.
I would go to Israel.
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel.
Me seems a bit odd, and it made me wonder, are U.S. politicians visiting Israel an unusual amount? So we looked at the numbers. A 2024 study by the University of Maryland found that over 25% of all congressional trips were to Israel. And from 2011 to 2016, congressional members took 1,400 trips to Israel, which for comparison in the same time period, there were 88 to the UK and 154 trips to Japan, which are other countries that we also consider to be our greatest allies. And for Americans in the last couple weeks questioning whether their politicians are controlled by Israel, the news of a 250-person delegation to Israel could not have been worse timing. So does this mean that AIPAC simply outplays every other lobby in Washington, D.C. and should be celebrated for being effective? Or are we looking at something far more dangerous, which would be a foreign influence shaping American policy from the inside? Is it that bad?
Yes, and it's bigger than AIPAC. A lot of times, there's a couple of arguments that get thrown around here to the uninformed. And one is that Israel is not even the biggest lobby. There's all these other nations that are bigger foreign lobbies than Israel. And it's because Israel's not a foreign lobby because they're not registered. Every other nation has to register their foreign lobby as a foreign lobbying group. And that's how it should be, because that way we have much higher standards for disclosure of where the money's coming from if you're a registered foreign agent. And you can actually look into the history of when AIPAC decided not to register. And it was right when John F. Kennedy got shot in the head. And you can actually go and read the original letters themselves of Kennedy's administration messaging. At the time, it was called the World Zionist Congress. And they were saying, you got to register, you're a foreign agent, here's it. And they send the.
How convenient. How convenient. They don't got to register. As foreigners, they don't got to register. How convenient. Crazy, man. Crazy. The writing is on the wall, man. All you got to do is fucking listen. All you got to do is listen. Me old boy be fucking distracting me. I'd be trying to fucking ignore him because I be seeing his chats and then I space out for a second. Shout out me old boy. A better question is, where does Buck fit into all this? Jacob the Hawaiian, Ben Shapiro. All right, me old boy. All right. Shit. Every time I see my name pop up, I fucking get distracted. Shout out Kevin Lee. Where does Kevin Lee fit into all this? All right, let's continue. Let's continue.
Paperwork. And they sent the paperwork over the month before JFK got shot.
Why is it not registered as a foreign entity?
The rules have been made easier for countries like that we consider to be allies. There are also a lot of people that are dual citizenship, so people think of Israel in a different way. There are a lot of Americans.
AD, why do you think they took out JFK? Let me know. Why do you think they took out JFK? I'm curious. What was JFK up to that they didn't like? That's my main question. That caused them to potentially do that.
Citizens are also Israeli citizens.
So they're American citizens. So, I mean, if you're an American citizen and you're articulating a point of view, that's your right. So I'm not of the view that these people are not American citizens. They're doing everything legally. They're American citizens. They're lobbying for their interests. They're lobbying for the Netanyahu government's interests because they think that's what benefits America, and they're paying millions of dollars, which under Citizens United is legal. The problem is why we have a political system that has that be legal, and why don't we have more people with the courage to say, I don't care, because if the people are on my side, it's not going to matter.
Can you guess where this is?
It looks like the Middle East. No?
Gaza.
Gaza, wow.
Pretty bombed to oblivion.
Yeah, it's very sad.
What's your reaction to seeing those photos?
Horrific. We were complicit. We gave Netanyahu a blank check. Look, the Hamas terrorist attack was awful. And I said that people who committed those crimes had to be brought to justice and the hostages had to be released. But that happened months in. Netanyahu has been bombing for 2 years. Over 60,000 people killed.
Reports out there estimate that anywhere between 70 to 95% of all housing stock in Gaza is damaged or destroyed. Listen to this take from Norman Finkelstein, a Jewish scholar whose mother and father both endured the horrors of the Holocaust.
95% of Gaza's housing is gone.
Yeah.
It was estimated that it would take until the year 2050 to just clear out the rubble.
I talked to an IDF commando, and if you look at the IDF position on the war, they are the most precise army in the world, and they are very fair in how they strike. In researching this story, I spoke with U.S. Navy SEALs, a Canadian soldier, and others who have served overseas. Many of them supported the IDF's claim that Israel is actually taking extra precautions to limit civilian deaths by risking their own men's life to go door to door to warn Palestinians before bombing their homes. By contrast, in wars like Iraq in 2004, my sources say that civilian homes were often hit without warning. And it's worth noting that in the Battle of Fallujah, for example, the deadliest battle in the Iraq War, there was also an estimated 80% civilian casualty rate. And one theory I'm entertaining is that the casualty numbers we are seeing in Gaza aren't unprecedented, but rather is actually typical of urban warfare in densely populated areas, as several IDF soldiers have pointed out to me. The difference today is visibility, that this is the first major urban conflict where smartphone footage is uploaded daily. And if Iraq, Afghanistan, or Vietnam had been broadcast this way, I think the public outrage would have been just as strong. So to me, this suggests that the backlash on Israel isn't necessarily an anti-Semitic double standard, but rather, unfortunately for them, that this is the first time that the world is witnessing the brutality of war in real time on their phones.
First of all, they use 2,000-pound bombs. You can't be precise when you're using 2,000-pound bombs. Gaza is densely packed. This is just bombing of a city.
Even in this first picture, what I would call the good days, where there's still buildings standing.
Let's just start with one of the reports that's come out in the last few months with 83% civilian casualty rates. What would you say? Are those numbers accurate?
They're not accurate, and I'll tell you why. The United Nations gets...
Homie, we don't believe a thing you gotta say because you got a Jewish fucking flag in the back of you. Why the fuck will we believe what you gotta say? Everything negative he's asked you about Natan Levy's part of the world, you instantly deny it. And you got one of those flags sitting right there behind you, homie. So why the fuck we finna listen to you?
It's their numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry. Who runs the Gaza Health Ministry? Hamas.
Shout out to Israel Adesanya, Mark Hatch. Shout out to Israel Adesanya. Real quick, you guys are answering my question, although it's not really helping me. King Terzi said, for one, he was making the youth strong. PE gym class was like a legit workout for kids back then to keep them sharp. But I don't think that's what, like, come on, that's the reason why? That's the reason why AD kids saying they took out JFK. I don't think it was over PE class. Louis saying he didn't want them to have nukes for one. So, Louis, are you saying that they took out JFK because they didn't want JFK to have nukes? Israel Adesanya didn't want JFK to have nukes or what? I'm trying to figure out why they took out JFK. Louis saying, considered Kennedy an anti-Semite. Okay, that makes the most sense out of anything I've heard so far. Shout out to everybody watching.
If I was an infantry company commander and I had 4 infantry platoons, I was
I know, that's why I just had to call it, bro. It's like, dude, they didn't take him out over PE class, bro. Let's be real. But shout out King Terzi. No shade, no shade. But we gotta get to the bottom of why they potentially took out JFK. I want AD Kid to answer. AD Kid, answer the fucking question, homie. Why do you think they took out JFK? You're the one who said it. I want to hear from you.
moving into an area to conduct a combat operation where I knew there was enemy. And at the end of it, I killed the enemy, but 83% of the population was dead. I would be tried and sent to Leavenworth for war crimes.
If you're branding yourself as the most precise army in the world, I think those numbers say another story.
It's awful, but we need peace in Gaza. And I don't know how you get peace in Gaza without taking out Hamas.
The food they're eating is not nutritious food. It's
Terzi, I'm being 100,000% serious, homie. Help me understand. If I'm wrong, help me understand. But over PE class, like, there's no way they took him out over him creating PE classes. Even if it was a legit workout.
aid food. Some of the food has fungus in it and has worms in it. Now they're airdropping these food pallets, which 3 airships equals 1 truck. It's all show. Sometimes the pallets actually drop on people's tents and kill them. So the Gazans have to go through a place where no human can go, okay, where the Israelis have, you know, top-notch surveillance, tanks, drones, soldiers and APCs with machine guns. They have to walk through these corridors that kind of cordon them off like cattle to the 8th point. Now you have American mercenaries with machine guns.
AD, I didn't see it, homie. I didn't see it, but I don't want to keep pausing the video, so I'm just going to let it play. I'll read the comments in a little bit. But I don't see a response, AD. All you wrote was MF dude on point. Zio's definitely part of JFK. And then the next thing you said was Patrice Lumumba was taken out. That's all I've seen from you. AJD saying because of the Federal Reserve. Okay. Okay. That's a real, I feel like that's more of a real answer. Okay, let's continue. Louis saying Kennedy wouldn't give them nukes. Okay, okay. See, that's an answer I'm looking for. I got you, boys. Keep dropping whatever info you got in the chat. We're going to keep watching.
Grenades and tear gas and whatnot. Watching them. For every, like, for example, 10,000 people, there's only 1,000 pallets of food. So there's this fight to see who can get the food first. And then they have to get corralled through this exit, which is like, just like cattle, right? Exit on the way back out, and on the way back out, the Israelis and the Americans shoot over their heads to corral them out quicker.
Americans are shooting too?
Yeah.
That Hamas has taken them. And we know that for 50 to 60% of every dime that's gone to humanitarian aid in Gaza has gotten into the hands of Hamas.
So yeah, starvation is absolutely real. Last week, they even went to a point further than starvation called famine. Worst food hunger you can get into. We saw 2 babies in the neonatal ICU, Zainab and Hassan. Yeah, they were at the end stage of their life. We were requesting baby.
AD, before you drop your comment, you're gonna have to misspell something because I think you know, they deleted it when you hit send. Because if you write something controversial, they're gonna not let you write it in the chat. So you gotta misspell certain controversial words, homie, if you want me to see it.
Formula to be brought in. And we actually told the doctors who were coming in next to bring in baby formula, and it got confiscated at the Israeli borders. I myself, just being there for 2 weeks, I lost 12 pounds.
Who says we're going to starve the people so much that they suffer that we're going to force the surrender? It's sick. And your tax dollars, my tax dollars are funding them because both Biden and Trump gave Netanyahu a blank check.
Israel could not give them.
Because they're compromised by underage children. Potentially. Because they're allegedly compromised by underage children that Epstein gave them on his island. Allegedly. That's why they gave the Synagogue of Satan a blank check. Because what's their other option? Say no? Okay, fine. We'll just reveal that you had relations with underage kids. You see what I'm saying? You see why Trump is fucking compromised? Okay, then.
Humanitarian aid. Israel could choose not to provide humanitarian aid to the Gazans. Did you know that that the United States did not provide humanitarian aid in Afghanistan or Iraq?
How many kids did you come across with bullet holes or bomb residue?
Yeah, so again, I don't know the exact number. For every 100 patients, I would say 10 to 15 were kids. 10 to 15 were women, and then you have 10 to 15 elderly / handicapped, and then the rest men. Almost in the very young men, just past 18 years old, who are just the strongest person in their family, and they were tasked to go get the food, the aid at these GHF sites, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, and they're supposed to walk kilometers in the heat with their sandals or their barefoot, and they're the ones who are supposed to go get it, and they're shot.
Take a look at the writing in blue.
Wow. Highest number of child amputees worldwide? I mean, it's just sickening that we're doing this to kids. What crime did they commit? These are crimes, and there needs to be accountability.
One thing that really stood out to me was the Nasser Hospital, which, according to many reports, is one of the last functioning hospitals in Gaza. And there was a doctor from my hometown that served there as an American, and after he got back, shortly after, it got bombed twice.
Double tapped, some people say triple tapped. On live TV, they killed the rescuers and bombed them. The very stairs that I walked, the very people I worked with, medical students, journalists. It's a war crime on TV, but kind of the news cycle's over and we're past that.
It's not a war crime because the aid workers that were posing as aid workers that were Hamas, we had journalists that are Hamas, but they're posing as journalists. And when Israel finally took them out, and knowingly that the optics is not going to look good, but we can't keep letting them use the disguise in order to continue the warfare against Israel. And then what happens is then you get...
So homie's saying that those press members who got taken out were Hamas disguised as press members. But of course you're going to say that, right? Because you got that flag sitting right there behind him. So of course you're going to say that because you got that flag sitting right there. If he says something negative about them, I'll start to listen to him. But if he's going to defend them every step of the way for every controversy and justify it, I'm not going to listen to him.
That reporting on...
And AD kid, now I see the comment. It just popped up. Shout out to you. I'll read it, but we're going to keep watching.
Most of the mainstream media that will jump on the story without looking deeply into the facts on the ground and discovering, oh, that guy was a Hamas person.
IDF soldiers often call themselves part of the most ethical army in the world. But would the most ethical army be linked to killing over 240 journalists? According to the UN Human Rights Office, 242 journalists have been killed in Gaza, making this the deadliest war for journalists to cover in history. The most common defense I hear from IDF soldiers is the journalists were Hamas.
I do know that Hamas would have their weapons depots under hospitals. They put citizens at risk.
Let me ask you about this.
Let's just establish some reality, okay?
I don't want to get steamrolled again. If you were in a restaurant with your entire...
I'm not steamrolling you.
Dude, yeah, you 100% are. You're trying to talk over him. Let him fucking ask you the question. He's coming in here asking you questions, right? So why don't you shut the fuck up and let him ask it? I'm not steamrolling you. Well, then you got a huge ego problem or what? Shut the fuck up, white hair.
Little bit. If you were in a restaurant with your entire family and there was one terrorist in there, would it be acceptable for anyone to bomb that restaurant to kill the terrorist if they also killed your innocent family?
One look at this guy, you know he's got, you know he belongs, you know who he belongs to. One look at this guy, you know who he belongs to.
Is that ever an acceptable answer?
So war is hell, which is why you want to avoid it. Okay?
Course.
The only way you end war is you have to defeat the enemy.
To say that they're using civilian grounds, I think is an excuse to invade these areas, to bomb these areas, to level these areas, to get rid of the buildings, to eventually have their plan of occupation and settlement and eradication of the Palestinian people.
Do you think Benjamin Netanyahu?
Shout out Saxby. Everything is Hamas. I get it now. I get it now. Everything is.
Netanyahu is guilty of war crimes?
I think that there's definitely been war crimes committed in Gaza, and that he's the prime minister. But again, the legal determinations the International Court of Justice is going to do, and there should be a court and there should be a process.
Every other home in Gaza has like stuff like this. This was gift wrapped in a house in Gaza. We found like hundreds of these, and this is like Hamas terrorist, right? T-shirt, okay? This is like what the kids wear for their summer camps in Gaza, right? Wow. And this is recruiting, yeah? So their summer camp is recruiting for terrorism. Every home had an affiliation for one of the terrorist groups. Who's the masterminds behind all these groups? This right here, the Muslim Brotherhood.
It's easy to label Hamas as terrorists, and they've undoubtedly committed terroristic acts. But let's ask ourselves honestly, what makes a man grow up to hate another country? Because I don't think the Taliban despise Americans simply because we had freedom, but rather because we bombed and occupied their homeland for decades. After all, a freedom fighter only exists when someone feels they have no freedom. And when you look at the reality that Palestinians have faced for several decades, blockades, military checkpoints, homes demolished or taken by Israeli settlers, electricity and water being cut off, an entire...
No, I was waiting for that. Not only electricity and water being cut off, maybe, I don't know if this is propaganda, but this is something I saw. Pouring cement in the water pipes. Pouring cement into their water pipes. Yeah, I'd be after their ass too, bro. Put cement in my water pipes and see what the fuck happens.
Generations growing up under occupation, is it really surprising that resistance movements would form? And furthermore, one could argue Israel indirectly propped up Hamas to encourage division in the country and prevent the more reasonable and democratic PLO from uniting the Palestinians. Now, this does not in any way excuse the innocent Israelis dying in the horrific October 7th attacks, but as an American who regrets what my country did in the Middle East since 2001, I do think this context is important to consider. You got to spend some time with IDF soldiers.
I did.
Did you feel they conducted themselves professionally, or did you feel like they had a callous attitude towards killing?
I felt they had a very, I would call it an inhumane approach to killing. When I first got into Gaza on the 24th of May, I was at site number 1, and an IDF infantry squad was moving past the area. He was like, hey, and he spoke in a Boston accent. I was like, oh, you're Israeli? And he was like, oh, I'm from Boston, I'm here serving in the IDF. An American serving in the IDF. And he's like, oh, you're part of the new American food thing? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, why are you feeding our enemies? And I was like, well, I think we're here to prevent Hamas from getting the food. And he's like, everybody here is our enemy.
What Anthony is pointing out is a little unsettling. There are Americans, not dual citizens, who go to Israel to serve in the IDF. I've personally spoken with 3 of them. And folks, to be precise, these guys are not acting as paid mercenaries. They are enlisting as soldiers in the IDF. Now, I can understand a Jewish American having a profound emotional tie to Israel, a nation central to their heritage, faith, and identity. But let's flip the perspective. Imagine Americans taking leave from their jobs in Boston or California, traveling to China to become Chinese soldiers and fight under the Chinese flag for a few weeks, then returning home to resume their American lives. Would that strike you as odd? To me, it raises serious questions. Like, if these Americans are willing to fight for Israel, but not in the United States military, where does their loyalty truly lie?
Because a lot of people are saying we're committing genocide, right? Fact check. Look at the population growth in Gaza since 2023, October 7th, and you'll actually see that the percentile of the population growth has grown.
That sounds almost unbelievable to hear.
Shout out to Tommy for calling him on his bullshit. I see all the chats, boys. Good shit in the chat, boys. Good shit in the chat, boys. Shout out to everybody watching. Shout out Kamzat Chemaya for joining. Hey, boys, we got the Hamzat in the chat right now. Everybody say what up to the Hamzat Chimaev in the chat right now. What up, Hamzat? What up, Hamzat? How we finishing Imavov? I'm playing.
Given the numbers that are coming out of the conflict, that it's not people dying there, it's actually the population's growing and flourishing. While 1.9 million people are displaced, there's near famine and starvation conditions.
Yeah,
That's where it feels like we're getting propaganda. That's impossible.
That's right. You're getting propaganda. So these are facts I'm giving you, right?
No, they're not. You're propaganda, homie. Look at you. You're propaganda. You, homie. You fucking propaganda. Nobody believes the word you're saying. We wish we could just skip you.
It doesn't mean people aren't dying.
In fact, now they're creating these humanitarian cities, corridors, which are basically concentration camps. And they want to eventually get everyone from the north of Gaza down south to Rafah into these camps where they can come in, but they cannot leave unless they voluntarily emigrate to a different country.
And by the way, a refugee camp was just recently bombed as well.
Yeah.
When you look at that in terms of, okay, what is a concentration camp? Well, when you take a
Doron, more like moron. Ain't I right, Louis? Doron, more like moron.
population away from where they live, and you take the population away from where they live in the whole country, and you concentrate the entire population into one area, onto one camp, that is a concentration camp.
How much are you risking right now by coming out and speaking about this?
Everything. My reputation, my health, my safety, my future, everything that I worked for 25 years in uniform, to the reputation that I build in terms of being a patriot.
Why do you think the world is allowing this to happen?
Complacency.
I'm not saying Israel hasn't made any mistakes, okay? Because that's the other thing that people don't understand. In
More
warfare,
journalists have died covering Israel, covering this war, than in any modern conflict.
Has your feed been flooded by videos? A girl carrying a bucket, bomb, hospital, bomb, aid station, hit by an IDF truck, all those kind of things.
Yeah.
When we ask people on the Israeli IDF side, they say that's Bollywood, that's fake.
Well, they're just wrong. I mean, I'm not going to defend every single video because then they're going to put up one video that actually was fake.
It's Bollywood. It's a funny concept, and it's very creative.
The one guy, that brown guy that they just showed, I just want to point something out to you guys. This brown guy that they just showed, right, said probably the realest thing anybody said in this whole thing. I mean, I think the doctor guy, he keeps it a buck too, but I don't know. You know what I mean? Do you see how he's like even saying, look, yeah, there could be a fake video out there. There could be. I'm not going to make a blanket statement, but you guys know who's making blanket statements, right? Doron, aka Moron, with the Jewish flag in the background. He be making these fucking factual statements without even opening up the door to the other side of the conversation. He just shuts it all down. At least this dude's like, yes, look, there could be a fake video out there. But to go ahead and say because there are a few fake videos that they're all fake would be bullshit. That's what this dude's saying. Just hear him again. You can always tell when someone's being real and genuine. Look at this guy's face. You think this guy's gonna I don't want to make too much of a judgment based off his face. I'm gonna hold that.
Hit by an IDF truck, all those kind of things.
Yeah.
When we ask people on the Israeli IDF side, they say that's Bollywood, that's fake.
Well, they're just wrong. I mean, I'm not going to defend every single video because then they're going to put up one video that actually was fake.
It's Bollywood. It's a funny concept, and it's very creative. But I was there for 2 weeks, and hundreds of other physicians, surgeons, pediatricians, nurses, healthcare workers, aid workers from the West, from America, from the UK, from Australia, from Germany were there. And to say we are all liars and it's all Bollywood and we are part of that Bollywood is just obscene.
All of the IDF soldiers I spoke to brought up the claim of what they called Gazawood or Bollywood, or in other words, there being a lot of fake, staged, or AI videos used to turn people against Israel. Here are some of those clips. And after seeing some of these videos, I do agree something feels staged or off. However, most would argue, as with any war, propaganda is used by both sides, and this still does not negate the hundreds of real and horrible videos we've all seen circulating our feeds where refugee camps and children are getting blown up, entire cities appear to be bombed out, and the countless other examples of humanitarian carnage.
Iran backed Hamas terrorists have been holding civilians hostage for 706 days.
So this is really the crux of the conflict right now, according to the official U.S.-Israel narrative, is until everyone here is released we will not stop, which I think is fair. If my people are somewhere else and they're being tortured or whatever it is, you want them back. There's no question about it.
I mean, these people were innocent. They were at mostly a music festival. The part of this conversation that gets left out so often is that on day one, Hamas offered to free all the hostages. The only request was that Israel does not enter Gaza.
These people
Tragic
matter.
story.
If you were on
But they said, nah. We got to come in there and do ethnic cleansing. We got to come in there and do ethnic cleansing. We don't give a fuck about these hostages. The hostages don't mean shit to us. We're the synagogue of Satan. We got to come in there and do ethnic cleansing. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Yes, Saxby. I saw somebody wrote that. I think it was you. There's a reason Israel Adesanya doesn't allow internal journalists in. I'll read it. Journalists are allowed in every war except in the Holy Land. They don't allow international journalists in so they can't see the horror. Yeah, I mean, I would have to agree with you.
Palestinian side of this conflict, and you can't say that these people matter, you have lost your touch. You've lost the narrative as well.
I saw reports that there's testimony given by IDF soldiers that they were instructed to stand down between 5 a.m. and 9 a.m. on October 7th. Is there any truth to that?
No. There were some troops that were asked to stand down. My unit, for example, was asked to stand down and not to participate in rushing to the scene, and there's tactical reasons for that. The concern was that my unit, for example, was asked to stand down and not to. There were some troops that were.
On October 7th. Is there any truth to that?
No.
Moron again. At it again. I just had to confirm moron denied another thing. Moron is just a master denier, master manipulator. Don't listen to anything this moron guy got to say. He'd be turning down every single negative piece of news about his part of the country.
There were some troops that were asked to stand down. My unit, for example, was asked to stand down and not to participate in rushing to the scene, and there's tactical reasons for that. The concern was that we would have an attack from the north by Hezbollah and or in Judea, Samaria, and if we sent all the forces and all the units to Gaza to thwart off the attack that was happening there, we wouldn't have any forces or units to send as a response to the north or to the West Bank in uprisings there.
And folks, the fact is, conspiracy or not, October 7th attacks left over 1,000 innocent Israelis dead, and that bloodshed continues to fuel Israel's campaign to root Hamas out of Gaza. What's the solution with Palestine? You want to propose a Palestinian state. What does that mean for Palestine, and what does that mean for Israel feeling protected that another October 7th isn't going to happen again?
Well, that should be the policy, no October 7th again, and not militarily eliminate Hamas, which is where Netanyahu's policy is. It means Israel is a secured state, Jewish homeland, democratic state for the Israeli people. Palestine, no Hamas, democratic elections, demilitarized, is a Palestinian state with the help of Jordan and Egypt and other Arab countries, Saudi Arabia, to help make sure that it is secure, that it isn't overtaken at all by terrorists or Hamas, and that it will not threaten Israel. And it recognizes Israel's right to exist as a Jewish homeland. And people say that's hard. Yes, it's hard, but we have to work towards peace. There's no other alternative.
Was there another American political commentator recently speak on podcasts about the disruption and dissent against Netanyahu before October 7th?
Yeah.
Who was that?
Charlie Kirk.
We are Charlie Kirk.
There's many young men in America that are actually questioning and I think have decent reason to ask that Israel is on the suspect list of who killed Charlie Kirk.
Which is insane. And where did you get that? The mainstream media that are trying to throw Israel under the bus into another conspiracy. They also said that Israel's behind 9/11. Of course, Israel also controls the mainstream media, right? Also Israel controls all the banks. That's why Israel demonizes Israel on the mainstream media. Make perfect sense,
so which
right?
one is it? Is it kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, just use common sense.
There's a lot of Americans that are starting to question how much control the Israeli government has over our administration. I mean, you talked about the freedom of speech. You talk about there's contractors in certain states that if the state boycotts Israel, the contractor can't work for them or they can't receive aid money if their house gets hit by a tornado. What is going on?
So this is another very emotional issue, and I'll get grief just for saying this, but boycotting something is an American tradition. Not only did we boycott the British tea, we dumped it in the harbor, but there were boycotts at the time of everything British. Israel's per capita income rivals Europe, rivals ours. I mean, they've done incredibly well. They're smart, they're talented, they work hard.
The innovation that's coming out of there.
And the what?
The innovation that's coming out
innovation from tech, all of that stuff. But that's also a reason why we shouldn't have to subsidize everything they do.
It is really hard to get U.S. politicians to speak about Israel or AIPAC. Many staffers shut us down the moment that we said we wanted to talk about those subjects, even if they previously said their senator was available for an interview. I mean, just watch this exchange on Breaking Points with Michigan Senator Elisa Slotkin.
Do you think AIPAC should register as a foreign lobby?
I don't know the answer to that. I think that I know plenty of people who...
You don't know the answer to that, you dumb fucking bitch? You're compromised too. Fuck you. You know the fucking answer. They should register just like everyone else because they're foreign. But you can't say that. Because you on those Epstein files, aren't you? By the way, shout out to Breaking Points. If you guys like to follow unbiased media, Breaking Points is a good one. I mean, they asked this question, didn't they? But I've been listening to Breaking Points for a while. Half the shit they say goes right over my head, though, because they're fucking smart, so I'm going to keep it a buck.
think they should. I don't.
It's kind of a cop-out answer, don't you?
I mean, yeah. I literally, I just guess I'd have to look at the definition.
Calling her on her bullshit, she starts stuttering. I gotta look at the definition. No, bitch. We fucking know. Someone arrest this bitch.
I certainly have had my tough moments with that organization, and
so you stop accepting their funding.
You gotta get your facts straight.
Senator Slotkin has taken $656,000 from AIPAC-linked groups, so it's no wonder she dodged these questions, and she's not alone. This is how the vast majority of our politicians are operating right now, and it just makes this whole thing weird, because if this is the right move and Israel is truly our greatest ally, then why are they so afraid to speak on it? It doesn't make any sense. We were just talking to a lot of senators' teams, and they said, yeah, you can talk to the senator, but one thing you cannot ask about is Israel. What's your take on that?
Well, I think for a lot of our elected politicians, Israel is a sensitive subject. That's concerning, because I think that when you ask somebody, what can I not?
Because they're all blackmailed. They've all been with children, allegedly. They're all blackmailed. They've all allegedly been with children. Man. Lock me in a room with one of these motherfuckers who have been with children. Just lock me in a room with one of these motherfuckers who have been with children. That's all I'm gonna say. Lock me in a room with one of them. Shit, lock me in a room with 3 of them. See who comes out.
Talk about, the answer is, then you know who controls you. We can't talk about Israel. Why not? We give them our tax dollars. We fight in their wars. Is it money? Is it religion?
Is it the Epstein files? I'm about to lose my shit. I'm about to lose my shit. We know what it is. We know why they scared. Yeah, it's partially money too, but it's the Epstein files. They're all compromised. They're all blackmailed, allegedly. I will fucking show them the blue belt. I will fucking show them the blue I will fucking show him. Yeah, AJD, it's almost done. We got like 5 more minutes or 7 more minutes. But dude, I got something in my fucking eye.
Is it politics? Is it power? Is it a combination of all of them? I don't know. But in my mind, there is not a dollar amount on the planet worth turning a cheek to a genocide.
Israel is an extremely useful asset to have in the Middle East.
There's not a let me just lay this out. There's not a dollar amount to justify a genocide, right? Let's rewind it. Let me get that word for word what he said.
Planet worth. But in my mind, there is not a dollar amount on the planet worth turning a cheek to a genocide.
There's not a dollar amount on the planet worth turning a cheek to genocide. So could it be? Could it be what I'm saying? They're blackmailed. They've allegedly been with children. Wouldn't that maybe make you turn a cheek to genocide? So that people don't realize that you've been with children? That you're a pedo? Maybe that would make you turn a cheek, wouldn't it? No dollar amount would, but maybe that would.
Israel isn't.
And if I'm wrong, then release that shit. If I'm wrong, then release that shit.
Extremely useful asset to have in the Middle East, both from a Western Empire domination perspective, as well as from a money-making, deal-making, political maneuvering perspective. It's very useful to have a nuclear-armed nation that depends on us for foreign aid and for their very survival in many ways. They're working on our behalf.
Like I said, there's a lot of technology connections. If you use an iPhone, you probably have a lot of stuff on there that comes from Israel. Then there is a connection in terms of culture. I mean, the religious foundations.
To understand America's support for Israel, you have to look at the country's deep ties with American evangelical Christians. You see pastors like Kenneth Copeland funding Israeli surveillance, while others like Greg Locke are openly calling for pastors like...
This dude is one of the most evil dudes on the planet. I don't even care if he's a pastor. This dude's so evil. And I can't even believe Trump let him speak at his shit. You guys ever seen the viral clip of this dude? Here, I'll give you guys his name so you can search him up later.
Israel, you have to look at the country's deep ties with American evangelical Christians. You see pastors like Kenneth Copeland...
Kenneth Copeland. Just look up the Kenneth Copeland viral clip. Dude is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Funding Israeli surveillance, while others like Greg Locke are openly calling for Gaza's destruction.
Israel should make the Gaza Strip a parking lot by this time next week.
It's evident that many on the Christian right fiercely defend Israel, and it's worth asking why. One theory is because evangelicals interpret biblical prophecy to mean Israel's survival is directly tied to the second coming of Christ. They take verses like Genesis 12:3, Ezekiel 37, and Revelation 16 to generally conclude that the end times will be centered around a battle for Jerusalem. So for many of these evangelicals, supporting Israel is not just a political stance, but it is a way of aligning with what they believe is God's unfolding plan for history. Every president in recent memory, from Obama to Bush to Trump to Clinton, says Israel is our greatest ally. Why do you think that?
All those Bible verses, right? But they ignore the book of Revelations. The book of Revelations talks about the synagogue of Satan, where they're imposters, where they're imposing as the chosen people, aka the Jews. Look into it. The book of Revelations.
I say that.
Israel has been a staunch ally in the Middle East. They continue to be that way. But what has happened with the state of Israel is it has come under the control of a right-wing extremist who's not interested in peace. And that has led this country to where it is now committing genocide.
Are they our...
He talking about Netanyahu. The synagogue of Satan. King Terzi, exactly, the book of Revelations. Come on now, boys. We fucking woke as hell. I'm wide awake. I'm wide awake. Nobody's slipping shit past me. I'm wide awake. The book of Revelations got to unfold first. Before those Bible verses that they just showed about the end times, the book of Revelations has to unfold first. He's an imposter. Mr. B-Net is an imposter.
Or are we theirs, or a combination?
Isn't that the question? The Zionists would say
he's exploiting the Bible because they seem like they're the chosen people, right? So he's impersonating. I'm telling you guys, you gotta look into this shit, man.
it's a partnership, right? The Zionists would say that we love Israel and Israel loves us and we support each other and we both promote Western values and we're both, he's the only democracy in the Middle East, right? Sort of. Assets are relationships based on manipulation, coercion, control, inherently. Allies is a relationship built on friendship and shared growth and shared gain. And ally is a word that I would not use to describe Israel. Do allies spy on each other secretly? Maybe. Do allies spy on the terrorists that conducted 9/11 and then not tell you what they're seeing? Maybe. Do allies send Jeffrey Epstein into the White House 17 times to apparently develop a relationship with the President of the United States and then probably blackmail him? Definitely not.
And let's just say we do want to be allies with Israel. Are we not able to hold them to standards that we should hold every other country to for war? Yeah, war is ugly, I get that. And you got to take out what they view as the bad guy, the militants. Okay, if you were taking them out specifically.
As Americans, what do we want in our legacy?
I want to just re-say what he just asked. Even though we're allies, that means we can't hold them accountable. If they commit bullshit, if they do bullshit, we can't hold them accountable. Yeah, we're allies, but if you do some bullshit, we should hold you accountable, right? So don't you guys think it's fishy that we don't hold them accountable when they do some bullshit? Yeah, we're allies, bro. But if you do some bullshit, if you're committing genocide, shouldn't we be able to call you out on that? And if we can't call you out on that, isn't that fishy? Why? Why can't we call them out on that? AD, peace out. I'll see you later, homie. Shout out to you for sticking through. Hopefully you subscribe, though. All right, we're almost done with this.
We want to be honorable people who defended the voiceless, who defended the downtrodden. That's kind of our story. We're always rooting for the underdog. And then when it comes to this genocide, we are aiding and abetting the eradication of civilians. And I think us American citizens want the best for people, for humanity.
Yeah. One big thing Americans need to think about as we continue to fund Israel and stand by during the destruction of Gaza is this. Is our support of them helping us or hurting us on the world stage? Can we honestly say that backing Israel is winning us allies, or is it isolating us and turning much of the global community against the United States? Because at some point, we have to ask whether our loyalty to one nation is costing us the respect of the rest of the world.
The thing that makes conversations about Israel so complicated is that we are having this conversation inside of an information war. We are in the nexus of one of the largest propaganda campaigns the world has ever known, because there is an entire nation's future on the line. And so the first thing you need to understand in order to understand anything about the Israel conversation is that Israel knows that winning the hearts and minds of the American people is the most important victory that they can possibly have on the battlefield. And they spend billions of dollars targeting American minds through politics, through media, through brands, through celebrities, through every piece of messaging that they can possibly use. Because if America starts to genuinely question our relationship with Israel in any meaningful way, Israel has to rewrite their entire playbook of how they do what they do and what their goal is.
Folks, the truth is this is a very complicated issue that would take an entire college course or hundreds of podcasts, I feel like, to really understand what we're talking about. So this would just be the tip of the iceberg, a springboard for you to start your own investigation. But I want to empower you, the viewer. You also are a journalist in a way, or an investigator. When you speak with your friends, when you look up things online, you are also discovering the truth for yourself. So take nothing I say as the truth. Figure it out for yourself. But hopefully this points us in the right direction to ask questions that a lot of us feel deep in our gut, like something is off here, something is wrong here, and I will not be intimidated into not asking questions. After all, I'm a goddamn American. I feel fiercely proud to do this because so many people sacrificed their lives that we have this freedom. So may we always have it, or may we fight for it. Love you guys. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you next week. And the Christian right.
Okay, so Kamzat Shemaev, the Kamzat, is asking me, what's the order in the Bible? How would you even interpret it? Which version do you read? Well, shit. I don't... Some of that's past my fucking knowledge, bro. Maybe the Old Testament, maybe the New Testament. I think it's, either one will get the message across to you, whether it's the Old or the New Testament. Kamzat, number one, that's what I would say. Number two, you're asking, what's the order in the Bible, right? I'm talking about the book of Revelations, where there's a synagogue of Satan in Israel, and they're imposturing as the chosen people. And obviously, if you follow the Bible, you know that God's chosen people are the Jews, right? But that gets exploited in the Bible, in the book of Revelations, right? They're imposters come into Israel, and they start fucking creating the synagogue of Satan, essentially, which is who I believe is Netanyahu. Okay? Now, The Bible verses that they show here
fiercely defend
refer to the end times, right?
Israel, and it's worth asking why. One theory is because evangelicals interpret biblical prophecy to mean Israel's survival is directly tied to the second coming of Christ. They take verses like Genesis 12:3, Ezekiel 37, and Revelation 16 to generally conclude that the end times will be Ezekiel 37 and Revelation.
So even Revelation is in this. The greatest city split into 3 parts, and the cities of the nations collapsed. God remembered Babylon the Great and gave her the cup filled with the wine of the fury of his wrath. So if you think about it, actually, I don't even want to speak on it because I don't know. But I mean, if there's Gaza and there's Israel, maybe Israel's going to split. Maybe Israel's going to split, and that's going to be the 3rd part. Right? Because if there's a synagogue of Satan up in there, then the real Jews have to separate from the Netanyahus, which would be 3 parts. I don't know. That's just a theory. But what was I going to say? Okay, you're asking about the end times and which one comes first. Well, if this is the end times, right? If this is the end times, wouldn't the book of Revelation have to complete before the world ends? Right? Because if the world ends, how are we going to, then we're going to act out the book of Revelation? So the book of Revelation comes first. The synagogue of Satan must be destroyed before Jesus comes back and saves us all. Shout out to Jesus. But there you go. That's my explanation for it for you. Would Jesus support evil? No, he wouldn't. Jew says King James had the Bible written for a political agenda, and he also unalived a lot of people for basically nothing, but because he suspected they did witchcraft or even might have been around people who did. I don't know much about King James, Jew. But shout out to Jew. Shout out to Jew. We don't know when end times is. Every generation believe they're in end times. That's not even my point as far as identifying when the end time is. My point is just to say that the book of Revelations likely comes before the end times, right? That's all I'm saying. So the book of Revelations has to be acted out first. That's what I'm saying. AJD, yeah, the Bible is basically another language. I didn't even understand Revelation 16, really. Cup filled with wine of the fury of his wrath. What does the wine have to do with anything? But if you look it up, if you look up individual Bible verses, sometimes they translate it to the more modern language. I think that's what the New Testament is. Saxby, I don't think Jesus would want people to support genocide. No, I agree. I agree. Jew says King James is no good in my opinion. Shout out to Jew. I'm not sure what King James has to do with it. But if you want to let me know. Boars, will do my research on it. Thank you. Shout out to you, homie. No worries. Saxby, I will watch that, but I'm not going to watch it on stream. I'm not going to watch it on stream. It's late here. It's 1:30 a.m. And we're coming up on the 5-hour mark of the stream. So I will watch it maybe tomorrow, or I'll watch it in my free time. And if you're in the chat tomorrow, I could chop it up with you a little bit about that. But thanks for the recommendation. You're telling me, watch the clip from Nelk Boys with Basim Youssef. He show all the facts after Nelk Boys had on Benjamin. Okay, I'll check it out. I'm going to take a picture of the chat. Hang on. Taking a picture of your chat, homie. All right. Miata Boy says, Jesus is our boy. Yeah, and he's coming back to save us one day. He's coming back to save us one day. Shout out to Jesus. Jew says, King James version of the Bible that most people use in America. Okay, I got you. Well, shit, I gotta look into that one, Jew. I gotta look into that one. Saxby says, we don't need a religious book to understand killing innocent is evil and raping... Oh my gosh, I can't believe I said that word. Raping prisoners. I got you. No, we don't. We don't. That's fundamentals. Fundamental human principles. Plus, the devil probably translated it, let alone modern government. I already watched the Nelk Boys pod with Yahoo, Yahoo boy, and just to let you know now, that shit's pointless. Don't even waste your time. It's all lies. It's all lies, bro. Don't even waste your time, homie. That shit's all lies. Shout out to Dana Scheidt for hopping in the stream. Shit, it seems like I might win an Antisemite of the Year too in 2026. Ilya ready to fight soon. Shout out AJD. All right, shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody. Oh, Ian Garry's husband. Common sense. Why would the president of Israel tweet about Charlie's death 30 minutes before it happened? Shit, if that's true, I don't know. Ian Garry's husband, Ariel Helwani, is enough evidence for me. Shit. Shout out Ian Garry's husband. Subscribe, homie, subscribe. You definitely got to subscribe. I know I told you earlier, though. Louis says, why did they have a music festival so close to Gaza? They could have had that festival somewhere else in the country. Dude, 100% right. I don't know how close it was, but shit, if it was close, that's retarded. Heike also is questioning the chart of people, saying, how would you know they're even real hostages? That's a fair question, bro. That's a fair question. That's a fair question that I can't refute. You feel me? That's a fair question. Completely fair question. King Terzi talking about people getting height surgery. Bryce Mitchell was right all along. Shout out to Bryce Mitchell. He was right. Let me read that one chat too that I asked AD to drop in. So AD's explanation why they took out JFK. He goes, because JFK was disrupting status quo. JFK vowed to break cats in Africa into 1,000 pieces. He didn't want Zios to have nuke weapons. He stood up to MIC. JFK supported the Congo. So that's the answer. Do I know what that means exactly? Not really. Just keeping it a buck. But, yeah. Shout out to AD for dropping the context, though. If someone understands it, shout out to you. Saxby, I don't understand how white men that made America are not upset that another government is controlling you guys. That shit is treason. Bro, I'm fucking pissed off. If you can't tell, I think we're all pissed off, to be honest with you, Saxby. But what can we do when the whole government is controlled by that shit? What can we do? They're bought. They'll fuck us over before they fuck over their fucking business partners over in Natan Levy's part of the country. Dana Scheidt, Yahoo setting up speakers outside Gaza to announce his evil plan is cartoon supervillain stuff, LMAO. We don't fuck with Yahoo, bro. We don't fuck with him at all. Saxby, JFK's the only president that never kissed the wall. I don't know that shit, but shit. If that's true, shout out to JFK, bro. AJD, like your Jesus is Allah, but a white... Wait, let me read this last one. AJD says, like your Jesus is Allah because a white guy doesn't blink as much in Avi, but also, what came first? Prob Jesus. Jesus was real, AJD. That's all you need to know. Jesus was real. And that's who came first. Jesus Christ. Died for our sins and rose again. Shout out to Jesus Christ. I think Bilal has something to do with this. Shout out Miata Boy. Bilal's probably kicking it with, what's his name? Ignacio Bahamunde's little brother as we speak. Shout out to Bilal. With his wild fucking Epstein Files joke. Fuck with Bilal so heavy. Shout out to Bilal. He probably kicking it with, what's his name? I keep forgetting the guy's name. Ignacio Bahamunde's little brother right now. But all right, boys, 1:30 a.m. here. Shout out to everybody who stuck with me the whole 5 hours. I promised you guys, hey, At least you boys can appreciate. I'm a man of my word. I'm a man of my word. All right? If I can control it, I'm going to deliver for you guys. I told you guys 5-hour stream last night. 5 hours and 2 minutes. We're at 5 hours and 2 minutes right now. Shout out Jesus. Shout out Miata Boy. Jacob kissed the wall. I would never. Shit, Miata Boy probably be kissing the wall. Well, because times were prob gods. LOL. AJD low-key smart. AJD low-key smart. But he keeps his chats to a minimum of a few words. But I can tell AJD low-key smart. Except for now I don't know what he's saying. Some of the dinosaurs were pet looking, not ugly per se. Okay, I get what you're saying. So dinosaurs also look like domesticated house pets? Because I guess you're saying dinosaurs are ugly. Bilal is a dork, but a nice guy that helps people in need. Miata Boy, I don't trust anyone that can control the weather. Yeah, that shit's crazy if it's true. Look into the biggest weapons airlift in human history. Just tell me it, Dana. Just tell me it. Because we're about to get off stream. Some. I got you, AJD. Some dinosaurs. Shout out AJD. Biggest weapons airlift in human history. I'll just Google it on my phone. I don't want to keep Googling this stuff on stream. That's definitely Dana's alt. Definitely Dana's alt. Largest human airlift in history in terms of passengers evacuated in a concentrated period was the 1990 Indian civilian evacuation from Kuwait. There it is. With Operation Allies Refugee during the fall of Kabul being the highest rate of daily evacuation, the Berlin airlift is considered the largest humanitarian supply airlift in history by cargo tonnage delivered. I don't know what that means, though. I don't know what that means. Saxby, these streams are the best. Shout out Saxby, I appreciate it. These are for you boys. Doing it for you boys. Natan Levy's part of the world nuclear blackmail. I got you. Ian Garry's husband, the Halo video game is biblical, by the way. Interesting. I didn't know that. Miata Boy just wants to see the tunnels and the weather. Shit. You got to go pay Soda Pop a visit then, Miata Boy. He in New York with the tunnels right now as we speak. John 117 written on Master Chief. Oh, I see. On the Halo character, John 117, shout out. Miata Boy, I know Ariel is in the tunnels right now. I just know it. He just in there cooking up dinner, Miata Boy. Ariel probably just wrapped up dinner in the tunnel as we speak. Funny, because Ariel lives in New York, huh? Nah, the Yom Kippur War. Oh, interesting. It's not popping up here, but whatever. It's all good. I believe you. I'll take your word for it. Dana Shite. Dana's alt. Operation Nickelgrass. I'll look up Operation Nickelgrass. Oh, okay, so Operation Nickelgrass was the code name for a strategic airlift conducted by the U.S. to deliver weapons and supplies to Israel Adesanya during the 1973 Arab Natan Levy part of the World War. Okay. Between 14 October and 14 November of that year, the Military Airlift Command of the U.S. Air Force shipped approximately 22,325 tons of supplies, including tanks, artillery, and ammunition in multiple flights of C-141 Starlifters and C-5 Galaxies. This initiative was undertaken to help improve the position of the Israel Adesanya military in the face of a large-scale joint offense by Egypt and Syria, both of which had been receiving extensive support from the Soviet Union. 1973. Interesting. When was JFK assassinated, by the way? JFK was assassinated 1963. 10 years later, Operation Nickelgrass. Coincidence, boys, or not? Coincidence, boys, or not? You guys just heard, apparently JFK got taken out because he didn't want to give nukes to Israel Adesanya. You boys feel me? 10 years later, we ship everything and then some over there to increase their position. Crazy. Yeah, shout out to all the boys watching. Like the stream if you haven't liked it. Subscribe if you're not subscribed, boys. Shout out to Saxby for always fucking dropping that in the chat too. I appreciate it. Jew Ariel is a weasel, straight up. He low-key good at his job though, minus his terrible ass takes, but still a weasel. Saxby, the new tunnel shot was the funniest thing I've seen. It was hilarious when they actually caught people crawling out of the tunnels. Ariel and Ben hanging right now. Ariel uncle being Mossad is crazy. It's crazy, bro. Shout out Gad Sad. Shout out Gad Sad. All you gotta do, he admitted it on Joe Rogan. If you guys are curious about looking into Ariel, okay, Gad Sad admitted it on Joe Rogan. And he talked about how he got recruited into the Mossad. Wild. Wild. And then Gad Sad just became famous out of nowhere. Let's be real, bro. The fucking Mossad put him up to it. Joe Rogan probably compromised. Sucking off Gad Sad like that. Having him on his podcast multiple times when he drops books and shit. Joe a dumbass. Joe 60 and senile, boys. Joe 60 and senile. Shout out AJD, my boy AJD. Shout out to Habib for giving them millions. Yes, Habib funding that shit. Shout out Habib for funding the IDF without even knowing it. That dumb fuck. Saxby, they have been lying about Muslim for 30 years to invade them and take their oil for Israel. You should read the Quran to see if they are lying or tell us the truth. Only 30 chapters free online. I don't know if I got all that time, Saxby, but maybe one day I could look into it. You know, the point you make about lying about Muslims for 30 years to invade them and take their oil for Israel, Adesanya, you know what I mean? That makes sense to me. I get what you're trying to say. I get what you are saying. You know? I get what you are saying. And that sounds possible. I wouldn't just flat out deny something like that, but I gotta research it. But it makes sense to me, Saxby. I appreciate the insight. The thoughtful insight. Dana Scheidt, would be crazy if the U.S. benefits from Israel Adesanya's conflict with oil-rich neighbors. Shit. Wouldn't it be, Dana Scheidt? Wouldn't it be? That's what Saxby's kind of saying. You're just adding on to his point. AJD, Putin called out Habib and was looking for him. Also thought so. Not sure. Yeah, Putin wants his tax money, bro. Habib evading that shit. Habib, go pay your taxes, homie. Because the money you're fucking giving to Israel is pointless. The IDF. Alright, boys. Alright, the chats are done. Oh, Louis. Joe's wife is one. Always thought he was part one. Oh, damn. I didn't know that, Louis. Joe's wife is Jewish? Aw, we're fucked. We are so fucked. Damn, Joe. Compromised Joe. Crazy, man. 60 and senile and married to a Jew. Oh my gosh, bro. But again, I want to say, I don't discriminate against all Jews. I mostly discriminate against Mr. Yahoo. You feel me? I mostly discriminate against Mr. Yahoo. Mr. Yahoo is really the bad guy. Mr. Yahoo. Miata boy, They got a video of Joe glazing Benson Henderson hard with John Jones. Not surprised. There's also a new video of Joe glazing fucking Gable Steveson. Glazing Joe. Glazing Joe. You feel me? Doesn't KGB own IBF? You're talking about like the Russian mob or something? AJD? I don't know if the Russian mob owns the IBF. You're talking about boxing? You're talking about KGB, the Russian mob, and boxing, or what? But anyway, shout out to everybody in the chat, everybody who stuck around. 5-hour stream. Yes. Damn, that's great. I don't know what Louis is saying yes to, Joe's wife or if KGB is owned by IBF, but either way, that would be crazy either way. Man, Joe, married to fucking... Again though, I don't want to come off like I'm discriminating against them because I'm really not. It's mostly fucking Mr. Yahoo. Mostly Mr. Yahoo. But all right, boys. And anyone who supports Mr. Yahoo. If anyone supports Mr. Yahoo, you know, I'm suspicious of you too. But all right, boys. Good stream. R.I.P. Joe Rogan. Straight up, Jew. Straight up. R.I.P. Joe. Shout out to Jew. The crazy holiday season almost over, homie. You just got to get through this month, homie. Good to see you in the chat always. Saxby, when Dan Bizaring told us about the Talmud and where they talk about Goy and God and Jesus, I was shocked after reading for myself. I think you're saying Dan Bilzerian told us about the Talmud and where they talk about God and Jesus. I was shocked after reading for myself. I didn't see that, but I'll look into it. The China one. Oh. I don't know, AJD. I'm not sure, homie. Miata boy, Joe is dating Benson Henderson. Probably. He's 60, so that would make sense now. If you get what I'm saying, you get what I'm saying. But there's a stereotype out there that old guys, they turn zesty. There's a stereotype that old guys turn zesty. AJD like Yahoo for real in China. No. When I say Yahoo, I mean Netanyahu. I'm just speaking in code. Louis. I guess this is playing on the fucking Benson Henderson joke. But Louis says Joe's wife is one, but his true love is black men. All right, Louis. All right. You saying Joe likes a BBC from time to time, Louis? Is that what you're telling me right now? Or thought he was the short China guy for real. No. I was talking... Now you know. Yahoo's... That's what I'm talking about. Talking about Israel Adesanya. Like Mandela effect. No. I don't even know what the Mandela effect is, to be honest with you. That's what I'm saying, AJD. Sometimes you be too smart for me. Dropping shit in the chat like that. John Jones' baby mama is one. Oh, boy, Louis. Shout out to fucking John Jones and his snow bunny. Saxby, old men don't like changes, but young men do. That why they want to make us all zesty or simp for women. Shit. Nah, Saxby, there's a stereotype that older men, they become zesty. That's all I'm going to say. Older men become zesty. That's all I'm going to say. If you guys know, you know. If not, it's all good. Don't even worry about it. But all right, boys. Good stream for sure. Good stream for sure. I got to hit the hay. 1:45 a.m. over here. Shout out wherever you're joining me from. But I assume most of you guys are from, like, Pacific time or something like that. Hunter might play a role in this. I don't know, Miata boy. You saying Hunter zesty or what? Alright, boys. I'll see you tomorrow. Let's fucking pray for some news, though, for tomorrow. I mean, I've had enough of this shit. Actually, we had some decent news today, but it's still... You know, I like the big... I like the big headlines, something big to react to. So let's manifest that. Let's give me something big to react to tomorrow. All right, boys, I will see you later. Peace out, everybody. Thank you again for always watching.